This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents State of Wonder by Ann Patchett, performed by Hope Davis. Chapter 1. The news of Anders Ekman's death came by way of aerogram, a piece of bright blue airmail paper that served as both the stationery and, when folded over and sealed along the edges, the envelope. Who even knew they still made such things? This single sheet had traveled from Brazil to Minnesota to mark the passing of a man, a breath of tissue so insubstantial that only the stamp seemed to anchor it to this world. Mr. Fox had the letter in his hand when he came to the lab to tell Morena the news. When she saw him there at the door, she smiled at him, and in the light of that smile, he faltered. "What?" she said, finally. He opened his mouth and then closed it. When he tried again, all he could say was, "It's snowing." "I heard on the radio it was going to." The window in the lab where she worked faced out into the hall, and so she never saw the weather until lunchtime. She waited for a minute for Mr. Fox to say what he had come to say. She didn't think he had come all the way from his office in the snow, a good 10 buildings away, to give her a weather report. But he only stood there in the frame of the open door, unable either to enter the room or step out of it. "Are you all right?" "Ekman's dead," he managed to say before his voice broke. And then, with no more explanation, he gave her the letter to show just how little about this awful fact he knew. There were more than 30 buildings on the Vogel campus, labs and office buildings of various sizes and functions. There were labs with stations for 20 technicians and scientists to work at the same time. Others had walls and walls of mice or monkeys or dogs. This particular lab Morena had shared for 7 years with Dr. Ekman. It was small enough that all Mr. Fox had to do was reach a hand towards her, and when he did, she took the letter from him and sat down slowly in the gray plastic chair beside the separator. At that moment, she understood why people say, "You might want to sit down." There was inside of her a very modest physical collapse. Not a faint, but a sort of folding, as if she were an extension ruler and her ankles and knees and hips were all being brought together at closer angles. Anders Ekman, tall in his white lab coat, his hair a thick graying blonde. Anders, bringing her a cup of coffee because he'd picked one up for himself. Anders giving her the files she'd asked for, half sitting down on the edge of her desk while he went over her data on proteins. Anders, father of 3. Anders, not yet 50. Her eyes went to the dates, March 15th on the letter, March 18th on the postmark, and today was April 1st. Not only was he dead, he was 2 weeks dead. They had accepted the fact that they wouldn't hear from him often, and now she realized he had been gone so long that at times he would slip from her mind for most of a day. The obscurity of the Amazonian tributary where Dr. Swenson did her research had been repeatedly underscored to the folks back in Minnesota. "Tomorrow this letter will be handed over to a child floating downriver in a dugout log," Anders had written her. "I cannot call it a canoe. There never were statistics written to cover the probability of its arrival." But still, it was in a country. It was in the world. Surely someone down there had an internet connection. Had they never bothered to find it? "Wouldn't she call you? There has to be some sort of global satellite." "She won't use the phone, or she says it doesn't work there." As close as they were in this quiet room, she could scarcely hear his voice. "But for this—" She stopped herself. He didn't know. "Where is he now?" Morena asked. She could not bring herself to say his body. Anders was not a body. Vogel was full of doctors, doctors working, doctors in their offices drinking coffee. The cabinets and storage rooms and desk drawers were full of drugs, pills of every conceivable stripe. They were a pharmaceutical company. What they didn't have, they figured out how to make. Surely, if they knew where he was, they could find something to do for him. And with that thought, her desire for the impossible eclipsed every piece of science she had ever known. The dead were dead, were dead, were dead. And still, Morena Singh did not have to shut her eyes to see Anders Ekman eating an egg salad sandwich in the employee cafeteria, as he had done with great enthusiasm every day she had known him. "Don't you read the reports on cholesterol?" she would ask, always willing to play the straight man. "I write the reports on cholesterol," Anders said, running his finger around the edge of his plate. Mr. Fox lifted his glasses, pressed his folded handkerchief against the corners of his eyes. "Read the letter," he said. She did not read it aloud. "Jim Fox. The rain has been torrential here, not unseasonable, yet year after year it never ceases to surprise me. It does not change our work, except to make it more time-consuming, and if we have been slowed, we have not been deterred. We move steadily towards the same excellent results. But for now, this business is not our primary concern. I write with unfortunate news of Dr. Ekman, who died of a fever 2 nights ago. Given our location, this rain, the petty bureaucracies of government, both this one and your own, and the time-sensitive nature of our project, we chose to bury him here, in a manner in keeping with his Christian traditions. I must tell you it was no small task. As for the purpose of Dr. Ekman's mission, I assure you we are making strides. I will keep what little he had here for his wife, to whom I trust you will extend this news along with my sympathy. Despite any setbacks, we persevere. Annik Swenson." Morena started over at the top. When she had read through it again, she still could not imagine what to say. Is she calling Anders a setback? She held the letter by its slightest edges, as if it were a document still to be submitted into evidence. Clearly the paper had been wet at some point and then dried again. She could tell by the way it was puckered in places. It had been carried out in the rain. Dr. Swenson knew all about the relationship of paper and ink and rain, and so she cut in her letters with a pencil of hard, dark lead. While on the other side of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, Karen Ekman sat in a 2-story brick colonial, thinking her husband was in Brazil and would be coming home as soon as he could make Dr. Swenson listen to reason. Morena looked at the clock. They should go soon, before it was time for Karen to pick the children up from school. Every now and then, if Anders happened to look at his watch at 2:30, he would say to himself in a quiet voice, "School's out." 3 little Ekmans, 3 boys who, like their mother, did not know enough to picture their father dead. For all that loss, Dr. Swenson had managed to use just over half the sheet of paper. And in the half a sheet she used, she had twice thought to mention the weather. The rest of it simply sat there, a great blue sea of emptiness. How much could have been said in those remaining inches, how much explained, was beyond scientific measure. Mr. Fox closed the door and came to stand beside Morena's chair. He put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed, and because the blinds on the windows that faced the hall were down, she dropped her cheek against the top of his hand, and for a while they stayed like this, washed over in the palest blue fluorescent light. It was a comfort to them both. Mr. Fox and Morena had never discussed how they would conduct their relationship at work. They had no relationship at work, or not one that was different from anyone else's. Mr. Fox was the CEO of Vogel. Morena was a doctor who worked in statin development. They had met, really met, for the first time late the summer before at a company softball game, doctors versus administration. Mr. Fox came over to compliment her pitching, and that compliment led to a discussion of their mutual fondness for baseball. Mr. Fox was not a doctor. He had been the first CEO to come from the manufacturing side. When she spoke of him to other people, she spoke of Mr. Fox. When she spoke to him in front of other people, she addressed him as Mr. Fox. The problem was calling him Jim when they were alone. That, it turned out, was a much more difficult habit to adopt. "I shouldn't have sent him," Mr. Fox said. She raised her head then and took his hand in her hands. Mr. Fox had no reason to wear a lab coat. Today he wore a dark gray suit and striped navy tie, and while it was a dignified uniform for a man of 60, he looked out of place whenever he strayed from the administrative offices. Today it occurred to Morena that he looked like he was on his way to a funeral. "You didn't make him go." "I asked him to go. I suppose he could have turned me down, but it wasn't very likely." "But you never thought something like this would happen. You didn't send him someplace dangerous." Morena wondered if she knew this to be true. Of course there were poisonous snakes and razor-toothed fish, but she pictured them safely away from the places where doctors conducted scientific research. Anyway, the letter had said he died of a fever, not a snake bite. There were plenty of fevers to be had right here in Minnesota. Dr. Swenson's been down there for 5 years now. Nothing's happened to her. "It wouldn't happen to her," Mr. Fox said without kindness in his voice. Anders had wanted to go to the Amazon, that was the truth. What are the chances a doctor who worked in statin development would be asked to go to Brazil just as winter was becoming unendurable? He was a serious birder. Every summer he put the boys in a canoe and paddled them through the boundary waters with binoculars and notepads, looking for ruddy ducks and pileated woodpeckers. The first thing he did when he got word about the trip was order field guides to the rainforest, and when they came, he abandoned all pretense of work. He put the blood samples back in the refrigerator and pored over the slick, heavy pages of the guides. He showed Morena the birds he hoped to see: wattled jacanas with toes as long as his hand, guira cuckoos with downy scrub brushes attached to the tops of their heads. A person could wash out the inside of a pickle jar with such a bird. He bought a new camera with a lens that could zoom straight into a nest from 50 feet away. It was not the kind of luxury Anders would have afforded himself under normal circumstances. "But these are not normal circumstances," he said, and took a picture of his coworker at her desk. At the bright burst of the flash, Morena raised her head from a black-necked red cotinga, a bird the size of a thumb who lived in a cone-shaped daub of mud attached to the tip of a leaf. It's an ambitious lot of birds. She studied every picture carefully, marveling at the splendors of biodiversity. When she saw the hyacinth macaws, she experienced one split second of regret that she wasn't the one Mr. Fox had tapped for the job. It was a singularly ridiculous thought. "You'll be too busy with birds to ever find the time to talk to Dr. Swenson." "I imagine I'll find a lot of birds before I find Dr. Swenson, and when I do find her, I doubt she'll pack up on the first day and rush back to Johns Hopkins. These things take finesse. Mr. Fox said that himself. That leaves me with a lot of daylight hours." Finding Dr. Swenson was an issue. There was an address in Manaus, but apparently it was nowhere near the station where she did her field research. That location, she believed, needed to be protected with the highest level of secrecy in order to preserve both the unspoiled nature of her subjects and the value of the drug she was developing. She had made the case so convincingly that not even Mr. Fox knew where she was exactly, other than somewhere on a tributary off the Rio Negro. How far away from Manaus that tributary might begin, and in which direction it ran, no one could say. Worse than that was the sense that finding her was going to be the easy part. Morena looked at Anders straight on, and again he raised his camera. "Stop that," she said, and turned her palm to the lens. "What if you can't get her to come back at all?" "Of course I can," Anders said. "She likes me. Why do you think I'm the one Mr. Fox decided to send?" It was possible that Dr. Swenson had liked him on the one day she spent at Vogel 7 years ago. when she had sat at a conference table with Anders and 4 other doctors and 5 executives who made up the Probability Assessment Group to discuss the preliminary budget for the development of a program in Brazil. Morena could have told him Dr. Swenson had no idea who he was. But why should she have said that? Surely he knew. Mr. Fox didn't know Karen Ekman. He had met her at company parties, but he told Morena he could not remember her face, a fact that seemed unforgivable now in light of what had happened. Morena saw the look of gratitude when she took down her coat that was hanging by itself on the rack by the door, but she would never have sent him there alone. The task was one for military chaplains, police officers, people who knew something about knocking on doors to deliver the news that would forever derail the world of the people who lived inside the house. Anders is dead. "She'll be glad you're there," Mr. Fox said. "Glad doesn't figure into this," Morena said. Morena was going along to help Mr. Fox, and she went out of respect for her dead friend. But she had no illusions that she was the person Karen Ekman would want to break the news. It was true that she knew Karen, but only as well as a 42-year-old woman with no children knows a 43-year-old woman with 3. As well as any single woman who works with a husband ever knows the wife who stays at home. Morena understood that Karen had made a point of knowing her, even if Karen had not consciously mistrusted her. Karen engaged her in conversation when it was Morena who answered the phone in the lab. She invited her to their Christmas open house and the 4th of July barbecue, where she got Morena a glass of tea and asked her thoughtful questions about protein research and said she really liked her shoes, a vaguely exotic pair of yellow satin flats a cousin had sent her from Calcutta years ago, shoes she loved herself and saved for special occasions. When Morena in turn asked about the boys, what they were doing in school, whether or not they were going to camp, Karen answered the questions offhandedly, offering up very few details. She was not the sort of mother to bombard her husband's polite colleague with the endless talk of scout meetings. Morena knew that Karen was not afraid of her. Morena was, after all, overly tall and bony, with impenetrable eyes and heavy black hair that set her apart from all the Swedes. It was only that Karen didn't want Morena to forget her. And Morena did not forget her. But what was important between them was so deeply unspoken that there was never the chance to defend herself from that of which she had never been accused and was not guilty. Morena was not the kind of woman who fell in love with another woman's husband, any more than she was the kind of woman who would break into the house at night and steal the grandmother's engagement ring, the laptop, the child. In truth, after 2 glasses of rummy punch at the last Christmas party, she had wanted very much to lean against Karen Ekman in the kitchen, put an arm around her little shoulders, bend her head down until their heads were almost touching. She had wanted to whisper in her ear, "I'm in love with Mr. Fox," just to see Karen's pale blue eyes go round in that collision of pleasure and surprise. How she wished now that she had been drunk enough to confide. Had she ever done that, Morena Singh and Karen Ekman would be very good friends indeed. Outside, the snow had been falling in wet clumps long enough to bury every blade of new spring grass. The crocuses she had seen only that morning, their yellow and purple heads straight up from the dirt, were now frozen as solid as carp in the lake. The tiny blooms of redbud made burdened shelves of snow. Mr. Fox and Morena pushed forward through the icy slush without a thought that they were for the very first time in their relationship leaving the building together. They made the long walk from the southern quadrant of the Vogel campus to the parking lot nearly a quarter-mile away. Morena hadn't brought her snow boots. It hadn't been snowing when she left for work. "I'll tell you something else," Mr. Fox said once they were in his car. The snow brushed off and the defroster turned to high. "I never thought he'd be gone so long. I told him when he left to take his time, to get the point across. But I had thought we were talking about a week, maybe 2 at the outside. I never considered him staying for more than 2 weeks. He had a hard time finding her, that threw his schedule off to start." Anders had left the day after Christmas. The company had wanted him to go sooner, but Christmas was non-negotiable for the Ekmans. She had shown Mr. Fox the few letters she'd had from Anders because they confided nothing. He had mostly talked about Manaus, and then about the birding trips he had taken in the jungle with a guide. To her, Anders had spoken mostly of rain. If Mr. Fox had also received letters from Anders, and she was sure he had, he never mentioned them. So 2 weeks, then, not 3 months. I would have told him to come back. You couldn't get a hold of him, then? Exactly. Mr. Fox let his eyes trail off across the whitened landscape that smeared beneath the windshield wipers. I would have told him there's a message to deliver, and once he gave it to her, he should have gotten on a plane himself, with or without her. That was his only job. It never would have been as simple as that, she said, as much to herself as to him. No one seriously thought the outcome of telling Dr. Swenson she needed to bring her research back to Minnesota would be Dr. Swenson packing her lab into boxes and coming home. Not Anders, not Mr. Fox, not Morena. In truth, it wasn't even essential that she come back. Had she been willing to reopen lines of communication, to prove that the drug was nearly completed, to let the company install a coterie of its own doctors who would give regular and accurate reports of the drug's progress, Vogel would have left her in her research station for years, pouring in cash from an opened vein. But now Anders was dead, and the notion of success was reduced to sickening folly. Just the thought of Dr. Swenson gave Morena the sensation of a cold hand groping for her heart. It is 15 years ago, and she is in the lecture hall at Johns Hopkins in a seat safely on the aisle of a middle row. And there is Dr. Swenson, pacing in front of the podium, talking about the cervix, with a level of intensity that elevates to such ferocity that none of them dare to look at their watches. No one in the crowd of 100 will suggest that class is long over. Class should be dismissed. There are other classes they are now in the process of missing. Even though Morena is a second-year resident, she is attending the lecture for third-year medical students because Dr. Swenson has made it clear to residents and medical students alike that when she is speaking, they should be in attendance. But Morena would not dream of missing a lecture or leaving a lecture over a matter as inconsequential as time. She is riveted in place while the slideshow of atypical cells on the high wall before her flicks past so quickly they nearly make a moving picture. Dr. Swenson knows everything Morena needs to know, answers the questions Morena has not yet formulated in her mind. A tiny woman, made tinier by distance, fixes 100 people to their seats with a voice that never troubles itself to be raised. And because they are all afraid of her, and because they are afraid of missing anything she might say, they stay as long as she chooses to keep them. Morena believes the entire room exists as she exists, at the intersection of terror and exaltation, a place that keeps the mind exceedingly alert. Her hand sweeps over page after page as she writes down every syllable Dr. Swenson speaks. It is the class in which Morena learns to take notes like a court reporter, a skill that will serve her for the rest of her life. It strikes Morena as odd that all these years later she still remembers Dr. Swenson in the lecture hall. In her mind's eye, she never sees her in surgery or on the floor making rounds, but at a safe physical distance. Karen and Anders Ekman lived on a cul-de-sac where the neighbors drove slowly, knowing that boys could come sledding down a hill or shooting out between the shrubbery on a bike. That one, Morena said, pointing to the red brick, and Mr. Fox pulled the car to the curb. Morena and Anders must have made about the same amount of money. They never talked about it, but they did the same work. Anders had been at the company a few years longer than Morena, so he could have made a little more. But Morena's house, which was quite small and still too big for her, was paid for. She made regular contributions to charity and let the rest of her money languish in the bank while Anders paid for this house, piano lessons, teeth straightening, summer camp, college accounts. How had he managed? 3 sons and a wife. And who would pay for this life now that he was dead? For a while she sat there, imagining the various birthday parties and Christmases, endless pictures of boys with presents, knotted ribbon and torn-up gift wrap in piles of red and silver and green, until finally the snow laid a blanket over the windshield and cut off the view. "Now this is a surprise," Karen Ekman said when she opened the door, both hands grasping the choke chain of an enormous golden retriever. She was a small woman, and it didn't look like a battle she would win. "No," she said loudly, "sit!" She was wearing a white knit stocking cap pulled down over her ears, and her coat was just behind her, thrown across a chair in the front hall. Morena was blanking on the dog's name, though there was a picture of him on Anders' desk along with pictures of Karen and the boys. He pushed his mallet head against Karen's hip and gave 2 sharp barks at the unimaginable good fortune of guests in the middle of the day. "You're leaving," Mr. Fox said, as if this meant maybe they should leave as well. Karen shook her head. No, you're fine. I've got plenty of time. I was going to swing by the store on the way to pick up the boys, but I can do that later. Come inside, it's freezing." The dog lunged forward when they entered, hoping for the chance to jump up, but Karen, who had at best 20 pounds on the animal, managed to drag him to the side of the entry hall. "You get back, Pickles," she said. "You sit." Pickles did not sit, and when she let him go, she rubbed her hands to work out the indentations the chain-link collar had left. In the kitchen, everything was neat. No cups on the countertop, no toys on the floor. Morena had been to the house before, but only for parties when every room and hallway was pressed full of people. Empty, she could see how big the place was. It would take a lot of children to fill in the open spaces. "Would you like some coffee?" Karen said. Morena turned to put the question to Mr. Fox and found that he was standing almost directly behind her. Mr. Fox was not taller than Morena. It was something he joked about when they were alone. "No coffee," Morena said. "Thank you." It wasn't a bright day, but what light there was reflected off the snow and cast a wide, silvery band across the breakfast table. Through the big picture window, Morena saw a jungle gym standing on a low hill in the backyard, a rough fort gathering snow on its slanted roof. Pickles leaned up against Morena now, and he batted her hand with his head until she reached down to rub the limp chamois of his ears. "I can put him up," Karen said. "He's a lot of dog." Pickles stared at her, his vision unfocused by the ecstasy in his ears. "I like dogs," Morena said, thinking it was vital that he stay. The dog would have to stand in for their minister, if they had one. The dog would be Karen's mother, her sister, whoever it was she wished was standing next to her when everything came down. The dog would have to be Anders. She glanced back at Mr. Fox again. Every second they were in the house without telling her what had happened was a lie. But Mr. Fox had turned towards the refrigerator now. He was looking at pictures of the boys, the 2 youngest ones a couple of washed-out towheads, the older one only slightly darker. He was looking at a picture of Anders with his arms around his wife, and in that photo they were not much older than children themselves. There were pictures of birds, too, a group of prairie chickens standing in a field, an eastern bluebird so vibrant it appeared to have been photoshopped. Anders took a lot of pictures of birds. Karen pulled off her hat and pushed her straight, pale hair behind her ears. The flush that had been in her cheeks from the momentary burst of cold had faded. "This isn't good news, right?" she said, twisting the rings on her finger, the modest diamond and the platinum band. "I'm glad to see you, but I can't imagine you're just dropping by to say hello." And for a split second, Morena felt the slightest surge of relief. Of course she would know. Even if she hadn't heard, she would know in that way a soul knows. Morena wanted so badly to put her arms around Karen then, to give her condolences. She was ready for that, if nothing else. The words for how sorry she was ached in the back of her throat. "It's not good news," Morena said, hearing the catch in her own voice. This was the moment for Mr. Fox to tell the story, to explain it in a way Morena herself did not fully understand, but nothing came. Mr. Fox had given himself over to the refrigerator photos. He had his back to the two women, his arms locked behind, his head tilted forward to a picture of a common loon. Karen turned her eyes up, shook her head slightly. "The letters have been crazy," she said. "I'll get 2 in a day and then nothing all week. They don't come in any sort of order. I got one a couple of days ago that didn't have a date on it, but it must have been pretty recent. He sounded like he was half out of his mind. He's definitely writing to me less now. I think he doesn't want to tell me he has to stay longer." "Karen, listen." Pickles lifted his head as if listen was his command. He sat. "It isn't his job," Karen said, and while she looked at Morena, she pointed her finger at Mr. Fox's back. "He doesn't like the jungle. I mean the birds. He says the birds are spectacular, but the rest of it is making him crazy. The leaves and the vines and all of that. In one of his letters, he said he felt like they were choking him at night. Where Anders grew up in Crookston, there are hardly any trees at all. Have you ever been to Crookston? It's nothing but prairie up there. He used to say that trees made him nervous, and he was joking, but still. He isn't cut out for this. He isn't some mediator who's been trained to talk down the difficult cases. I understand why you sent him. Everybody likes Anders, but if Vogel has inflated its stock price, then that's Vogel's problem. It's not his job to fix it. He can't fix it, and you can't just leave him out there to try." Morena imagined that Karen had been making this speech in her head every morning and night while she brushed her teeth, never thinking she'd have the opportunity to deliver it to Mr. Fox himself. "He's never going to say this to you, but even if he hasn't been able to bring this nutcase back, it's time for him to come home. We've got 3 boys here, Mr. Fox. You can't expect them to finish out the school year without their father." This time, Morena recognized the sensation at the onset, the helpless buckling of joints, and was able to reach for the tall chair at the kitchen island. Surely it was Mr. Fox's part to give Karen the letter. But then, with a fresh wave of grief, Morena remembered that the letter was in her own pocket. She pulled out the chair beside her. "Sit down, Karen," she said. "Sit next to me." The moment did not bring to mind her own losses. What rushed before Morena was the inherent cruelty of telling. It didn't matter how gently the news was delivered, with how much sorrow and compassion. It was a blow to cut Karen Ekman in 2. "Anders?" Karen said, and then she said it again, louder, as if he were in the other room, as if she both believed what she had been told and denied it. All the cold that swept through Minnesota came into Karen Ekman, and she stammered and shook. Her fingers began to rake at the outside of her arms. She asked to see the letter, but then she refused to touch the thing, so thin and blue, half unfolded. She told Morena to read it aloud. There was no way to say she wouldn't do it, but still, no matter how much Morena tried to edit the words as they came out of her mouth, she couldn't make them into sympathy. "Given our location, this rain," she said tentatively, leaving out the part about governments and their petty bureaucracies. "We chose to bury him here." She could not bring herself to say that this burial was no small task. She should have read the first paragraph, as banal as it was. Without it, what was left didn't even sound like a letter. It sounded like some thrifty telegram. "She buried him there?" Karen said. The bellows of her lungs strained for nothing. There was no air in the kitchen. "Jesus, what are you saying to me? He's in the ground?" "Tell me who I can call for you. Someone needs to be here." Morena tried to hold her hands, but Karen shook her off. "Get him out of there. You can't just leave him. He isn't going to stay there." It was the moment to promise everything. But as hard as she tried, she could not assemble a single sentence of comfort. "I can't get him out," Morena said. And it was a terrible admission, because now she could see very clearly the mud and the leaves, the ground closing in the rain, growing over immediately in tender saplings and tough grasses until it was impossible to find the place where he was. She could feel Anders' strangling panic in all those leaves, and the panic became her own. "I don't know how. Karen, look at me. You have to tell me who to call. You have to let me call someone." But Karen couldn't understand, or couldn't hear, or didn't care what might have made things easier for Morena. The two of them were alone in this. Mr. Fox had been driven from the room by the sound, the keening of Karen Ekman's despair. She slipped down from her chair and sank to the floor to cry against the retriever, wrapping her grief around his sturdy torso while the poor animal shivered and licked at her arm. She cried there until she dampened the dog's fur. What idiots they were, thinking they knew what they were doing. Morena had had to announce deaths to family members in the hospital when she'd been a resident, not often, only if the attending was too busy or too imperious to be bothered. No matter how hard these daughters and fathers and brothers and wives had cried, how tightly they clung to her, it had never been that difficult to extricate herself. She simply had to raise her head, and there was a nurse who knew more about how to hold them and what to say. Behind her there were charts full of phone numbers that had been compiled in advance. Available clergy were listed for any denomination, grief counselors and support groups that met on Wednesdays. The most she had been asked to do was write an order for a sedative. Morena had made the announcement of Anders' death while giving no thought to death's infrastructure. What about those boys standing in front of the school now, the snow growing into piles on their shoulders while they waited for their mother? How could Morena have forgotten to account for them? Why didn't they know to find somebody first, a dozen somebodies standing ready around Karen while she absorbed the violence of the news? All those people at the Christmas party, the women in reindeer sweaters, the men in red ties, the people Morena had seen laughing in this kitchen only a few months ago, leaning against each other with their whiskied eggnog. They were desperately needed now. And if they hadn't been smart enough to bring family and friends, could they not have at least thought to slip a few sample cards of Xanax into their pockets? There was no waiting out the situation. Giving it time would only mean the Ekman boys would start to panic as a teacher led them back into the school building and told them to wait inside. They would think that their mother was dead. That's where a child's mind goes, always to the loss of the mother. Morena stood up from the floor, though in her memory she had never sat down on it. She went to the phone, looking for an address book, a Rolodex, anything with numbers. What she found were 2 copies of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, a scratch pad with a clean sheet of paper on top, a coffee mug that said, "I love my library," jumbled full of pens and crayons, a piece of paper tacked to a corkboard that said, "Babysitter emergency," Karen's cell phone, Anders' cell phone, Anders' office, Poison Control Center, ambulance, Dr. Johnson, Lynn Hilder. This is what it feels like when the house is burning down, Morena thought. This is why they give you a number as simple as 911 for the emergencies that will surely come, because when the flames are racing up the curtains and hurtling towards you over the floorboards, you won't know any numbers. As much as she wanted to help the wife of her dead friend, she wanted to get out of that house. She picked up the phone and dialed the name on the bottom of the list. She had to take the phone out of the kitchen in order to hear the woman on the other end. Lynn Hilder was the neighbor down the street who happened to have 2 boys who were friends with the Ekman boys. Why, Lynn Hilder had leaned out of her car window not 20 minutes ago and asked them if they needed a ride home, and they had said, "No, Mrs. Hilder, our mother's coming." Lynn Hilder was herself now crying as convulsively as Karen. "Call someone," Morena said in a low voice. "Call anyone you can think of and send them over here. Call the school. Go to the school and get the boys." When she came back to the kitchen, she saw that Pickles was lying out on the floor to the right of his owner, his sodden head resting at the joint of Karen's hip. And to her left sat Mr. Fox, who had miraculously stepped forward in her brief absence. He was petting Karen's head with a slow and rhythmical assurance. "It's all right," he said quietly. "It's going to be all right." Her head was against his chest, and her tears had darkened the stripes on his tie from blue to black. And while it wasn't all right, nothing close to it, she seemed able to hear the steady repetition of the words and was trying to breathe regularly. Morena and Mr. Fox left the house an hour later, after Karen's mother had been located, after her sister came in with her husband, bringing word that their brother was driving up from Iowa, after Lynn Hilder had collected the Ekman boys from school and taken them to her own house until a sensible plan for breaking the news to them could be devised. From the moment Mr. Fox had first stood in the door of the lab with that blue envelope in his hand, it had never occurred to Morena that there might be guilt where Anders' death was concerned. It was an accident, as much as being pulled under by the current in the Amazon River would have been an accident. But as they stepped into the smack of frigid wind, with only Pickles there to see them out, she wondered if the people inside thought of Mr. Fox as culpable. The days were still short, and the sun was already low. Certainly, without Mr. Fox in the picture, the Ekman boys would be doing their homework, or rolling up a snowman in the backyard. Anders would be looking at the clock in their office, saying he was hungry, his body already leaning towards the door in their thriving, living world. She thought it was possible that even if Karen Ekman and her people didn't blame Mr. Fox in the greatest hour of their grief, the blame might still come to them later on, after time and sleep had untangled their thinking. She certainly blamed him for leaving her alone to tell Karen, and for not holding her arm as she carefully maneuvered her way down the unshoveled walk to the car. Did she blame him for sending Anders to his death in Brazil? She struggled with the handle on the passenger side door that was half frozen down, while Mr. Fox slipped into the driver's side. She brushed the snow off the window with her hand and then rapped her bare knuckles against the glass. He had been staring straight ahead, and now he turned in her direction and looked startled to see her, as if he had forgotten he hadn't come alone. He leaned over and pushed the door open. She fell onto the leather seat, just as she might have fallen out on the pavement in front of the house had she been forced to wait there another minute. "Just take me back to my car," Morena said. Her hands were shaking, and she pinned them between her knees. She had spent most of her life in Minnesota, and yet she had never been so cold. All she wanted in the world was to go home and sit in a hot bath. It had stopped snowing, but the sky hanging over the prairie was swollen and gray. The interstate, once they found it, was nothing but a beaten strip of badly plowed blacktop between two flat expanses of white. Mr. Fox did not take Morena back to her car. He was driving instead to St. Paul, and once in St. Paul, to a restaurant where in the past they had had remarkable luck not running into anyone they knew. When she saw where he was going, she said nothing. She could understand in some dim way that after all they'd been through, it was better for them to be together. It was well after 5 when they slid into a booth in the back of the room. When Morena ordered a glass of red wine, she realized she wanted it even more than the bath. The waitress brought her 2 and put them side by side on the table in front of her, as if she might be expecting a friend. She brought Mr. Fox 2 glasses of scotch over piles of ice. "Happy hour," she said with no particular happiness. "You folks have a good time." Morena waited until the woman had walked away, and then, without preamble, she repeated to Mr. Fox the single sentence from Karen's monologue that had stuck in her head so clearly after all the others began to melt together. "If Vogel has inflated its stock price, then that's Vogel's problem." He looked at her with what might have been called a wan smile, except there wasn't quite enough smile in it. "I can't ever remember being this tired." She nodded her head. She waited. For a long time, he waited with her. "You know the stock price is up," he said finally. "I know it's up. I guess I don't know why it's up or that it has anything to do with Anders. Mr. Fox drained his first glass easily and then rested his fingers lightly on the rim of the second. He would be 61 in a month, but the events of the day had put him safely beyond that. In the dim light of the low-hanging swag lamp with a faux Tiffany shade, he could have been 70. He sat, hunched, his shoulders pressing towards one another in the front, and his glasses dug a small red groove into the bridge of his nose. His mouth, which in the past had been generous and kind, now cut across his face in a single straight line. Morena had worked at Vogel for more than 6 years before they ever came to this restaurant. It was plenty of time to think about Mr. Fox as her employer, her superior. For the last 7 months, they had made an attempt to redefine their relationship. "The problem is this," Mr. Fox said, his voice turned sullen. "For some time now there has been—" He waited, as if a combination of the cold, the exhaustion, and the scotch had stolen the very word he needed. "There has been a situation in Brazil. It was not a situation that Anders was meant to solve. I didn't ask him to solve it, but I did think he would bring back enough information so that I would be able to handle it myself. I saw Anders as the person who would set things in motion. He would explain to Dr. Swenson that it was essential that she wrap up her research and move directly, with the help of other scientists, into the developmental phase of the drug. Then he would explain to me, based on what he'd seen, what sort of reasonable timetable we should be able to expect. The fact that Anders died in the middle of all this is a terrible thing. I don't need to tell you that. But his death—" And here Mr. Fox paused to consider his words and to take a 1/4 inch off the second glass. "His death does not change the problem." "And the problem is that this drug, which you've been saying for a year now is all but sitting on the doorstep of the FDA, doesn't exist? It's not that Dr. Swenson isn't bringing it back from Brazil. You're saying there's nothing to bring back?" Mr. Fox was too old for her. He was 5 years younger than her mother, a point her mother would have been the first person to bring up had Morena been inclined to tell her about the relationship. "I don't know that. That was the purpose of the trip. We needed more information." "So you sent Anders out on some sort of reconnaissance mission? Anders Ekman? How was he qualified for that?" "He was meant to be our ambassador. He wasn't hiding anything. There was nothing to hide. His job was to explain to Dr. Swenson the importance of her finishing her portion of the project. Since she's been down there, she's disconnected herself from—" Mr. Fox stopped and shook his head. The list was too long. "Everything. I'm not entirely sure she possesses a concept of time." "How long ago did you last hear from her?" "Not counting today's letter." He stopped to do the math in his head, though Morena suspected he was only stalling. "It's been 26 months. "Nothing? In over 2 years you've heard nothing? How is that possible?" What she meant was, how was it possible he had let this go so far, but that was not how he heard the question. "She doesn't seem to feel she's accountable to the people who have been funding her work. I've given her a kind of latitude that any other drug company would have laughed at and should laugh at. That's why she agreed to come with us. Her money is deposited monthly into an account in Rio, as per our original agreement. I've paid to have a research station built, and I don't even know where it is. We sent the whole thing down on a barge. Freezers and tin siding, roofs and doors, more generators than you could imagine. We sent everything to set up a fully operating lab, and she met the barge in Manaus and got on board and took it down the river herself. None of the workers were ever able to remember where they dropped things off." "If Anders found it, it wouldn't be impossible to find." Dr. Swenson would never see herself as accountable to Vogel, any more than she would think of herself as working for them. She might develop a drug for the purposes of her own curiosity or the interest of science, but it would never occur to her that her work was the property of the people who signed the checks. Anyone who had spent a thoughtful hour in her presence could have figured that much out. So pull the plug. Cut the money off and wait until she comes out. Mr. Fox, who had been holding the remaining and mostly full glass of scotch an inch off the table, now set it down. The look on his face meant to say that she understood none of it. The project needs to be completed, not abandoned. Then it won't be abandoned. Morena closed her eyes. She wanted to sink into the red wine, to swim in it. The truth is, I don't want to talk about Dr. Swenson or Vogel or drug development anymore. I know I'm the one who brought it up, but I was wrong. Let's just give the day to Anders. You're absolutely right, Mr. Fox said in a tone that was free of concession. This isn't the time to talk about it, and tomorrow won't be either, nor will the day after that. But since the day is rightfully Anders, I'll tell you this. In finding Dr. Swenson, we not only have the chance to solve Vogel's problems, but we could resolve some of the questions about Anders' death as well. What questions? Believe me, he said, there will be questions. She wondered then if he felt it too, that the blame would come to him eventually. You're not going to Brazil, she said. No, he said. It was this terrible light that made him look old, the scotch and the heavy weight of the day. She wanted them to leave now, and when they got back to Eden Prairie, she would take him home with her. She blamed him for nothing. She leaned across the table of this dark back booth and took his hand. The president of the company doesn't go off to Brazil. There's nothing inherently dangerous about the Amazon. It's a matter of precautions and good sense. I'm sure you're right, but that doesn't mean you should go. I promise you I'm not going. Onyx Swenson wouldn't listen to me. I realize now she's never listened to me, not in the meetings, the agreement letters, the contracts. I've been writing to her ever since she left. No email, no texting, she does none of that. I sit down and put it all on paper. I've been very clear about her obligations and our commitment to the project. There's been no indication that she reads my letters. So what you need to find is someone she'll listen to. Exactly. I didn't think that through when I sent Anders. He was affable and bright, and he seemed to want to go, which counted for a lot. I only thought it needed to be someone from Vogel, someone who wasn't me. Oh, Anders, to have been sent off on a mission you were never right for, to be regarded after your death as an error of judgment. So, now you'll find the right person. You, he said. Morena felt a small jolt in the hand he was holding, as if something sharp had briefly stabbed through him and into her. She took back her hand and rubbed it quickly. She knows you, he said. She'll listen. I should have asked you in the first place. You were the board's choice, and I made the case against you. I told them I had asked you, and you had refused. It was selfishness on my part. This time we've spent together. He looked up at her now, but for both of them it felt almost unbearable, and so he dropped his eyes. It's been important to me. I didn't want you going off. That's my guilt, Morena, sending Anders instead of you, because you would have gotten it done. But he died, she said. She didn't want to turn back the clock and choose between Anders and herself, to think about which one of them was more expendable in life's greater scheme. She was sure she knew the answer to that one. You would have rather it had been me? You wouldn't have died. He was utterly clear on this point. Whatever Anders did, it was careless. He wasn't eaten by a crocodile. He had a fever. He was sick. If you were sick, you would have had the sense to get on a plane and come home. Morena didn't approve of the introduction of culpability on Anders' part. It was bad enough that he was dead without it being his fault. Let's leave poor Anders out of this for a minute if we can. She tried to grab hold of logic. The flaw in your argument is that you think I know Dr. Swenson. I haven't seen her in... Morena stopped. Had it been that long? 13 years. I know her thoughts on reproductive endocrinology and, to a lesser extent, gynecological surgery, and not even her current thoughts on either of those things. Her 13-year-old thoughts. I don't know her. And as for her knowing me, she doesn't. She didn't know me then, and there is no reason to think she would suddenly know me now. She wouldn't remember my name, my face, my test scores. Would Dr. Swenson know her? She saw Dr. Swenson raise her eyes to the lecture hall, sweep past the faces of all the students, all the residents, year after year after year. There could be hundreds of them in a single class, and over the years that quickly added up to thousands, and yet for a brief time Dr. Swenson knew Morena Singh alone. You underestimate yourself. Morena shook her head. You overestimate Dr. Swenson, and me. We would be strangers to one another. This was halfway true. It was the truth in one direction. You were her student, her bright student who went on to do well in her field. It's a connection. It's more of a connection to her than anyone else has. Except for her employer. He raised his eyebrows, but it wasn't enough to mock surprise. So now you think I should go? Are we the only two people available for this mission? I don't think either one of us should go. She could see Anders so clearly now. He had laid it all out for her, and yet she had missed his point entirely. She found a village of people in the Amazon, a tribe, Anders had said, where the women go on bearing children until the end of their lives. Now there's a chilling thought. Morena was inputting numbers and listening to Anders the way she often did, with half of one ear. Of course, their lives are, on average, shorter than ours by about a decade, but that's true everywhere in the Amazon. Poor diet, little or no medical care. All those children. Anders pushed off from his desk in his rolling chair. With his long legs and the short length of floor in the lab, he maneuvered around the room easily with his heels. Their eggs aren't aging, do you get that? The rest of the body goes along its path to destruction while the reproductive system stays daisy fresh. This is the end of IVF. No more expense, no more shots that don't end up working, no more donor eggs and surrogates. This is ovum in perpetuity, menstruation everlasting. Morena looked up. Would you stop this? He put a thick bound report on her desk. Reproductive Endocrinology in the Lakashi People by Dr. Anik Swenson. Pretend for a moment that you are a clinical pharmacologist working for a major drug development firm. Imagine someone offering you the equivalent of Lost Horizon for American ovaries. He took Morena's hand as if in proposal. Put off your reproductive decisions for as long as you want. We're not talking 45, we're talking 50, 60, maybe beyond that. You can always have children. Morena felt the words pointed directly at her. She was 42. She was in love with the man she did not leave the building with, and while she had not broached the subject with Mr. Fox, it wasn't impossible to think that they could have a child. Improbable, maybe, but not out of the question. She picked up the hefty report. Anik Swenson. She's the researcher. She's some famous ethnobotanist in Brazil. Morena opened to the table of contents. She's not an ethnobotanist, she said, glancing down the list of chapters. Onset of puberty in Lakashi women, birth rates in comparable tribes. Anders looked at the page she was looking at as if this information was printed there. How do you know that? Morena closed the report and slid it back over the desk. From the very start, she remembered wanting no part in this. She was a teacher of mine in medical school. That had been the conversation in its entirety. The phone rang. Someone came in. It was over. Morena had not been asked to sit in on the review board meetings or to meet Dr. Swenson on the occasion of Dr. Swenson's single visit to Vogel. There was no reason she should have been. Obligations on review board committees were rotating, and in this particular instance her number had not come up. There was no reason Mr. Fox would ever have known about the connection between herself and the chronicler of the Lakashi people, except that clearly at some point Anders must have told him. "What is she like, anyway?" Anders asked her 2 or 3 days before he left. Morena took a moment. She saw her teacher down in the pit of the lecture hall, observed her at a safe and comfortable distance. She was an old-style medical school professor. The stuff of legends, a suicide in every class? Anders was looking at his bird books then, too distracted by tanagers to notice her face. Morena was caught not wanting to make a joke of something that didn't have an ounce of humor in it, and at the same time not wanting to offer up any little crack that could be pried open into meaningful conversation. All she said then was, "Yes." In the end, neither Morena nor Mr. Fox could face dinner. They finished their drinks, 2 apiece, and drove back to the parking lot at Vogel, where Morena got in her car to go home. There was no further argument, no plans for the Amazon or the evening ahead. They had both been certain that the answer would be to go to bed together, hold each other through the long night as a means of warding off death. But there in the parking lot, they split apart naturally, both of them too tired and too fundamentally alone in their thoughts to stay with the other. "I'll call to say good night," Mr. Fox said. Morena nodded, and she kissed him, and when she was home and in bed after the bath she had so desperately wanted, he did call and said good night, but only good night, with no discussion of the day. When the phone rang again, 5 minutes or 5 hours after she had turned out the light, she did not think it would be Mr. Fox. Her first startled thought was that it was Anders. It had something to do with a dream she was having. Anders was calling to say his car had broken down in the snow and he needed her to come and pick him up. "Morena, I'm sorry I'm waking you." It was a woman's voice, and then she realized it was Karen's voice. Morena reached beneath her to try and straighten out the nightgown that had worked its way into a twisted rope around her waist. "It's all right. Dr. Johnson brought some sleeping pills over, but they didn't do anything." "Sometimes they don't," Morena said. She picked up the little clock on her bedside table whose tiny hands glowed green in the dark. 3:25. "They worked for everyone else. Everyone in the house is sound asleep." "Do you want me to come over?" She could go back now and sit on the kitchen floor with Karen and Pickles. She could lie on Anders' side of the bed and hold Karen's hand in the dark until she fell asleep. This time she would be ready. She would know what to do. "No, it's okay. I've got my family here even if they're asleep. It's just that I've been thinking about all this, right? Of course I'm thinking about this." Her voice was remarkably calm on the other end of the line. "Sure." "And I've got all these questions now." "Of course," Morena said, unable to think of a single question she'd be capable of answering. "Well, why does she say in the letter that she's keeping his few possessions for his wife? Does she think that I'm going to come by and pick up his watch?" Her voice wavered a bit, and just as quickly she regained control. "Don't you think she'd mail them?" His camera, wallet, passport, watch, maybe the field guides, and maybe some clothing, but she doubted that. Dr. Swenson would return the things that she deemed important, which is to say she would set them aside and forget them. Maybe she just thought she would give them to the next person who came down there. It would be safer. I imagine a lot of things get lost in the mail. It occurred to her then that this letter could have been lost, or it might have come 3 days ago, or a month from now. How long would they have waited passively for news of Anders while they went about their lives? But what if she isn't sending the things because he still has them? Morena rubbed her thumb and index finger into the corners of her eyes. She was trying to pull herself up from sleep by using the bridge of her nose. "I'm sorry, I'm not following you." What if he isn't dead? Morena pressed her head deep into the pillow. "He's dead, Karen." "Why? Because we got a letter from some crazy woman in Brazil who nobody's allowed to talk to? I need more than that. This is the worst thing that's ever going to happen to me. It's the worst thing that's going to happen to my boys ever in their entire lives, and I'm supposed to take a stranger's word on it? There had to be an equation for probability and proof. At some point, probability becomes so great it eclipses the need for proof, although maybe not if it was your husband. Mr. Fox is going to send someone down there. They're going to find out what happened. But say he's not dead. I know you don't believe it, but just say. Say that he's sick and he needs me to come and find him. In that case, there isn't any time to wait for Mr. Fox to reassemble his committee to find someone else to send to Brazil who has no idea what he's doing. Slowly, Morena's sight adjusted to the darkness. She could make out the shapes in her bedroom, the dresser, the lamp. I'll talk to him, I promise. I'll make sure he gets this done right. I'm going to go down there, Karen said. No, you're not. It was all a form of shock. Morena understood that. Maybe tomorrow Karen wouldn't remember this conversation at all. The phone was quiet for a long time. I would, she said. I swear to God if it wasn't for the boys. Look, Morena said, this isn't something that any of us can figure out now. You've got to get some rest. We have to give Mr. Fox a chance to find out what he can. I gave Mr. Fox everything I've got, she said. That afternoon, Morena had thought that Karen would never speak to her again, that she would always blame her for bearing the news. The fact that she was the person Karen Ekman called in the middle of the night felt something like forgiveness, and for that forgiveness she was deeply grateful. What time did you take the sleeping pill? Morena waited. She watched the glowing second hand past the 3, the 6, the 9. Karen, you could go. So now Morena understood what this conversation was about. When Karen said it, a picture of Anders came very clearly into Morena's mind. His back was against an impenetrable bank of leaves, his feet in the water. He was holding the letter. He was looking downriver for the boy in the dugout log. He was dead. Morena might not have a great deal of faith in Dr. Swenson, but Dr. Swenson wasn't the sort to announce a death where no death had occurred. That would constitute a frivolous waste of time. You're the second person to tell me that tonight. Anders said you knew her. He said she was a teacher of yours. She was, Morena said, not wanting to explain. Morena was from Minnesota. No one ever believed that. At the point when she could have taken a job anywhere, she came back because she loved it here. This landscape was the one she understood, all prairie and sky. She and Anders had that in common. I know how much I'm asking, Karen said. And I know how terrible you feel about Anders and about me and the boys. I know that I'm using all of it against you and how unfair it is, and I still want you to go. I understand. I know you understand, Karen said. But will you go? Chapter 2. First things first. Morena made an appointment with an epidemiologist in St. Paul and got a 10-year vaccine for yellow fever and a tetanus shot. She got a prescription for an anti-malarial, Lariam, and was told to take the first pill immediately. After that, she would take 1 pill a week for the duration of her trip, and then 1 a week for 4 weeks after her return home. Watch this stuff, the doctor told her. It can make you feel like jumping off a roof. Morena wasn't worried about jumping off a roof. Her worries were centered around plane tickets, packing, English-Portuguese dictionaries, how much Pepto-Bismol would be enough. From time to time, she thought about the upper quadrant of her left arm, which, since those 2 shots, felt like both needles had broken off their respective hypodermics and were now lodged in her humerus like a pair of hot spears. She allowed these more practical concerns to stand temporarily in place for her thoughts of Anders and Karen and Dr. Swenson, none of whom she could manage at the moment. It wasn't until the 3rd night after she took the first tablet of Lariam that Morena's thoughts swung sharply in the direction of India and her father. In the process of leaving for the Amazon, She had inadvertently solved a mystery that at present was the farthest thing from her mind. What had been wrong with her childhood? And then the unexpected answer: these pills. It came to her in the night when she bolted up from her bed, out of her bed, drenched and shaking, the dream still so alive she wouldn't blink her eyes for fear of calling it back, though really there was no avoiding it. She knew this one by heart. It was the same dream that had marked the entirety of her youth, intensely present and then gone for years, returning at the very moment she was careless enough to forget about it. Standing there beside her bed in the dark, the sheets soaked, her pillow and nightgown soaked, she came to the clear and sudden realization that she had taken Lariam as a child. Her mother never told her, but of course she must have, starting the dosage as prescribed, the first pill taken a week before departure, then every week while away, then for 4 weeks after they returned. Pills meant it was time to see her father, as surely as digging through desk drawers to find the passports and dragging the suitcases up from the basement. India pills, her mother had called them. "Come and take your India pills." Morena had only the most cursory memories of living in an apartment in Minneapolis with both of her parents, but she could summon them back without any effort. Look, there is her father, standing at the front door shaking the snow from the black gloss of his hair. There he is at the kitchen table writing on a tablet, a cigarette in the saucer beside him burning slowly to ash, his books and papers arranged in such precise order that at dinner time they had to sit on the floor in the living room and eat off the coffee table. There he is at her bed at night, pulling the covers beneath her chin, tucking them in on either side. "Snug like a bug?" he asks her. She nods her head against the pillow, the only part of her free to move, and gazes at his lovely face only inches above hers, until she can no longer keep her eyes open. Morena did not forget her father in his absence, nor did she learn to accept the situation over time. She longed for him. Her mother often said that Morena was smart in just the way her father was smart, and that explained why he was so proud that she excelled in the very things that interested her the most: earth sciences and math when she was a little girl, calculus, statistics, inorganic chemistry when she was older. Her skin was all cream and light in comparison to her father's, and very dark when she held her wrist against her mother's. She had her father's round black eyes and heavy lashes, his black hair and angular frame. Seeing her father gave her the ability to see herself, the comfort of physical recognition after a life spent among her mother's people, all those translucent cousins who looked at her like she was a llama who had wandered into their holiday dinner. The checkers in the grocery store, the children at school, the doctors and the bus drivers all asked her where she was from. There was no point in saying, "Right here, Minneapolis," though it was, in fact, the case. Instead, she told them India, and even that they didn't always understand. "Lakota?" asked the gas station attendant, and Morena would have to work very hard not to roll her eyes because her mother had explained that eye-rolling was the height of rudeness and was never an appropriate response even to very stupid questions. Being the child of a white mother and a foreign graduate student father, who took his doctoral degree but not his family back to his country of origin after he was finished, had become the stuff of presidential history. But when Morena was growing up, there was no example that could easily explain her situation. In time, she came to tell herself that she practically was from India, because after all, her father was from there and lived there, and she had visited him there every 2 or 3 years when enough money had been saved. These dramatic trips were discussed and planned as great events, and as Morena marked off the months, then weeks, then days on her calendar, what she was longing for was not only her father, but an entire country. That place where no one would turn around and look at her unless it was to admire her good posture. But then, a little less than a week before she left, the dreams would begin. In the dreams, she is holding her father's hand. They are walking up Indira Gandhi Sarani, towards Dalhousie Square, or following Bidan Sarani in the direction of the college where her father is a professor. The farther they go along, the more people start to come out of buildings and alleyways. Maybe the power has gone out again, and the trams have stopped, and all the fans in all the kitchens have stopped, so that people who were in their apartments have come out to the street because the crowd is pushing in closer and closer as more people are joining in along the edges. There is the heat of the day to contend with, and then the heat of so many bodies, their sweat and perfume, the sharp scent of spice carried in the smoke of vendors' fires, and the bitter smell of marigolds strung into garlands, and all together it begins to overwhelm her. Morena can't see where she's going anymore, only the people pressing into her, hips wrapped in crimson saris and dhoti Punjabis knocking her from side to side. She reaches out her hand and pats a cow. She can hear the persistent music of jewelry weaving through the shouted conversations. Bangle bracelets stacked halfway to the elbow and anklets covered in tiny bells. Earrings that function as wind chimes. Sometimes, when the masses shift, her feet are lifted from the ground and for a moment she is held a few inches aloft. A small weight distributed over various points on other people's bodies as she drags behind her father like a low kite. She feels her shoe knocked loose from her foot and she calls for her father to stop, but he doesn't hear her over the roar of voices. She can still see the little shoe flashing yellow on the hard-packed ground not 2 steps behind them in the crowd. It is perfectly still, untrampled, and though she knows she isn't supposed to, she lets go of her father's hand. She dives for her shoe, but the crowd has already swallowed it. And as quickly as she turns back, the crowd has swallowed her father as well. She calls for him, "Papi! Papi!" But the ringing of bells, the calling and crying of beggars, has taken the sound from her mouth. She doesn't know if he even realizes she's gone. Some other child could have attached himself to her father's hand when she fell off. In India, the children are very fast. And then Morena is alone, somewhere in the sea of Calcutta, folded inside the human current of chattering Hindi which she does not understand. Her body swept along while she cries, at which point she would wake up sweating, nauseated, her black hair soaked to the skull. She would run down the hall to her mother's room, throw herself into her mother's bed, crying, "Don't make me go." Her mother took her up in her arms, put a cool hand on her forehead. She asked her what the dream was about, but Morena always said she couldn't remember. Something awful. She did remember, but wouldn't speak it for fear the words would somehow cement the images into reality. From then on, she had the dream every night. She had it on the plane going over to Calcutta and woke up screaming. She had it in the flat her father rented for her and her mother, not far from his office at the college, so that they would not disturb his second wife, his second children. They were separated getting onto a bus. Her father let her go while they were swimming in the sea at a crowded beach. After so many dreams that were so much alike, she became terrified of sleep. She was terrified the whole time they were in India, so much so that at the end of every trip, both of her parents agreed that it might all be too much for her. Morena's father said he would try to come to Minnesota more often, but that was never practical. Once they were back at home, after a week or 2, the crowds that haunted her sleep would begin to dissipate, thin into smaller groups, and then break apart altogether. Slowly Morena would forget them, and then her mother would forget. And within a year, it would once again be decided that she was a much bigger girl now, and maybe they should start thinking about a trip to India sometime in the future. Was it possible that no one had troubled themselves to read the voluminous side effects of thalarium? Morena liked to think she would have figured out the puzzle herself if her father hadn't died when she was in college. At that point, she hadn't been back to Calcutta in 3 years. Had he lived and she had gone again, she would have been old enough to look into the medication herself, although it was true that a patient was less likely to question a set of symptoms she had always accepted. She had grown up believing that India gave her nightmares. Seeing her father gave her nightmares. when all along it was the anti-malarial. The drug, not the circumstances of her life, destroyed her chance to be with her father. "Of course I knew it was the Larium," her mother said over the phone. "Your father and I were always worrying about it. You had such a terrible reaction." "Then why didn't you tell me what it was?" Morena said. "You don't tell a 5-year-old they're going to have bad dreams. That's like giving them an invitation to have more." "A 5-year-old," she said. "I'll grant you that. But you could have explained it to me when I was 10, at least when I was 15. "I couldn't tell you anything when you were 15. If I told you it was the pills that gave you nightmares, you wouldn't have taken them. Would that have been the end of the world? If you had gotten malaria in India, then, yes, I suppose it would have been. The end of the world had it killed you. I'm surprised this is still a problem. I would have thought they would have come up with a better drug to take by now." "They have and they haven't. The new ones don't make you so crazy, but they also don't protect from all the different strains of malaria." "So why in the world are you taking Larium again?" her mother asked. It was the most important question, and yet it only now seemed to have occurred to her. "Are you going back to India?" What was so interesting about the nightmares now was the extent to which nothing much in them had changed. At 42, she was still holding her father's hand. The people around them rose up like a tide, and she was then forced to let him go. It had never actually happened, this physical wrenching apart, and still her subconscious clung to the fear. Things that had happened to Morena, the memories she saw as the logical candidates for nightmares, never entered her sleeping life, and she supposed that for this she should be grateful. In her own home, she got up and turned the lights on in the bathroom. Her hands were shaking, and she ran a wet washcloth over her face and neck, careful not to look at herself in the mirror. It was surprising to discover that understanding the origin of her dreams offered her exactly no comfort at 2 in the morning. In fact, all she could think of now was her doctor's careless admonition that she might want to jump off a roof. Her deepest fear, her father's hand slipping from her hand, had held steady even when it was kept undisturbed in a pharmacy without her for 25 years. "What about the funeral?" Morena asked Karen Ekman. They hadn't seen each other all week, not since Morena had come with Mr. Fox on the day of the heavy snow. Now that she was leaving in the morning, both of the women thought it was important to say goodbye, though for different reasons. Morena wanted to see if Karen had given up on the idea that Anders might still be alive now that she'd had some days to sit with his death. Karen wanted to make sure Morena wasn't thinking of backing out. It was after dinner when Morena came by, and the lengthening day had just gone dark. The boys had brushed their teeth and were watching television in the den. They were now allowed a show before bedtime every night, a childhood luxury previously restricted to weekends. Morena said hello to them when she first came in, and they barely turned their heads toward her, the youngest two muttering hello in low unison when their mother insisted, the eldest saying nothing at all. Mr. Fox had made a mistake in telling Morena that she had been the first choice to go find Dr. Swenson instead of Anders. She now saw the entire world in terms of alternate scenarios. "A memorial service. You call it a memorial service when you don't have a body," Karen said. "Oh, I'm sorry," Morena said. "Memorial service." Karen leaned around the open archway to the den. The boys, in their sweatshirts and flannel pajama pants, slumped into the endlessly long corduroy couch. The smallest, palest boy lay over Pickles, like a rug. They were bound to the television screen as if by wires. "It's amazing what they hear," she said in a low voice. "They don't even have to be listening, but their ears just pick it up. Then I put them to bed at night, and one of them says, 'When are we having the funeral for Daddy?'" Karen poured herself a glass of wine, and when she wagged the bottle in Morena's direction, Morena nodded. "Funeral!" the middle boy called out without looking at them. He giggled for a second, and then stopped. Morena thought of that muddy ground where Anders was buried and reached for her glass. "I'm sorry," she said to Karen. "Benji, stop that," Karen said in a sharp voice. No, it's just something I try to be aware of. Did Anders ever tell you I majored in Russian literature in college? I've been thinking I should find some Russian friends, then we could talk anywhere. Or maybe it's just that we could talk about Chekhov anywhere. She took her wine to the other side of the kitchen and opened the louvered door to the big walk-in pantry. Morena followed her inside. Even the pantry was neat, bright boxes of cereal standing together in a line of diminishing height. Karen returned to her point, her voice lowered. Sometimes I think they can hear the conversations people have about us down the street. If you listen to them talk, you'd think they knew everything that was going on. I mean, they don't understand it all, but somewhere or other they've heard it and they remember. Do you ever wonder when you stopped being able to hear everything? Karen asked. I hadn't thought about it. Morena had no idea how much her hearing had deteriorated over the course of her life. Karen looked blank for a minute, as if part of her had walked out of the room, and then just as quickly returned. I got a letter today. There was no question, and still she said Anders' name, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's heart. Karen nodded and pulled one of those same blue envelopes out of the pocket of her sweater. She set it face up on the palm of her open hand, and together they stared at it, like a thing that could at any minute unfold a pair of wings. There was Anders' clear parochial penmanship across the front. Karen Ekman, Eden Prairie. Morena liked to tell him he was the only doctor she ever knew who wrote like a Catholic schoolgirl. It's the second one I've had this week, Karen said. The other one came on Tuesday, but he wrote it later, the 1st of March. He was sicker then. Morena opened her mouth. There was something she was supposed to say, but she couldn't imagine what it would be. He was dead. He was sick. He was not so sick. The story rewound until the only conclusion to draw would be that Anders gets better. He leaves the jungle and returns to Manaus. He flies from Manaus and starts again from home, only this time they know enough to refuse to let him go. Morena wondered how many letters were still out there, and when they would drift in, their postal route having mistakenly sent them on a detour through Bhutan. A person didn't have to stretch very far to find a logical explanation for how this had happened. So why did Morena feel it necessary to tilt back her glass and take down all of the wine in a swallow? That experience, going out to your mailbox and finding a stack of catalogs and bills and a letter from your dead husband. There's not been anything in my life so far to get me ready for that. Karen unfolded the envelope and looked at the words, but just as quickly looked away from them. She looked to Morena instead. It makes you understand why email is better, she said. You get an email from your dead husband and you know that he's alive out there somewhere. You get a letter from your dead husband and you don't know anything at all. Can you tell me what he said? Morena was whispering. Maybe the letters were the one thing the boys didn't know about yet. She wanted to ask if there was anything about Dr. Swenson and where they were working. She wanted to know where in the jungle she should look. It isn't really about anything, Karen said, as if that was something she should apologize for. She handed Morena the letter. February 15th. Would it alarm you too much to tell you I am often alarmed in this place? What you deserve is not honesty, but the sort of husband who is capable of putting up a brave front. But if I put up a brave front now, after telling you so much about how miserable I am, if I paid Nkomo or one of the Saturns to put a brave front together for me on a separate sheet of paper, which I could then copy over in my own coward's handwriting, you would see through the ploy immediately. Then you would have to get on a plane and hire a boat and a guide and come down here to find me because you would know, having never seen a single brave front out of me in your life, how unimaginable things must be. So I won't alarm you by trying to muster up courage. You've always been the one with all the courage anyway. It's why you're staying home with 3 boys and I'm vacationing. It's why you were able to pull that nail out of Benji's heel last summer with pliers. I am not brave. I have a fever that comes on at 7 in the morning and stays for 2 hours. By 4 in the afternoon, it's back, and I'm nothing but a ranting pile of ash. Most days now I have a headache, and I worry that some tiny Amazonian animal is eating a hole through my cerebral cortex, and the only thing I want in the world, the only thing that would give meaning or sense to this existence, would be the chance to lay my head in your lap. You would put your hand in my hair, I know you would do that for me. Such is your bravery, such is my good fortune. Damn these ridiculous sheets of paper, there's never any space. I pray, like a babbling fundamentalist now that I am in Brazil, and tonight I will pray that the letter carrier sends this to you so that you can feel the full weight of my love. Kiss the boys for me. Kiss the inside of your wrist. A. Morena refolded it and gave it back to Karen, who returned it to her pocket. She put her hand on a shelf near several boxes of microwave popcorn to steady herself. It was incalculably worse than the letter from Dr. Swenson. This was Anders announcing the onset of his own death. His voice so clear and plain, he might as well have crowded into the pantry with him and read it aloud. Who are Nkomo and the Saturns? Karen shook her head. He mentions names sometimes, but I don't know them. I can't even imagine how many of the letters got lost. The letter from Dr. Swenson could have gotten lost, the one saying he was dead. Karen ran a finger in an absent circle around the top of a can of peas. I think I'd rather wait on the service until you come back. I'd like it if you could be here. Morena looked down at her, blinked, nodded. I never say it to them, she said, looking towards the slightly open pantry door in the direction of her boys and their television. That I'm not sure he's dead. I know they need to have one answer, even if it's the worst answer you could think of. Hope is a horrible thing, you know. I don't know who decided to package hope as a virtue, because it's not, it's a plague. Hope is like walking around with a fishhook in your mouth and somebody just keeps pulling it and pulling it. Everybody thinks I'm a train wreck because Anders is dead, but it's really so much worse than that. I'm still hoping that this Dr. Swenson, for some reason I couldn't possibly put together, has lied about everything, that she's keeping him or she's lost him somewhere. Then Karen stopped, and a sudden light of clarity came over her face and the panic fell away from her voice. And I say that, and I know it isn't true. No one would do that. But then that would mean he's dead. She put the question to Morena directly. Is he dead? She asked. I just don't feel it. I would feel it, wouldn't I? Her eyes filled up, and she brushed the tears back with 2 fingers. Nothing would be lovelier than a lie now. A single dose of possibility. But if Morena gave her that, then she would be nothing but another fishhook in Karen Ekman's mouth. She said that Anders was dead. Karen put her hands in her pockets, looked to the very clean wood plank floor. She nodded. Was he writing to you? Morena understood the question, but she left it alone. He sent me a postcard from Manaus and 2 letters from the jungle very early on. They were mostly about birds. I showed them to Mr. Fox. I'll give them to you if you want them. For the boys, she said. It would be good, I think, to keep everything together for the future. Morena was not claustrophobic by nature, and the pantry was as big as a hotel elevator. But she was ready to open the door and step outside. The canned green beans and bottled cranberry juice and packets of instant oatmeal in sweet, assorted flavors were beginning to press towards her, taking up more and more of the space. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Well, whatever you do, don't stay. Karen tried to say this lightly. That's the big mistake. After they said their goodbyes, Morena left the Ekman house and walked out alone into the subdivision beneath the endless expanse of velvet night. She gave herself a moment in the enormous darkness to shake off the small, bright closet she had been in. She wondered if there would be some time in her life, 10 years from now, or 20, when she would not be thinking about that letter. Such is your bravery, such is my good fortune. Probably not. In his death, her office mate had become her responsibility. While she understood Karen's position on Hope, she wouldn't have minded a little bit of it for herself. How gladly she would go to Brazil to find Anders. But her job was to confirm his death and finish his work. All those years in the smallest lab at Vogel working on the same reports, they had grown accustomed to completing the other's data. Morena filled her lungs with frozen air and smelled both winter and spring, dirt and leftover snow with the smallest undercurrent of something green. That was another thing she and Anders had in common. They were both profoundly suited for Minnesota. She wanted to develop a fear of flying that would keep her from ever going farther than the Dakotas in her car. Like her mother, and all her mother's people before her, those inexhaustible blondes who staked their claims in verdant prairies, Morena was cut from Minnesota, the soil, and the starry night. Instead of growing up inquisitive and restless, she had developed a profound desire to stay, as if her center of gravity was so low it connected her directly to this particular patch of earth. The frigid winds raced across the plains with nothing in their path to stop them but Morena, who stood there freezing for one more minute before finally getting into her car. Back at home, she found Mr. Fox waiting in her driveway, engine running and heater on. When he saw her, he rolled down his window. "I've been trying to call you," he said. "I went to tell Karen goodbye." She could have told him about the letter, but there was so little time left, and anyway, what could she say? This week hadn't gone the way either of them would have liked. They had seen each other mostly at the office in the presence of Vogel's board. Given the circumstances, the board had wanted Morena to have a complete and detailed account of their expectations for her trip. Did she understand exactly what was expected of her? Fly to Manaus, go to Dr. Swenson's apartment there, they had an address. Anders had found some people who knew where, la. Morena was scrambled by the lack of sleep and agitated by the delirium. She found herself sitting through those meetings and listening to nothing, moving her Vogel pharmaceutical ballpoint in designs that resembled cursive writing. Even when she gave moderately articulate replies to their nervous questions, she wasn't listening. She was thinking instead of her father, and how she had missed his death because she hadn't wanted to leave school in the middle of the semester. As with so many other critical matters in her early life, she had been protected from the seriousness of the situation. She had been told only that he was ill, and he hoped that she could visit soon. Given that information, she had thought there was plenty of time, when in fact there had been none at all. She was thinking of her mother, who had been asked not to attend his funeral, and so waited in the hotel room in deference to the second wife. She was thinking of Anders and his birding guides, and wondering if Dr. Swenson would have kept them. Anders would be so happy if she made the effort to look for some birds while she was there. She would use his binoculars to find them. Surely when Dr. Swenson said in her letter that she was keeping his few possessions, this would include his binoculars. And his camera. She would use his camera to take pictures of birds for the boys. "May I come in?" Mr. Fox asked. Morena, in the dark, in the cold of early April, nodded her head, and he followed her to the door of her house and stood very close behind. He shifted to the left, and then slightly to the right, and then stopped, and pressed himself against her back while she dug for her keys in her purse. He was trying to shield her from the wind. It was that tenderness that brought the tightness to Morena's throat, and before there was a chance to stop herself, she was crying. Was she crying for Karen and her letter? For Anders while he wrote it? Or for those pajama-clad boys? Was she crying because of the delirium, which made her cry at newspaper stories or radio songs? Or because she would have given almost anything to let this cup of Brazil pass from her? She turned and put her arms around Mr. Fox's neck, and he kissed her there, under her porch light, where anyone driving by could have seen them. She kissed him and held on to him, as if a great crowd of people were trying to pull them apart. The cold and the wind did not matter. Nothing mattered. They had played this thing all wrong. They had made terrible decisions about waiting to see where their relationship would go, about not being together openly. They agreed there was no point in becoming the topic of other people's conversations, especially if things didn't work out. Mr. Fox was always quick to tell her that he didn't think things would work out. The problem, he said, was his age. He was too old for her. Even when they were lying in bed, his arm beneath her shoulders, her head on his chest, he would talk about how he would die so many years before her and leave her alone. It would be better if she found someone her own age now and not throw away these good years on him. "Now?" she would say. "Do I have to find someone else right this minute?" Then he would press closer and kiss the top of her head. "No," he would say, running his open hand down the side of her arm. "Probably not this exact minute. You could put it off for a little while." "I could die first, you know. There's a perfectly good chance." She had said it because, in truth, Morena wanted very much for this relationship to work, and because there was a medical fact worth pointing out as well. The younger ones go first all the time. But coming into her house on this night, she thought about those conversations in a different light, and so they kissed each other while thinking of her death rather than his. Logically speaking, Anders' death portended nothing for Morena, but Anders was dead, and he hadn't thought it was a possible outcome for his trip. Karen hadn't thought it was possible, or she never would have let him out the front door. Mr. Fox was sorry, genuinely sorry, that he had ever asked Morena to go, and he told her so. Morena said she was sorry she had agreed, but Morena had been a very good student, and a very good doctor, and a very good employee, and lover, and friend, and when someone asked her to do something, she operated on the principle that they had asked because it was important. She had succeeded in life because she had so rarely declined any request that was made of her. How would the Amazon be different? They banged their legs against the coffee table as they tried to move through the house without turning on lights. They pressed against a wall in the dark hallway. They fell into her room, into her bed, and stayed there until they had exhausted themselves with every act of love and anger and apology and forgiveness they could think of that might stand in for what they did not have the words to say. It was after all of that, when they were finished and had fallen asleep, that Morena started screaming. It was a while before she could explain herself. As much as a minute passed before she could be fully awakened, and so kept on in the world of her dream in which screaming was the only possible option. When she opened her eyes, Mr. Fox was there, and he was holding her upper arms and looking like he was about to start screaming himself. She almost asked him what was wrong. Then she remembered. "I'm taking Lariam," Morena said. There was no saliva in her mouth, and without the lubrication the words were sticking on her teeth. "It's the side effects, nightmares." She was on the floor with the bedspread around her bare shoulders. She covered her face with her hands and thought she could hear the sweat running down her neck. Her flight from the St. Paul Minneapolis airport left at 6:45 in the morning, and she still had a little last-minute packing to do. She wanted to be sure to water the plants and take all the perishables out of the refrigerator. She was awake now, wide awake. She would just stay up. Mr. Fox, who was crouched down in front of her, put his hands gently on her knees. "What in the world did you dream?" he said. And even though she wanted to tell him the truth because she loved him, she could not imagine putting the dream into words. She told him the same thing she used to tell her mother. It was something generically awful. She didn't remember. When Mr. Fox drove her to the airport, it was 20 degrees. Morena clicked off the radio before they had the chance to announce the wind chill. The dark of morning seemed deeper than anything night had been able to come up with. They were addled by their decisions, their lack of sleep. They didn't take into account how early it was, and that the drivers in that fierce commuter traffic for which they had allotted so much extra time weren't even awake yet. When he pulled into the lane for departing flights, it was 5:15 in the morning. "I'll come in with you," he said. She shook her head. "I'm going to go on to the gate. Anyway, you need to get home, get ready for work." She didn't know why she said it. She wanted to stay with him forever. "I have a little going-away present," he said. "I was coming over to give you this last night, but I got sidetracked." He leaned across her to the open glove compartment, from which he took a small, black, zippered pouch. He pulled the zipper back and took out a complicated-looking phone. "I know what you're going to say. You already have a phone, but trust me, it isn't like this. They say you can make a call from any place in the world on this thing. You can check your messages and email, and there's a GPS. It can tell you what river you're on." He looked so pleased with it all. "It's all charged up and ready to go. I programmed in my phone numbers. I put all the instructions in the bag. I thought that maybe you could read them on the plane." Morena looked at the bright, silver face. It could, no doubt, shoot and edit a short documentary film about a pharmacologist who goes to the Amazon. "I'm sure I'll need to. The man at the store told me you could make a phone call from Antarctica." Morena turned and looked at him blankly. "I want to stay in touch with you, that's all I'm saying. I want to know what's happening." She nodded and put the phone and the phone's tiny manuals in her purse. For a moment, they both sat quietly. Morena thought they were working up to goodbye. "About the dreams," he said. "They'll stop. But you'll keep taking the Lariam?" They were bathed in the fall of light pouring out through the high sheets of glass in front of the airport. Why did airports always have such ridiculously high ceilings? Was it meant to ease you into the notion of flight? Mr. Fox looked at her very seriously, and so she said, "Of course." He sighed and took her hand. "Good," he said, and gave the hand a squeeze. "Good. There must be a huge temptation to throw them in the trash if they give you dreams like that. I don't want you going down there." He stopped himself. "And getting a fever?" she said. Mr. Fox seemed suddenly distracted by Morena's hand, as if he were making a study of its shape and size. It was her left hand, of course. He was on the left side of the car, and he took his own left hand and slid the tips of his fingers down her third finger, as if he were putting a ring there, except there wasn't a ring. "You'll go down there, find out what you can, and take the next flight home." He lifted his eyes to hers. "Do you promise?" She said yes. He was still holding on to her finger. She wanted to ask him what it meant, if it meant what she thought it meant. But if she was wrong, she couldn't bear the answer at this particular moment. They got out of the car together. Morena, with the finely honed sense of a native, would say that the wind chill had fallen into negative numbers, although the woman on the radio had said tomorrow the temperatures would climb back up near 40. Such were the inconsistencies of spring. He took her bag out of the trunk of his car, and he held her and kissed her and exacted one more set of promises of how careful she would be and how quickly she would return, and when all of that was done, Mr. Fox got back into his car and drove away. Morena stood there in the cold, watching the taillights until she could no longer be certain which set were his. Then she wheeled her bag into the airport's main terminal and pulled it up to an embankment of chairs. First, she opened the zippered phone case he had given her, and after removing the phone and the paperwork, searched with some real sense of expectation for a ring. It was the only place he could have hidden it, and if he had, well, that would be something. Because then she supposed she would use the phone to call him and say, yes, she would marry him. But when she had untangled the cord to the charger and found nothing but her own foolishness, she put it all back. She put the manuals in her carry-on just in case she was able to make herself read them on the plane, and then she pushed the phone inside her suitcase. She ran her hands carefully around in her folded shirts and underpants and extra shoes until she found the small bag which bore a striking resemblance to the bag the phone came in, the one she used for pills: aspirin, Pepto-Bismol tablets, Ambien, broad-spectrum antibiotics. She took out the bottle of Lariam, and without so much as a thoughtful glance, dropped it in the trash can beside her. She felt that there was something deeply flawed in her imagination, that she hadn't even considered the fact that the pills could just be thrown away. Unfortunately, throwing away the pills did not throw away the dreams, not until whatever was left of the Larium had cycled through her bloodstream. And so, with little more than 3 hours of sleep to back her up, she tried to stay awake on the plane. Vogel had bought her a first-class ticket to Miami and then on to Manaus, and the big seat took her in its arms, tilted her back, and told her repeatedly to rest. At 7:30 in the morning, the man beside her in a charcoal gray suit asked the flight attendant for a Bloody Mary. She wondered if they had given Anders a first-class ticket, or, for that matter, a cell phone with GPS. She doubted it. The recirculated air carried the lightest scent of vodka and tomato juice. Morena's head dipped to the side, and there was Mr. Fox again, holding her ring finger, telling her to come home. Her head shot up. Mr. Fox's wife was named Mary. Mary had died of a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma at the age of 55. It was the same year Morena came to Vogel. If Morena was given to armchair analysis, and she was not, she supposed a case could be made that despite Mr. Fox's protests to the contrary, the very thing that drew him to Morena was the fact that she was younger and therefore less likely to recreate the situation he had already endured, although that hardly explained why he was sending her to Brazil. In the pictures of Mary that Mr. Fox kept out, one of her alone that was in the kitchen, and another in the den with their 2 daughters on a rafting trip, she looked like someone Morena would like. She had a good face, her eyes opened wide, her thick, wheat-colored hair pulled back in a ponytail. Mary had taught math at a prep school in Eden Prairie that both of their girls had attended. "They gave us a great break on tuition," Mr. Fox said, holding the picture. "Ellie," he said, pointing to the smaller of the 2 girls, "looks just like her mother. She's doing her internship in radiology at the Cleveland Clinic, married an English teacher of all things. And this one, Alice, she isn't married." He moved his finger over to the darker of the 2 girls. "She's an international bond trader in Rome. She went to Italy her junior year at Vassar, and that was it for her. She believed she was supposed to be Italian." Morena stared at their faces. The girls were little, maybe 6 and 8. It was difficult to imagine them as doctor and banker. Mary in the picture was younger than Morena was now, her health shimmering like the pinpoints of light spreading out across the water behind her. They are standing on the bank of a river in front of an overturned canoe, pine boughs feathering the edges of the frame. They are holding up their paddles and smiling at Mr. Fox, who is himself not yet 40 when he pushes down the button on the camera. "I had thought that they would all stay here," he said, standing the picture back in the bookshelf. "Maybe the girls would go away to school, but then they'd come back and live near us, get married, have children. I hadn't given much thought to our dying back then, but if you had asked me, I would have said that Mary would outlast me by a good 10 years at least. She was at the top of the actuarial tables. She ate her vegetables and went hiking and never smoked and had so many friends. I would have bet every dime I had on her." He tapped his fingers against the top of the frame. "It seems ridiculous now, doesn't it? That kind of naivete." If anything, it seemed to Morena that naivete was key. It was the thing that had allowed Karen to marry Anders and have those 3 children. Their shared belief that he would always be there to take care of them. She and Anders both were too naive to think that either one of them might die in these early years, when they were both so essential to one another and to their sons. Had they thought for a minute that things might turn out the way they did, they never would have had the courage to begin. Morena's own birth had been engendered by naivete. Her mother's, thinking that love would win out over the pull of an entire country. Her father's, thinking he could leave a country behind for one Minnesotan. Had they not been so hopeful and guileless, her birth would have been impossible. Morena reimagined her parents as a couple of practical cynics, and suddenly the entire film of her life spooled backwards until at last the small heroine disappeared completely. Naivete may be the bedrock of reproduction, the linchpin for the survival of the species. Even Morena, who understood all of this, was still able to think that Mr. Fox was possibly, obliquely, suggesting they might marry. Morena had been married once herself, though she didn't think it counted for much of anything now. They had married in the beginning of their 3rd year of residency and divorced at the end of the 5th. And in the 2.5 years that intervened, they were virtually never awake at the same time. Morena often thought that if it hadn't been for the wedding, which was modest, it would have simply been a failed relationship with a nice man she really never thought of anymore. She had been naive herself, thinking that they could make a marriage work at that particularly difficult point in their training, despite the fact that everyone they knew had told them otherwise. She was certain that love would prevail, and when it didn't, she had lost not only her marriage, but her ingenuous self. Morena and her husband bought their own divorce kit at an office supply store and amicably filled out the paperwork at the kitchen table. He took the bedroom furniture, she took the living room furniture. In a gesture of kindness, she offered up the kitchen table and the chairs that they sat in, and because he knew she meant it kindly, he accepted. Her mother flew to Baltimore to help her find a smaller apartment and pack up half of the wedding gifts that she hadn't wanted in the first place. What Morena had wanted very much was the chance to lie on the sofa in the living room and maybe drink a glass of scotch while crying in the afternoon, but there wasn't time. She had turned 30 the week before. She had 6 hours left before she had to be back at the hospital. The thing that Morena was feeling the end of so acutely, the thing that made her want to take to the sofa in the middle of the day, was not the end of her marriage, but the end of her residency in obstetrics and gynecology. 4 years into her 5-year program, she had switched to clinical pharmacology, enrolled in a PhD program, and doomed herself to another 3 years of school. Even though her mother had come to Baltimore to help her through her divorce, Morena didn't tell her what it was she was actually breaking up with. She didn't tell her that the life she had ruined was not her own, or Josh Sue's, but someone else's, someone she didn't even know. She did not tell her mother about the accident, nor about the Spanish Inquisition that had followed. She did not tell her about the switch to pharmacology until she was a year into the program, and then she mentioned it so casually that it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. She did not tell her mother about Dr. Swenson. Morena pulled her coat around her shoulders. Beneath the plane was a soft, white bank of clouds that shielded passengers from the landscape below. There was no telling where they were now. She let her head tip back and thought that no harm could come from the smallest sip of sleep. She knew how to close her eyes for 2 minutes. It was a magic trick she had picked up in her residency, falling asleep in the corner of an elevator and then waking up on the right floor. She would give her head a quick shake and then walk straight to the patient's room. Not exactly refreshed, but, for the moment, reinforced. She pressed the button on the armrest and let her seat recline. She set her internal alarm for 5 minutes and gave in to the sleep that had been pulling at her since the nightmares had thrown her out of bed this morning. But this time, when the elevator doors opened, she was not in Calcutta. She was at Vogel, looking down the hallway at the tile floor and humming lights, and suddenly she changed her mind about everything. She should have told Anders about Dr. Swenson. It was hard to see what bearing her story would have on his trip to the Amazon, but still, she had chosen not to tell him as a means of protecting herself, not because he shouldn't have had the information. Anders would have been grateful for any insight. She could see that now, and it seemed possible that this one additional fact could have changed his outcome. He might at least have been wary. The more she thought of it, the faster she went down the hall. All of the windows set into the doors of the labs and offices were dark. Everyone had already gone home, except Anders. He was at his desk, his back towards her. She always got to work before him in the morning. He had to drop the boys off at school. She almost never came in and saw him sitting there, and the joy that broke over her at the sight of his tall, straight back, his faded hair, made her cry out, "I was afraid I'd missed you," she said. Her heart was beating so fast, 150, she thought, 160. The look on his face was half surprised. "You did miss me. I was all the way out to the parking lot, and I realized I'd left my watch." He slipped the band over his left hand, fastened down the catch. Anders always took his watch off in the morning. They all did. Too much hand-washing, too many times in and out of latex gloves. "What's wrong with you? You look like you've been running." He reached over and put his hand on her shoulder, and then he started to shake her, gently at first, and then forcefully. "Miss?" he said, as if they had never met before. "Miss?" Morena opened her eyes. The man in the suit was shaking her shoulder, and the flight attendant was peering into Morena's face entirely too close. When Morena opened her eyes, she was looking directly into the woman's mouth, her lipstick a thick, brownish pink, obscene. "Miss?" "I'm sorry," Morena said. "I think you were having a dream." The flight attendant pulled back, giving Morena a bigger picture. How early must she have gotten up this morning in order to put on that much mascara? "Would you like a glass of water?" Morena nodded. The trick of Lariam was to figure out which part was the dream and which part was her waking life. Vogel, she knew, Anders and the lab. It was the plane that smacked of nightmares. "I don't like to fly myself," the suited man told her and held up his Bloody Mary. "I medicate." "I don't mind flying," Morena said. There was something she had meant to tell Anders. "It certainly seemed like you mind it," the man said. Maybe he was concerned, or bored, or inappropriately friendly, or Midwestern friendly. Nothing was clear. She took the glass of water that was handed to her and drank it down. "I have bad dreams," Morena said, and then she added, "On planes, I won't fall asleep again." The man looked at her skeptically. After all, they were in this together now, seatmates. "Well, if you do, should I wake you up or just let you go?" Morena thought about it. Either way, it was a loss. She didn't want to scream in front of him, and she didn't want him shaking her arm either. The intimacy of sleeping next to strangers, much less twitching and making noises, was unbearable. "Let me go," she said, and turned her shoulders away from him. She had been going to tell Anders about Dr. Swenson. It was a funny business, the subconscious mind, thinking that it could rewrite history. It would never have occurred to her to tell him what had happened when he was alive, and now that he was dead, she was certain she should have. The great, lumbering guilt that slept inside of her at every moment of her life had shifted, stretched. Wasn't it logical that guilt should awaken guilt? Morena Singh had had an accident a long time ago, and after that she had removed herself from the obstetrics and gynecology program. She had never told her mother, who thought that her daughter had had an illogical change of heart late in her training, or Mr. Fox, who never knew her to be anything other than a pharmacologist. The people who did know the details of what had happened, Josh, Sue, the friends she had at the time, one by one, she found a way not to know them anymore. She no longer knew Dr. Swenson. With a great deal of concentrated effort, she had found the means to stop repeating the story to herself. She no longer traced the events through the map of her memory, studying the various places where she had been free to make different choices. Morena Singh had been the chief resident, and Dr. Swenson was the attending. On this particular night, or as the review board had called it, the night in question, she was working at the county receiving hospital in Baltimore. It was a busy night, but not the worst. Sometime after midnight, a woman came in who said she'd been in labor for 3 hours. She had already had 2 children, and she said she hadn't been in any hurry to come to the hospital. "How are you feeling now?" the flight attendant asked. "I'm fine," Morena said. Her eyes were dry, and she concentrated on keeping them open. "Well, don't feel embarrassed. This nice man here woke you up in time." The nice man smiled again at Morena. Something in that smile implied that he was sheltering a small flame of hope that there would be a reward for his good deed. Some people's seatmates aren't so thoughtful, the flight attendant said. She was lingering. There wasn't much to do in first class, not enough people to take care of. They let them snore and scream and carry on until you can hear them in the rear lavatory. I'm fine now, Morena said again, and she turned her face to the window, wondering if there was an empty seat at the back of the plane. She tried to separate what had happened that night from her deposition. She tried to place herself back at the actual event instead of the endless and exhaustive retelling of that event. The patient was 28, African American. Her hair was straightened and pulled back. She was tall, broad-shouldered, enormously pregnant. Morena was surprised to remember how much she liked the woman. If the patient had been afraid, she never showed it. She talked about her other children in between her contractions and sometimes through them, 2 girls, and now they were having their boy. Morena paged Dr. Swenson and told her that the patient's contractions were 4 minutes apart, and she hadn't begun dilating. The infant's heart rate was unstable. Morena told Dr. Swenson that unless the situation improved, they would need to do a cesarean. And Dr. Swenson said, she was very clear on this, that Morena was to wait. She was not to do the section without her. "Can you see anything down there?" asked the man in the suit. "No," Morena said. "I don't know how you can stand it. Me, I can't do the window seat. If it's all they've got, I pull the blind. I tell myself we're in a bus. I used to not be able to fly at all, and I went to a class where they taught us to hypnotize ourselves into thinking we were on a bus. It works as long as I have a drink. Do you want a drink?" Morena shook her head. "Part of the paper?" Morena looked at him. He was pale with high red cheeks. A fellow traveler who wanted her to ask him why he was flying to Miami, and if that was his final destination. He wanted her to tell him she was going on to South America, so that he could be impressed and ask her what she planned on doing there, and she would do none of that. She would do nothing for him. She had done C-sections before, but on that night she was told to wait and monitor and call back in 1 hour if there was no improvement. The fetal heart rate dropped and climbed, and still the patient wasn't dilated. Morena paged Dr. Swenson the second time, and she waited and waited, but there was no call back. When she looked at the clock, she realized that only 45 minutes had passed, not an hour. The rules were intractable. She had not followed the rules. It was exactly the thing Morena had always admired about Dr. Swenson, until she was the one trying to get her on the phone. The patient was a talker, and they had time to talk. She said she was exhausted, but that it wasn't so much the labor. She said her 2-year-old had kept her up all night the night before with an earache. Her husband had dropped her off in front of the hospital. He was driving their girls out to his mother's, and that was 2 hours away. 2 hours out and 2 hours back. But at the rate she was going, he'd be there for the birth, so she said she didn't mind waiting. She wanted him there. He had missed the first 2. Circumstances, she said. Not his fault. Her voice was strong, louder than it needed to be in the small room. "You always forget what childbirth is like," she said. "But I don't remember it being this hard." Then she laughed a little and said, "That's the whole point, right? You don't remember. Because if you did remember, no one would ever have kids again, and then what would happen? That would be the end of everything." It was 1:30. It was 2. It was 3. No calls were returned. Morena delivered 2 other babies while the woman waited, and both of the births were so easy they hadn't needed a doctor at all. Women, for the most part, knew how to push out an infant. Even when they didn't know, there was no stopping them. Morena went back to check on the woman again. The doctor was terrified. The patient was patient. Back in the days when Morena played this film in her head every hour, waking and sleeping, this was the part she watched most carefully. She slowed down the tape to a crawl. She looked at every frame separately. She was not terrified that the patient would die, or that she would lose the baby. She was terrified that she was doing something wrong in the eyes of Dr. Swenson. She was thinking that if she had followed instructions and waited for another 15 minutes to call the first time, then none of this would be happening. Surely she had learned her lesson now. Surely Dr. Swenson was almost there. The nurses understood all of this. Even as they were prepping the patient for surgery and calling the anesthesiologist to wake him up, they were saying, "We're just getting things ready for Dr. Swenson so she can walk right in." Morena should have called another doctor, but she never even thought of it. She had stretched the time out too far trying to cover herself. If she hadn't waited so long, if she hadn't waited until everything was crashing and there was no other choice but to go ahead, she would have taken more time. The plane dropped sharply and then righted itself. It was an air pocket, a blip, but for a split second every person on the plane heard the same voice in their head. "This is it." The man in the suit grabbed her wrist, but by the time his hand was on her arm, it was over, forgotten. Everything was fine. "Did you feel that?" he said. She hadn't started in the right place. The deeper truth of the story was someplace years before this, at the beginning of her residency, or in medical school that first day of class when she saw Dr. Swenson down in the pit of the lecture hall. There were no words for how much she admired her. Her intelligence, her abilities as a doctor, all of the students did. In every moment, Dr. Swenson's students were eager and anxious. She didn't bother to learn their names, and yet they lived their lives to the letter of her law. She was harder on the women in the group. She would tell them stories of her own days in medical school, and how when she came along the men knit their arms together to keep her out. They made a human barricade against her. They kicked at her when she climbed over them. And now all the women were just walking through, no understanding nor appreciation for the work that had been done for them. It wasn't that Morena had ever wanted to be like her. It wasn't in her. She had just wanted to see if she was capable of spending 5 years of her life living up to Dr. Swenson's standards. And she wasn't. All of a sudden, she felt drunk. Somewhere very far away, she could feel the presence of a man beside her. He had let her go. She could never have told this story to Anders, even if it would have put him on his guard, even if that might have been the thing to save his life. He had 3 sons of his own, after all. The skin of the patient's belly was stretched to the point of startling thinness, like a balloon that had been blown up too far. Morena remembered there was a sheen to it. She cut the skin, dug through the fat for the fascia. She had thought there was no time left. Her hands were working at triple speed, and there was the uterus. She thought that she was saving the baby's life because she was so fast. But the instant she realized he was occiput posterior, looking straight up, the blade had caught his head right of center at the hairline, cutting until she stopped in the middle of his cheek. It used to be that she could feel it in her own face, the straight incision, the scalpel slicing through the eye. The child's father could feel it when he came back to the hospital that night to find his wife sedated and his son scarred and blinded in one eye. Morena met him in the hallway and told him what she had done. She saw him flinch in exactly the way she had flinched. He was not allowed to see the baby then. The specialists were already working, but some things cannot be set right. They did not terminate her residency. Morena remembered this with no small amount of wonder. When all of it was over and the lawsuit was settled, she was allowed to go back. The patient had liked her. That was the hell of it. They had spent the whole night together. She wanted the settlement money, but she didn't want Morena's head on a pike. She said that other than that one mistake, she'd done a good job. That one mistake. So Morena was left to mete out a punishment for herself. She could not touch a patient or face her classmates. She could not go back to Dr. Swenson, who had said in the deposition that the chief resident had been instructed not to proceed alone. Over the 3-hour period, the fetal heart rate kept getting lower, but every time it reversed, it kept coming up. Maybe in another hour or 2, she would have dilated. Maybe in another 10 minutes, the baby would have died. No one knew the answer to that. Morena was a sinking ship, and from the safety of dry land, Dr. Swenson turned her back and walked away. Morena suspected in the end, Dr. Swenson had no idea who she was. Anders was never going to stay home. Not when there was a chance to leave in the winter and see the Amazon. to photograph the crested caracaras. And anyway, he had already left. He was already dead. She was flying to Brazil in hopes of finding out what had become of his body. She had been up all night with the patient. She had been up all night blinding the child, and now her eyes drooped, opened, drooped. This was the cost of going to find Dr. Swenson, remembering. She went to the lab at Vogel even though she had promised the man beside her on the plane that she would not. She went down the dark hall to their dark lab, and there she picked up the picture of the Ekman boys that sat on Anders' desk, all three of them caught in a fit of hilarity that would thereafter be thought of as belonging to another lifetime. The picture, whose small subjects were so incandescent they seemed to throw off a little light of their own in the dark room, was in her hands when the door opened again. Anders had forgotten what this time? Wallet? Keys? It didn't matter. She only wanted him back. "Come now, Mari," her father said. "It's time to go." It was so perfect that Morena nearly laughed aloud. Of course he was there now, of course. There was a part of the dream that did not follow her into waking. This part, where her father comes into the room and says her name. The part when they are together for a while, the two of them before things go wrong. The way things ended always obliterated the genuine happiness that had come before, and that shouldn't be the case. The truth was so much more complicated than that. It was made up of grief and great rewards, and she needed to remember all of it. "I was looking at this picture," she said, and held it out to him. "Aren't these handsome boys?" Her father nodded. He looked good in his yellow kurta and pressed trousers. He looked fit and rested, a braided belt circling his trim waist. Morena hadn't thought of it before, but they were very nearly the same age now. She understood it was the business of time to move forward, but she would have been glad to stay exactly in this moment. "So you're ready?" "I'm ready," she said. "Good. All right then. Hold on to me." And he opened the door, and they stepped out together into the empty hallway of Vogel. For a moment, there was a wondrous quiet, and Morena tried to appreciate it while understanding that it couldn't last. One by one, the doors opened, and her colleagues came out to meet her father and shake his hand. And behind them came Indians, more and more of them, until it felt like all of Calcutta was pouring in beside them, raising their voices over the din of other people's conversations. "I know where the staircase is," Morena said into his ear. "We can get there." Her father couldn't hear her. It was simply too loud. They pressed ahead, holding on to each other for as long as was possible. Chapter 3. The minute she stepped into the musty wind of the tropical air conditioning, Morena smelled her own woolliness. She pulled off her light spring coat, and then the zippered cardigan beneath it, stuffing them into her carry-on where they did not begin to fit, while every insect in the Amazon lifted its head from the leaf it was masticating and turned a slender antenna in her direction. She was a snack plate, a buffet line, a woman dressed for springtime in the north. Morena handed over her passport to the man at the desk whose shirt bore all the appropriate badges and tags of his office. He looked hard at her picture, her face. When he asked, she said she was visiting Brazil on business, while her planned response to the question, "How long will you stay?" was 2 weeks. She changed her mind just as she opened her mouth. 3 weeks, she said, and the man stamped an empty page in a booklet filled with empty pages. Morena squeezed into place at the crowded baggage carousel and watched the river of bundled possessions flow past. Such enormous suitcases piled on top of one another like sandbags ready to stem a rising tide. Morena waited and watched for her own unassuming luggage, looking away only long enough to help a stranger drag a footlocker to the floor. She thought of Calcutta, the madness of the baggage claim that gave only the slightest preview to the madness of the streets outside. She and her mother and father were alone together among the thronging masses, her father shepherding them from the path of young men with roller carts. Sari-wrapped grandmothers guarded the family luggage by sitting on top of it, zippered soft sides that strained to open against a series of exterior belts. Marina shook the image from her head, turning her full attention to the scene at hand. She tried to stay hopeful through the dwindling, the suitcases, the crowd. One by one, they all left. A pair of child's swim goggles remained on the belt, and she watched them pass again and again. She made a mental list of the items a smarter person would have kept in a carry-on. The dictionary, the zippered bag with the phone, the larium, which was in a trash can in the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport. The unhappy people who crowded the office of lost luggage pressed against the stacks of unclaimed suitcases, and together they raised the temperature in the little room some 15 degrees, beyond the heat in the vast cavern of baggage claim. A small black metal fan sat on the desk and stirred hopelessly at the air in a 2-foot radius. One by one, they approached the girl at the desk, making fast conversation in Portuguese. When Morena's turn came, she handed over her ticket and the address of her hotel without a word, and the girl, who had had more than a little experience with these situations, pushed forward a laminated sheet of pictures of various bags. Morena touched the suitcase that most resembled hers. The printer churned out a piece of paper that the girl then handed back to Morena, circling a phone number and a claim number. Morena went past security and customs and stepped out into the lobby full of people who were looking behind her. Young girls stood on their toes and waved. Taxi drivers hustled for fares. Cruise directors and Amazon adventure guides herded their charges into groups. An assortment of cheap shops and money-changing stations vied for attention, with bright colors and brighter lights. And right in the middle of everything stood a man in a dark suit, holding a neatly lettered sign with 2 words, Morena Singh. So certain was Morena Singh that she was alone in this world, that the sight of her own name written in a heavy black marker and properly spelled, how rarely anyone found the energy to include that final H, made her stop. The man holding the sign appeared to see everything, and though there were easily 500 people to choose from, he very quickly turned to her. "Dr. Singh," he said. He was quite far away. She did not hear her name as much as see it shaped by his lips, and she nodded. He walked towards her, and a sea of life parted easily around him. He held out his hand. "I am Milton." "Milton," she said. She had to remind herself that an embrace was not in order. "You are quite late. I was concerned." And he looked concerned. His eyes peered into hers for any sign that things had not gone well. "My luggage was lost. I had to go to the claims office. To tell you the truth, I didn't know that anyone would be here to meet me." "You have no luggage?" Milton said. "I have an overcoat." She patted at the coat and saw that one sleeve was almost to the floor. She pushed it back in the bag. On his face she saw a look of sorrow and responsibility. "You'll come with me?" He took the small bag from her and put his hand very lightly on her upper arm, moving her a few steps backwards into the crowd. "I filled out all the forms," she said. He shook his head. "We must go back." "But we can't go back through security." To move backwards through a security door, a door clearly marked to indicate that all traffic flowed in one direction, was as likely as going back in time. But there was Milton, his hand now resting on the shoulder of the security guard. He leaned his body slightly forward and whispered something to the man with the gun, and the man with the gun held up his hand to stop the people who were pouring ahead to let Milton and Morena through. They walked the wrong way through customs, where a man in uniform had 2 hands deep inside a woman's purse. He then held out one of those hands to Milton, and Milton shook it as they passed. "I'll need your paper," Milton said to Morena, and she handed it to him. Already they were moving past the carousels. They stepped into the claims office, which was now crowded with different people who had lost their luggage on later flights. They pushed against one another, angry and sad, thinking they had been the only ones. The girl working behind the desk saw them, or sensed them, as soon as they stepped inside the door, and she raised her head. "Milton," she said, smiling, and then she was off on a tear of Portuguese. Morena put together the girl's opening and then lost the thread. "Isso é sonho." The girl waved them up to the front, where she and Milton began a conversation in passionate animation. When a man who had waited more than an hour for a word of recognition began to protest, the girl made a clucking sound with her tongue and silenced him. Milton gave her the computer printout, and she read the report she had typed up herself as if it were a document of compelling mystery, then let out a long sigh. From his wallet, Milton took a business card and quickly folded a bill around it, talking. The girl took it from him, and he kissed the tips of her fingers. She laughed and said something to Morena that may or may not have been lurid in nature. Morena looked back at her, dumb as a sock. The outside air was heavy enough to be bitten and chewed. Never had Morena's lungs taken in so much oxygen, so much moisture. With every inhalation, she felt she was introducing unseen particles of plant life into her body, tiny spores that bedded down in between her cilia and set about taking root. An insect flew against her ear, emitting a sound so piercing that her head snapped back as if struck. Another insect bit her cheek just as she raised her hand to drive the first one away. They were not in the jungle. They were in a parking lot. For an instant, the heat lightning brightened up an ominous cloud bank miles to the south, and just as quickly left them in darkness. "Do you have what you need in the small bag?" Milton asked hopefully. Morena shook her head. "Books," she said. "A coat. The manual for the phone that was lost. A neck pillow for sleeping on the plane. A copy of The Wings of the Dove, which she brought because she thought it was long enough to see her through the entire trip. A copy of the New England Journal of Medicine, which contained a chapter of Dr. Swenson's report, Reproductive Endocrinology in the Lakashi People. "Then we must get you some things tonight," he said. His brother-in-law ran a store in town. Milton took out his cell phone, assuring her the brother-in-law would be amenable to meeting them with the keys despite the late hour. Not a problem, and Morena, who very much wanted a toothbrush, accepted. Milton was careful to maneuver around those potholes which could be maneuvered around. He drove cautiously through the ones that could not. People clumped together on corners of busy streets waiting for a light to cross, but when the lights changed, they continued to stand there. Girls dressed for dancing pushed strollers past walls pasted over in handbills. An old woman with a broom swept debris through the middle of an intersection. Morena watched all of it, thinking of Anders, wondering if he had seen these same people on the night he arrived. She couldn't imagine things in Manaus changed very much from one night to the next. "Did you drive Dr. Ekman?" Morena asked. "Ekman," Milton said, as if it were an object whose English name was unfamiliar to him. "Anders Ekman. He came here just after Christmas. We work for the same company." Milton shook his head. "Do many of your doctors come to Brazil?" Exactly 3, Morena thought, and then she said, "Not many." Of course, no one would have thought to get Anders a car and driver. Anders would have found his luggage and taken it to the taxi line, opened his Portuguese phrasebook and rehearsed the sentence, "What is the fare to the hotel?" It occurred to Morena now how close she was to him here. She thought of him standing in that same airport, his feet planted on the same asphalt outside. They had been divided by only a scant handful of months, one of them slipping out the back door while the other was coming in the front. It was then that an entirely different idea came to Morena. "Did you ever drive a woman named Dr. Swenson?" "Dr. Swenson, of course. She is a very good customer. You work with Dr. Swenson as well?" Morena sat up straighter then, and as soon as she did, she felt her seatbelt lock into place. If Vogel hadn't bothered to hire a driver for Anders, they certainly would have found one for Dr. Swenson, or Dr. Swenson would have found one for herself. It would be a car as clean as this one, a driver as strikingly competent. Do you know where she lives?"
"In Manaus, yes. It isn't far from your hotel, but Dr. Swenson is rarely in Manaus. Her work is in the jungle."
Milton stopped then, and Morena saw him glance at her in the rearview mirror.
"You know her, yes?"
He should not be talking about the people he drives. He should not be talking about Dr. Swenson. "She was my teacher in medical school," Morena said, offering up this bit of her past so easily it felt like a lie. "Many years ago. We work for the same company now. I've come here to find her. Our company has sent me to talk to her about the project she's working on."
"And so you know," Milton said, his voice relieved.
"I have her address in town, but no one is able to reach her where she's working. Dr. Swenson won't use cell phones."
"She calls me from the payphone at the dock when she comes to the city."
"And it doesn't matter if you're driving someone else." She was speaking from her own distant experience.
Milton nodded then, keeping his eyes straight ahead. "There's never any warning when she's coming, when she leaves. Sometimes months go by and she doesn't come in from the jungle. I grew up in Manaus. I wouldn't spend so much time out there."
"Nothing bothers Dr. Swenson," Morena said.
"No,"
Milton said, but after more consideration he added,
"except not being picked up at the dock."
In a few more turns, Milton brought her to another part of the city where people walked through the streets arguing or holding hands, oblivious to the fact it was night, and there was nothing going on around them in any direction. Up ahead, a man sat on a low cement step and Milton pulled the car over. Immediately the man stood up and opened Morena's door. He was tall and thin, wearing a pink cotton shirt that would have covered two of him. He greeted them in clipped Portuguese. He clearly was not as pleased to be coming out as late as Milton had suggested.
"Negocio é negocio,"
Milton said, turning off the ignition. He introduced his brother-in-law, Rodrigo, to Morena, as Rodrigo took her hand to help her out of the car. Rodrigo said something to Milton when he unlocked the door to the building. Milton then flipped on the lights. Inside, it smelled of sawdust. He checked to make sure the door was locked behind them. Rodrigo turned off the lights, and Milton turned them on again. Rodrigo covered his eyes with his hands, as if trying to ensure darkness, all the while making quick use of a language Morena did not speak. She blinked, her eyes dilated and blind, and then flooded with electric light. The store was nothing but a large square with wood plank floors and every conceivable item crammed inside: canned food and clothes and pills, sunglasses, postcards, bags of seed, laundry soap. The colors of the boxes and bottles climbing up and up to the high ceiling made her dizzy. The general tenor of the argument between the two men was clear to her, even if she did not understand the words. They were taking turns flipping the switch from off to on to off, and she was to make fast work in the light while she had it. She picked up a red toothbrush, deodorant, toothpaste, shampoo, insect repellent, sunblock, 2 cotton shirts, t-shirts, a straw hat. She held a pair of pants up to her waist and then dropped them on the counter. The suitcase might arrive in the morning, or she might never see it again. She picked up a package of underwear and then a cluster of elastic hairbands. "So when was the last time you saw Dr. Swenson?" Morena asked.
"Dr. Singh conhece o Dr. Swenson,"
Milton said to his brother-in-law. Morena heard both of their names. In a gesture that struck her as being particularly Indian, Rodrigo pressed his palms together in front of his lips and made a slight bow of his head.
"She is an excellent customer," Milton said. "She buys all the provisions for the camp here. It is something to see the way she comes into the store. She stands right in the middle, right where you are, and points to what she wants, and Rodrigo brings it down for her. She does it all without a list. It's impressive."
"Muito decisivo," Rodrigo said.
"Muito rápido." "It used to be one of the other doctors might come in for supplies. Dr. Swenson would be working very hard on her medicine, so she would send someone else into town. Then 2 days later she would be at the dock. She'd say they hadn't bought enough things or the right things. In the end, she told me Sending someone else was only time wasted. Sometimes she sends an Easter with a note if there's something special she needs, but that isn't often. He couldn't do all the shopping himself. Rodrigo disagreed. Milton ignored him. Rodrigo knows her very well now. There are certain items he orders just for her. Other doctors? Marina said. Outside she could hear voices, and then the rattling of the door handle, and then the slapping of hands against glass. The crowd wanted in. It hasn't been a month since she was here. Milton looked at Rodrigo and asked in Portuguese, "Oh, miss?" Rodrigo nodded. "That could be inconvenient for you," Milton said. "I've known her to be gone for 3. Morena pictured 3 months in the city she had yet to see in daylight, wearing these clothes, memorizing the manual for the missing cell phone. She would buy a boat and head down the river herself if it came to that. She asked if there was anyone who would know how to find her. Milton tilted his head from side to side, as if weighing out his thoughts. "If anyone did, it would be the Bovenders, but I don't really think that they know." "Dr. Swenson now les diría nada," Rodrigo said. He could follow the conversation well enough in English, but did not speak it. He brought out a hooded rain poncho folded into a clear plastic sack and a small umbrella. He handed them to Morena and nodded at her with a gravity that insisted she add them to her purchases. "You have another idea?" Milton asked his brother-in-law in English. "The Bovenders," Morena said. "They are the young couple who stay in her apartment. No doubt you will meet them. They are very hard to miss. They are travelers." Milton closed his eyes. "Oh, what is the word?" "Bohemio," Rodrigo said disapprovingly. Milton opened his eyes. "They are young bohemians." Rodrigo was making a list of everything Marina was taking, writing down the prices with a pencil. She held a single yellow flip-flop against the sole of her shoe. Then she put it back to try another. She picked up a prepaid cell phone card. Anders would have found the Bovenders easily enough if they were living in Dr. Swenson's apartment. He had the address where her mail was delivered. He would have gone there first. In the store, there was an irregular clicking sound, a tapping that was coming from the people who were taking turns trying to force open the door. It sounded like someone was hitting the edge of a watch against a counter. She looked up to the ceiling to see some hard-shelled insects dashing themselves against the fluorescent tubing. From where she stood, they didn't appear to have wings. "Estoque!" Milton called out to the people clustered on the other side of the glass. He continued to shout at them in Portuguese. Rodrigo shut off the light again. In the dark, he put her purchases into tissue-thin plastic bags. "What do they want?" Morena asked. Milton turned and looked at her. "They don't want anything," he said, pointing out the way in which their situation was different. "They're just looking to pass the night." When Rodrigo finally did open the door to let Milton and Morena out, it became clear that the crowd wasn't as large as it had appeared when viewed through a pane of glass. Maybe 20 people, and some of them were children. They looked dissipated standing there in the open street, as if there had never really been the energy to push their way inside. Still, they waited around to voice their disappointment, which they did in a half-hearted manner. When Rodrigo opened the car door for Morena, she suddenly realized she hadn't paid for anything. The featherweight sacks containing everything she had taken were looped over her fingers, and she held them up to the 2 men. "I haven't paid," she said to Milton. The members of the dwindling crowd who hadn't wandered home leaned in towards her, hoping to make out the contents of her bags. He shook his head. "It all goes on account, yes?" "Whose account?" "Vogel," Rodrigo said. He reached into one of the bags and showed her the carbon of the bill, a neatly printed record of everything she was leaving with. Morena started to say something and then let it go. If it seemed odd to her that a general store in Manaus had direct billing with an American pharmaceutical company, it did not seem odd to the 2 men. She thanked them both and said good night to Rodrigo, who, under Milton's translation, wished her luggage a safe return.
Because he opened the back door of the car for her, that was where she sat for the very short ride to her hotel. When they reached their destination, Milton gathered up the few things she had and walked her inside. She had a room at the Hotel Indira. She could not imagine that whoever booked it had known enough to mean it as a joke. From the grand exterior, she entered a lobby of palm plants and tired brown sofas that slumped together as if they had come as far as they could and then given up. Milton checked her in and then came back to give her the key. After a pleasant wish for a good night, he left her there, having circled his cell phone number on his business card. She realized that without Milton, she might have slept in a chair in the airport and then checked in for the morning flight back to Miami. Even when she was in her room and had hung her coat on a metal bar that was attached rather nakedly to the wall, she thought about that flight. She sat down on the edge of the bed and fished a pair of reading glasses out from the bottom of her purse in order to see the endless series of microscopic numbers from the phone cards she had bought in Rodrigo's store. Somehow, it was only 1 hour earlier in Eden Prairie. After so much travel, she was a scant hour from home. Mr. Fox answered on the second ring. "I'm here," she said. "Good," he said. "Good." He cleared his throat and she heard some rustling around. She wondered if she had woken him up. "I thought I'd hear from you earlier. Did you get some dinner?" Morena thought about it. She must have eaten something on the plane, but she couldn't remember. "My suitcase was lost. I'm sure they'll bring it tomorrow, but I wanted you to know I don't have the phone." "You put the phone in your suitcase?" he said. "I put it in the suitcase." Mr. Fox was quiet for the briefest moment. "They always find them these days. Usually they bring it to the hotel in the middle of the night. Call the desk as soon as you wake up in the morning. I'll bet it's there." "The driver took me to get some things. At least I have a toothbrush now. Thank you for that, by the way." "For the toothbrush?" "For Milton, the driver." She put her hand over the receiver and yawned. "I'm glad he's helpful. I'm sorry I'm not more helpful myself." She nodded. For all the good it did their conversation, maybe she should have waited until tomorrow to call. The draperies were open, and she looked out onto the city, that infinite sea of tiny lights. In the dark, in the distance, she could have been anywhere. She closed her eyes. "Morena?" he said. "I'm sorry," she said. "I think I fell asleep." "Go to bed. We can talk tomorrow." "Unless the phone doesn't come," she said, and then she remembered. "Or you can call me at the hotel." "I'll do that," he said. "Get some sleep." "I'll write you a letter," she said. She did not remember hanging up the phone. Manaus wasn't difficult to figure out. It catered to tourists and travelers and shippers who, in this accommodating city, were free from all import duties. Everyone was either getting off of boats or getting on them, and so the streets had been laid out in such a way that one always had the feeling of walking away from the water or towards it. By the third day, Morena could navigate easily. Once she got a fix on the river's position, everything else fell into place. She went to the market hall at 6 in the morning, when the world was out to accomplish as much as was humanly possible before the truly devastating heat began. The smell of so many dead fish and chickens and sides of beef tilting precariously towards rot in the still air made her hold a crumpled T-shirt over the lower half of her face. But she took the time to stop and look at the herbs and barks at the medicine table, the snake heads floating in what she sincerely hoped was alcohol. A black vulture the size of a turkey walked down the aisles like all the other shoppers, looking for whatever fish heads and entrails were to be had underneath the tables. The bloody scraps were hard to find. Morena bought 2 apple-flavored bananas and a pastry from a woman who kept hers under a crumpled sheet of waxed paper. After that, she went down to the river to watch the boats. She spent a great deal of time looking at the water, which was the color of milky tea and completely opaque, even when she walked down a dock squatted on her heels and stared directly into it. She did this often. She couldn't see a quarter of an inch below the surface. She was waiting for Dr. Swenson. Waiting for Dr. Swenson to appear would have been a clear waste of time had there been other means of putting time to better use. Waiting for her suitcase was simply not a full-time job, even though Tomo, the young man at the front desk of her hotel, was kind enough to call the airport twice a day and inquire as to its status. There were also the Bovenders to wait for. Morena had the address of Dr. Swenson's apartment, and so every day she had written to them, putting both the names Bovender and Swenson on the envelope, and neatly printing her request for contact along with her hotel information. From what Morena could tell from the building's architecture and neighborhood, and from the well-appointed lobby where she left off her letters at the desk every morning, it was one of the city's better residences. She wondered what it was costing Vogel to keep a pied-à-terre in Brazil that was mainly inhabited by Bohemians who didn't seem to be home much themselves. Of course, it was possible that the Bohemians had gone on. They had been described as travelers, after all, and this was clearly a city where people who had somewhere else to go would not be inclined to stay. She nodded again to the concierge, who, as always, took her envelope with an enormous grin and great, energetic nodding. "Bovenders," she said pointedly. "Bonvenders," he replied. She decided that her project for the afternoon would be to cobble together a note in Portuguese to hand him tomorrow. It would be better if she could explain to the concierge, as well as to the mythical Bovenders, what she was after. All of Morena's activities, waiting at the river, waiting outside the apartment building, wandering through the city in hopes that she might be struck by some piece of inspiration that could lead her in the direction of Dr. Swenson, were punctuated by rain, blinding, torrential downpours that seemed to rise out of clear skies and turn the streets into wild rivers that ran ankle-deep. People moved calmly from the open spaces and pressed their backs against buildings, sharing whatever room there was beneath various overhangs while they waited for the storms to pass. Several times a day, she had the opportunity to be grateful to Rodrigo for pushing the rubberized poncho on her. Of course, there were times when neither the poncho nor the awnings were enough, and the rain drove Morena to run in her flip-flops back to the hotel, every drop pricking her skin like a hornet. The chemicals in her sunscreen mixed with the DEET in her insect repellent, and when she tried to wipe the water from her face, it burned her eyes until she was half blind. Back at the hotel, she showered and napped and did her best with the James novel, and when she'd had enough of that, she read about the reproductive endocrinology in the Lakashi people. As Anders had tried to explain to her when she had been so disinclined to listen, the Lakashi were an isolated tribe in the Amazon whose women appeared to continue to give birth to healthy infants well into their 70s. Securing accurate ages on the women was, of course, an inaccurate science. Still, it did not undermine the point. Old women were having babies. The Lakashi were reproducing for up to 30 years beyond the women in the neighboring tribes. Families containing 5 generations were commonplace, and aside from what could perhaps be called a heightened exhaustion, they all appeared to enjoy a state of health commensurate to that of their indigenous peers. Birth defects, mental retardation, problems with bones, teeth, vision, height, weight, everything came out as average in both mothers and children as compared to members in neighboring tribes over a 35-year period of study. Morena rolled over onto her back and held the journal above her head. A 35-year period of study? That would mean that, while Dr. Swenson was, to the best of her knowledge, teaching a full load at Hopkins, she was also studying the Lakashi in Brazil? Of course, who knew what she did on the weekends, spring breaks, Thanksgiving vacations? It was possible she had been flying to Manaus all those years and hiring a boat to take her down the splitting tributaries of the Rio Negro. Had it been anyone else, she would have been certain the whole report was an ambitious fraud. But Dr. Swenson had always exhibited a relentless energy that defied all human understanding. If someone had told Morena that while she was stumbling through her rounds half asleep in Baltimore, Dr. Swenson was taking the red-eye to Brazil to collect data, she would have been impressed but not amazed. In fact, the very paper she was reading included research from a dissertation for which she had been awarded a doctorate in ethnobotany from Harvard. It seemed there was a great deal about Dr. Swenson she didn't know. When the rains came hard and caught her out too far to run back to the hotel, Morena would go to the internet cafe and pay $5 to look up information about Dr. Swenson or her tribe. But as she sat there trying not to let her hair drip on the keyboard, she found there was remarkably little information to be had. Google Onyx Swenson, and there were, of course, descriptions, appearances at medical conferences, papers, mostly related to gynecological surgery, some tedious postings from medical students who complained that Dr. Swenson's classes, and probably all of their classes, were unfairly difficult. Most of the mentions of Lakashi linked back to the New England Journal of Medicine article, although the name also came up in relation to the famous Harvard ethnobotanist Martin Rapp, who had first interacted with the tribe while taking plant samples in 1960. His interest in them as a people appeared nominal, as his writing about their habits was limited to which species of fungi they did and did not consume. There was a single picture of him, an extremely thin, sunburnt man with light hair and a straight English nose who stood a head above the natives on either side of him. They were all holding up mushrooms. Morena read everything she could find about Dr. Rapp and the Lakashi in hopes that there might be some clues as to their location, but the most specific directive she found was Central Amazon Basin. Leave it to Dr. Swenson to somehow manage to keep the internet out of her business. "Tell me they've found the suitcase," Mr. Fox said as soon as he answered the phone. Mr. Fox had somehow become more focused on whether or not she had made successful contact with her luggage than with either Dr. Swenson or the mythical bow vendors. Apparently, the airport code for Manaus is MAO. Madrid is MAD. The theory is that an O starts to look like a D after a certain number of suitcases, and so they start sending bags to Spain. "I'm going to mail you another phone," he said. "I'll get it programmed and shipped down there tomorrow. You're going to need more Larium soon anyway. Make a list of what you want." "Nothing," she said, looking at the rings of insect bites that braceleted her wrists and ankles, hard red bumps that she longed to dig out with her fingernails. "I don't need anything. The second you send another phone, my suitcase will show up, and then I'll have two." "So then you'll have two. You can give one to Dr. Swenson. There may be someone she wants to call." In fact, Morena enjoyed not having a telephone. She had started out as an intern with a pager, and then added to that a cell phone that later turned into a BlackBerry. In Manaus, there was almost an indescribable sense of freedom that came from wandering around in a strange city, knowing that she was unreachable. "Speaking of Dr. Swenson, I've been reading about the Lakashi." "It's always good to read up on people before you meet them," Mr. Fox replied. "It's an interesting article, but she doesn't exactly give anything away." "Dr. Swenson doesn't mean to give things away." "So what's the secret ingredient? Does she even know? Certainly the Lakashi don't know. I don't care how primitive these women are. If they understood what they were doing that was causing them to remain fertile unto death, they'd stop doing it." Mr. Fox fell silent on his end, and Morena waited. "You know, and you don't want to tell me," Morena said, laughing. Surely his secretary, the very serious Mrs. Duniway, had walked into his office at that moment and forced him to wait on his reply. "It isn't a matter of want," Mr. Fox said finally. Morena had relaxed into the conversation and spread herself out across the bed, but a bolt of incredulity forced her to sit upright again. "What?" "There is an agreement of confidentiality." "I'm in Brazil," she said. "I found a lizard in the bathtub this morning the size of a kitten. I don't know where Dr. Swenson is or how to find her, and now you're saying you aren't going to tell me how the Lakashi women maintain fertility? Is there something I still need to do to merit your trust?"
Morena, it has nothing to do with you. It's contractual. I'm not allowed to talk about it. It has nothing to do with me? Then why am I here? If this has nothing to do with me, then I would very much like to come home now. In truth, she did not care. She did not care that the Lakashi were having 3.7 times the number of children as compared to other indigenous Brazilians over the course of their lifetimes. She didn't care where they lived or if they were happy or if they wanted the children they had. What she did care about, cared about very much in fact, was that her employer, who had virtually proposed marriage and then sent her off to the equator after one of Vogel's employees had died there, now refused to share with her the basic information of the research in question. When I find Dr. Swenson and all those pregnant Lakashi people, am I supposed to avert my eyes so I won't figure out how they're managing this? Do they make it a practice of killing anyone who finds out their secret? And then she saw Anders standing ankle-deep in the muddy river, holding a single blue envelope in his hand. "My God," she said, "my God, I didn't mean that." "They chew some sort of bark while it's still on the tree," Mr. Fox said. Morena did not care at all about the bark or the trees. "I didn't mean that." "I know," he said. But all the light had gone out of his voice, and in another couple of sentences, they had wrapped it all up and gotten off the phone. Morena put her shoes on and went back out into the street. The rain had stopped, and the sun was beating the pavement and buildings and people and dogs into a flat sameness. She didn't want to walk to the river or the market hall, and so she walked for a while around the square in the choking humidity, thinking of how Anders must have walked around the square as well. Maybe he hadn't felt hopeless when he came here. Maybe he was glad to go on day-long birding excursions into the jungle and drink pisco sours alone at the bar at night. Morena bent over to look at the carved trinkets that a group of natives were selling off a blanket. She picked up a bracelet that could have been smooth painted beads or red seeds with holes drilled through the centers. She let the woman on the blanket tie it to her wrist with a complex and permanent set of knots and then bite off the ends, her lips somehow never touching the skin. One of the children, a narrow-chested boy of 9 or 10, looked through the menagerie of tiny carved animals that were spread out in front of him and picked out a white heron that was 2 inches high, a tiny fish caught in the needle of its beak, and he handed it to her. Morena had meant to refuse it, but once she held it up, she thought it was in fact very fine, better than anything else she had seen, and so she agreed to buy the heron and the bracelet for a handful of bills she thought worked out to be about $3 US. She put the little bird in her pocket and walked down a series of side streets, careful to keep all her turns in mind. She wasn't in the mood to get lost. The farther she walked, the more she noticed that no one was looking at her. The small boys with stacks of T-shirts and dazzling butterflies pinned to boards inside cheap wooden frames didn't follow her. The ice cream vendors didn't call to her, nor did the man with the mustache and a small monkey on each shoulder who was barking at tourists in Portuguese. With her black hair caught up in a barrette beneath the hat she'd bought and her cheap clothing and her flip-flops, she was able to pass in Manaus the way she was never able to pass in Minnesota. Here, they looked at her and, seeing someone who looked something like a woman they knew, looked away. When she was spoken to, it was only a simple greeting. That much she understood, and she nodded her head in recognition and kept walking. Anders would have been mobbed everywhere. He was so blue-eyed and overly tall. His skin was very nearly luminous, as unfamiliar to these people as snow itself. Any passerby could see deeper into Anders than he could the Rio Negro. Morena thought of all the times he'd come to work on Monday after a weekend spent paddling the boys around some lake in the summer, and how his skin would be scorched, his lips and nose already starting to peel. "Haven't you heard of sunblock?" Morena said. "Hats? They keep all that information from men." He didn't wear a tie to work on those days, and his shirt collar stayed open.
The sore, red visage of his neck was something Morena made a point not to look at. Who thought it would be a good idea to send Anders to the equator? Her own skin was darker now. The sun had extended its reach past the hats and creams. It was inevitable. When Morena turned again, a turn that was as aimless as all the others she had made, she found herself back at Rodrigo's store. There were no crowds out front this time, no one peering in the window. In the daylight, it didn't appear to be such a compelling attraction. The street outside was empty of people, empty of cars. In fact, when she went inside, thinking she would say hello, buy a bottle of water, there was only one young couple in the store, a man and a woman in their 20s, pointing up to something that was over their heads. The woman was long-limbed and tan in a red sundress, and she stretched to try and reach for whatever it was she wanted. Her long yellow hair, which was held away from her face by a large pair of sunglasses pushed back on her head, was the brightest aspect of the room, as it seemed that Rodrigo was no more inclined towards electricity during the day than he had been at night. The young man, who may have been a little taller than the woman, stood back in his t-shirt and baggy shorts and watched her stretch. His hair was pale brown and shaggy, and his face, which was nearly too pretty, was half covered up in what was either a beard or several days spent not shaving. They hadn't noticed her come in, and so Morena watched them, in part because they made an unusual sight for Manaus, and in part because she was sure that they were the Bovenders. She had pictured the Bovenders as being closer to her own age, without any of the drama inherent to so much bony attractiveness. But the minute she walked in the store, she revised the imaginings of her idle mind. There was a tattoo banding the young man's ankle, a decorative vine, and around the woman's ankle a small gold chain. Morena had exactly one word of description to work from: Bohemians, and these were the only two Bohemians she had seen in 3 days. Rodrigo came into the store from a room behind the counter. He told the couple something in Portuguese, and the young woman disagreed and once again reached above her head helplessly while the young man folded his arms across his chest. Was it the soap pads she wanted? When Rodrigo turned for the ladder, he saw Morena standing just inside the open door, and in the course of a single second he placed her, remembered who it was she wanted to find, and was pleased at the luck of being the one to make introductions. "Hola, Dr. Singh," he said. And when the young couple turned to see who it was Rodrigo knew, he opened his hands towards his other guests. Bovenders. The young Bovenders, in possession of a highly evolved social instinct, were beaming as they walked towards her. If they had been working to avoid her, they were masters at hiding it. In fact, it seemed as if meeting her in this store on this afternoon was the very thing they were most looking forward to in all the world, and they would not hold it against her that she had come a little late. "Barbara Bovender," the young woman said, extending her hand. She smiled to show the slight disorder among her large, white teeth. "Jackie," the young man said, and Morena shook his hand as well. The accent she thought was Australian, but she wasn't positive. They seemed too tan to be English. Rodrigo said something to Barbara, and she squinted at him slightly when he spoke, as if she were translating each word separately and then reassembling them into a sentence in her head. "Nos?" "Dr. Swenson," he said. "Yes, of course," Barbara said, looking almost relieved. "You're looking for Dr. Swenson." "People don't look for us," Jackie said. "That's because nobody knows where we are," Barbara said, and then she laughed. "That makes it sound like we're hiding." Morena tried to put this couple together in her mind with Dr. Swenson. She tried to picture the three of them standing together in the same room. She could not. "I've left letters for you." "For us?" Jackie asked. "At the apartment?" "At Dr. Swenson's apartment building. I left them at the desk." At this point, Rodrigo got the ladder and climbed up towards the ceiling to get a box of dryer sheets. The hierarchy in which different items were desired, needed, and sold could clearly be charted based on what was closest to the ceiling and what was closest to the floor.
Dryer sheets appeared to be hovering on the edge of obscurity for everyone in Manaus save Barbara Bovender. "All the mail goes straight into a box," Jackie said. "Annick picks it up when she comes into town." "Or she doesn't," Barbara said. "She isn't very good about the mail. I've told her I'd open it for her, sort it all out, but she says not to bother. I think at the heart of it she just doesn't care." Jackie turned then to face his wife. Was she his wife? The Bovenders could have been siblings or cousins. The general resemblance they bore to one another was striking. "She has a lot on her mind." Barbara nodded, half closing her eyes, as if she were considering all the many weights Dr. Swenson had to bear. "It's true." "We have a postbox," Jackie said. "That way, when we get to the next town, they'll forward it on." "Are you leaving?" Marina asked. "Oh, we will sooner or later," Barbara said. She looked over at Rodrigo, who now had the box of dryer sheets in his hand. "We're always leaving. We've stayed here longer than anywhere." Somehow, Marina was hoping she didn't mean Manaus. She couldn't imagine how she would last out the week. "In Brazil?" "No, here," Jackie said, and he held his open hand as if he meant to say that they had spent an endless stretch of time in Rodrigo's store. Barbara then got a serious look on her face and tilted the slender rack of her shoulders towards Marina. "Do you know, Annick?" Marina hesitated so briefly that neither of the young people saw it. "I do," she said. "Well, then, you know. Her work is so important." Jackie interrupted her. "And she's been really good to us, my God." "It's not like I think we're helping her," Barbara said. "We're not scientists, but if she thinks we're helping her, if there's anything we can do to contribute, then it's not a problem for us to stay for a while. It's not a problem for me, anyway. I can do my work anywhere. It's really harder for Jackie." "What do you do?" Marina said, using the pronoun in the plural. "I'm a writer," Barbara said. Jackie raised his hand and ran his open fingers through his hair. "I surf," he said. "Harder, yes." Marina thought about the bath-warm water of the Rio Negro inching along towards the Rio Solimões so that they could flow together into the Amazon. She was planning to ask him something about this, how surfing constituted work, or how he planned to solve the current problems of his employment, when the only other person she knew in Manaus came through the open door. When Milton saw the three of them together, he was extremely pleased. He had left his suit in the closet at home and was dressed for the weather. All his light cotton clothes were neatly pressed. "Perfect," he said. "You found each other without me." Marina extended her hand to the driver. Because she knew him to be a problem solver, she was especially glad to see him again. "I was just out taking a walk." "A bad time of day for walking, but this is very good," Milton said. "I am relieved. I have been telling them to go to your hotel." Jackie had wandered off to pick up the store's lone can of tennis balls. It seemed that there was nothing Rodrigo hadn't thought of. Barbara, in turn, shot her eyes to Milton, who seemed startled by the severity of her glance. "I'm sorry," he said, before he knew what he might be apologizing for. Barbara sighed and tried to brush a medium-sized insect off the front of her sundress. It was hard-shelled and black, and the tiny spikes on its legs held stubbornly to the fabric, but she seemed not to notice any of this. She put her thumb beneath her index finger and gave the bug a single, dislodging flick. "You'll forgive me," she said to Marina, who imagined she would. "Part of what we try to do is keep Annick hidden from the press that comes down, from other doctors and drug companies trying to steal her work. You never know who someone really is, no matter what they tell you." "I am terribly sorry," Milton said. "The press comes here?" Marina said. Barbara looked at her. "Well, they will once they hear about her research. They did before we got here. What really matters is that people shouldn't distract her, even people with very good intentions." She was trying to be firm, but she lacked experience. Dr. Singh works for Vogel, Milton said in an attempt to make up for his indiscretion. She and Dr. Swenson are employed by the same company. They sent her here to... He looked at Marina, but he had to stop there. She hadn't told him why they'd sent her. Vogel! She looked at Marina. I'm sorry, but that is my point exactly. Vogel is the worst. All they want to know is what her progress is. How can she be expected to do her work if she's constantly being monitored? This is science. This may change the course of everything. She can't just stop and meet people. Do you know that you're the second doctor that Vogel sent to see her since Christmas? I do, Marina said. If she were in any way inclined to have compassion for the girl, she would have stopped her then, but at the moment she did not. Jackie had come back now, and he kept the can of tennis balls in his hand. Maybe he wanted them. Maybe he knew a court nearby where they could play. You know Dr. Ekman? We worked together. Barbara shrugged her pretty shoulders, which were gold along the tops and gold down her arms. Well, if he's a friend of yours, I'm sorry. He's a perfectly nice guy, but he was a huge distraction. He hung around here forever, always asking questions, always wanting to go along. He was a distraction to my work. I can't even imagine what he must have been like for Annick. He took me birding, Jackie said. I tried to explain to him that Annick didn't have the time, but he wasn't going to go until he saw her. She finally came and picked him up. For all I know, he's still out there. He isn't, Marina said. Or he is, he's dead. It wasn't the girl's fault, of course, not any of it. But Marina found her sadness transposed itself easily into anger. Jackie put down the tennis balls then and took Barbara's hand in a gesture of sympathy or solidarity. She watched the color drain from the girl, from her face, her neck. All the blood was rushing to her heart. Even the gold receded from her shoulders. Dr. Swenson buried him at the research station where she works. She told us that in a letter. She sent us very little information about his death, but, as you say, she's busy. Dr. Ekman's wife wanted me to come down to see if I could find out what happened. She wants to know what she should tell their children. 3 women came into the store then, one of them holding a baby, and in another minute a couple came in behind them. It seemed that they all knew one another, the way they were talking. The woman with the baby passed her baby over to another one of the women so that she could look at cooking oil. I need to sit down, Barbara said. She did not say this dramatically. The 2 bow-vendors left the store together to sit on the cement steps out front. Almost immediately, Jackie came back in to get her a bottle of water. Ah, your poor friend, Milton said to Marina. I am very sorry. Marina nodded, unable to focus her eyes on Milton or the bow-vendors or anything in the store. When the bow-vendors did get up from the steps, after Barbara had finished her bottle of water, they did not come back into the store. Rodrigo wrote out the same well-ordered receipt to charge to the Vogel account, and then gathered up the things they'd wanted and put them into bags. Dryer sheets, tennis balls, a new sun hat, mangoes and bananas. Marina, in her rush to be unpleasant, had likely broken the one thread she could have followed into the jungle. Maybe they found Anders annoying, but in his affable way he had managed to wear them down. Still, she liked to think if she had been the one who died and he was coming in as the replacement, his patience would have been limited as well. Chapter 4. Jackie sat up front with Milton on the way to Ponta Negra, while Marina sat with Barbara in the back. They kept the windows down. In the wind tunnel that roared through the back seat, strands of Barbara's hair would intermittently fly out and strike Marina in the face, even though Barbara did her best to gather her hair in her hands and hold it down. Jackie was prone towards car sickness, and the road to the beach was neither smooth nor straight. It wouldn't be better if you were cool? Milton asked Jackie. Jackie said nothing. He needs the fresh air, Barbara shouted from the back. Marina might have noted that the air was not particularly fresh, but she refrained.
The bow vendors had invited her to the beach, and she was determined to be grateful that they had extended themselves. When he was invited to come along on the outing and bring his car, Milton had said they needed to leave no later than 6 a.m. The beach, like the market, was strictly a morning affair, but the bow vendors would not hear of 6. They claimed they were useless until 9 at the very earliest, and while Milton and Morena were waiting for them in front of the apartment at that designated hour, the bow vendors did not make an appearance until nearly 10. It was, Morena thought, a bad start. "Wouldn't you get motion sickness from surfing?" she asked, raising her voice to be heard over the din of circulating air. They were going fast. Jackie had said he wanted to go fast in order to get out of the car as soon as possible. "Not a problem," he said. "He can surf a killer wave, but on boats," Barbara said. "My God, he can't even look at a boat. He can't walk down a dock." "Baby, please," Jackie said, his voice weak. "Sorry," Barbara said, and turned her head towards the window. "I don't have any problems when I drive," Jackie said. As they rounded another hairpin curve, a silky white goat trotted into the road, and Milton slammed the brakes. Morena, who was not given to car sickness in the least, felt her stomach lurch up. The people in the car understood that the goat had escaped his fate by no more than 4 inches, but the goat understood nothing. It looked up, mildly puzzled, sniffed the blacktop, and then went on. Jackie opened the door and vomited lightly. "I can't let you drive," Milton said. "I know," Jackie said, and he covered his eyes with his hand. The night before, at dinner, the bow vendors had made a list of everything Morena should see while she was in Manaus. "There isn't much to do around here," Jackie had said, "so you really ought to make the effort." They offered to take her to the beach and the Natural Science Museum, but both required a car. Barbara took out her cell phone at the dinner table and called Milton. His number was programmed in. The bow vendors had come to her. They had waited nearly a week after their unfortunate first meeting, but then they called. They wanted to hear about Anders. They assumed, incorrectly, that Morena knew a good deal more about his death than she had told them. "But what did Onyx say?" Barbara leaned in close enough that Morena could smell her perfume, a mix of lavender and lime. "She said that he died of a fever, that's all I know, and I know that she buried him there." The restaurant was dark with a cement floor and dried-out palm fronds hanging over the bar. There were 2 pinball machines in the corner, and they chirped and clanged even when there was no one there with the change it took to play them. Barbara ran a tiny red cocktail straw in circles, nervously stirring up the contents of her glass. "I'm sure it would have been almost impossible for her to get the body back." "But people do," Morena said. "I realize Dr. Swenson isn't sentimental, but I imagine she would have felt differently had it been her husband. Anders' wife would have liked to see him buried at home. She would have liked it had he never gone in the first place." "Onyx has a husband?" Barbara said. "Not that I know of." "Did you speak to Onyx about what should be done with Dr. Ekman?" Barbara was more inclined to do the talking. Jackie was busying himself with the hard, salted strips of plantains that were served in the place of chips. "From what I understand, she doesn't have a phone. She wrote a letter, and by the time it got to Vogel, he'd been dead 2 weeks. Morena took a sip of some fruited punch Jackie had ordered for all of them. "She wrote the letter to Mr. Fox." Barbara and Jackie looked at one another. "Mr. Fox," they said together ominously. Morena put down her drink. "Do you know him?" Barbara asked. "He's the president of Vogel," Morena said, her voice even. "I work for him." "Is he awful?" Morena looked at the girl and smiled. In truth, she was irritated with Mr. Fox. He had gone ahead and sent her another phone and several different antibiotics and enough Lariam to see her through another 6 months in South America. If he had intended it as a message, it wasn't a message that pleased her. "No," she said neutrally. "Not awful at all." Barbara waved her hand. "I shouldn't have said that, but you have to understand." "We're very protective of Anik," Jackie said, nibbling the side off a plantain strip. Barbara nodded vigorously, giving her long, jeweled earrings a good swing. Barbara had overdressed for dinner, wearing a sleeveless silk top in emerald green. She was such a pretty girl. It must be hard for her, Marina imagined, to have no place to go. "Of course you'd be upset about your friend. We're upset about Dr. Ekman ourselves, but whatever happened, it wasn't Anik's fault. It's just that she's very focused. She has to be." Now that Marina was in the Amazon, it seemed that there was probably no end of things that could kill a person without any assignment of blame, unless perhaps the blame was assigned to Mr. Fox. I never thought it was her fault. This news came to Barbara as a great relief. "I'm so glad," she said. "Once you understand Anik, you know there's nobody like her. I was thinking that maybe you hadn't been around her in a while or you'd forgotten," she said, seeming to know things she could not possibly know. "She's such a force of nature. Her work is thrilling, but really, it's almost beside the point. She's what's so amazing, the person herself, don't you think? I try to imagine what it would have been like to have a mother like that, a grandmother, a woman who was completely fearless, someone who saw the world without limitations." Marina could remember that exact feeling. It was a thought so briefly held and deeply buried that she could barely dredge it up again. What if Dr. Swenson were my mother? She made a mental note to call her mother before she went to bed tonight, even if it was very late. But what does that have to do with Mr. Fox? "He bothers her," Jackie said, as if he had suddenly woken up and found himself in a restaurant, in a conversation. His blue eyes peered out brightly through the fringe of his overly long bangs. "He writes her letters asking her what she's doing. He used to call her." "That's when she got rid of the phone," Barbara said. "It happened years before we got here." Marina took a slice of pineapple off the edge of her glass, dipped it into her drink, and ate it. "Is that really so intrusive? She does work for him, after all. He is paying for everything, her research, her apartment, this dinner. Isn't he entitled to know how things are going?" Barbara corrected her. "He doesn't pay for it. The company pays for it." "Yes, but the company is his job. He runs it. He hired her. He's responsible." "Is the person who commissions Van Gogh responsible for the painting?" Marina wondered if she would have come up with a similar quip of logic when she was 23, or however old Mrs. Bovender actually was. She was quite sure she would have felt the same way. It was exactly Dr. Swenson's brio she had been drawn to, the utter assuredness with which she moved through the world, getting things done and being indefatigably right. Marina had not met her like again, and she was glad of that, and she was sorry. "I suppose that Van Gogh would be responsible for making good on his sale, and that if he didn't show up with the painting after a vastly extended period of time, it would be within the rights—" Barbara put her cool hand on Marina's wrist. "I'm sorry," she said. "Mr. Fox is your boss. Dr. Ekman was your friend. I shouldn't be running on about this." "I understand your point," Marina said, making a conscious effort to get along. "We'll try to find a way to get word to Anik, and if we can't, we'll just entertain you ourselves until she comes back." Marina took a long pull off her drink, even though there was a distinct voice in her head telling her not to. "You don't have to do that." "Of course we do," Barbara said, and sat back peacefully in her chair as if everything had been decided. "It's what Anik would want." By 10 o'clock, the world was a furnace cracked open in a closed room. But just outside of Manaus, people crowded the river's bank on a Wednesday to lie across towels spread out in the sand. Children played in the shallows while adults swam wide circles around them. Their voices, the screaming and laughing while they splashed one another, sounded less like words and more like the call and answer of birds. Milton, in his infinite wisdom, had brought a large striped umbrella in the trunk of his car and stabbed it repeatedly into the sand until it was able to stand upright and provide a circle of shade. It was in that limited field that he and Morena sat on towels, their arms around their knees. Morena had gone to buy a swimsuit from Rodrigo that morning, and the only possible option, which is to say the only one piece, was cheap and bright and had a small skirt that made her look like an aging figure skater. She wore it under her clothes now, unable to imagine what had ever made her think she would go into the water. The bow vendors, who had no interest in the umbrella or its protection, were, without their clothes, unnerving. Jackie wore a pair of cut-off shorts that rode dangerously below the sharp protrusions of his hip bones, while Barbara's bikini was carelessly tied together with a series of loose strings. It seemed that the desired effect of their swimwear was to make their fellow beachgoers feel a strong breeze could strip them bare. At one point, Jackie yawned, tilted forward into the sand, and raised himself into a handstand. The muscles in his arms and back separated into distinct groups that any first-year medical student would have been grateful to study. Pectoralis major, pectoralis minor, deltoid, trapezius, intercostal. The people on neighboring towels pointed, calling for their children to watch. They whistled and clapped. "Not sick any more," Milton said. Jackie brought his feet to the ground and sat again. The vine that encircled his ankle was hung with a tiny cluster of grapes. "I'm fine." "That's why I married him," Barbara said, half of her face shielded behind enormous black glasses. "I saw him do that at the beach in Sydney. He was wearing his boardies. I said to my girlfriend, 'That one's mine.'" "Marriages have been built on less," Morena said, although in truth she didn't think this was the case. "Do you swim?" Milton asked her. He was wearing his trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt. He showed no signs of removing them. "I know how," she said, "if that's what you're asking." Barbara stretched along her towel, her oiled body reflecting light from every surface except the few discreet areas covered by fabric. There was a small, circular diamond hanging in the gold chain of her anklet, and it glinted along with her skin. "It's so hot," she cried quietly. "Hot is what we do best," Milton said. He had a little straw hat sitting on the top of his head, and somehow it made him look cooler than the rest of them. "Let's go for a swim," Jackie said, and leaned over to smack his wife's stomach lightly with the flat of his open hand. Her whole body jumped an inch off her towel. "The water's only going to be hotter," she said. "Up, up, up," he said, and stood himself, leaning down to pull her to her feet. She paused a moment to shake the sand out of her pale hair. It was for the other beachgoers as great a spectacle as her husband standing on his hands. They were halfway to the water, their arms draped against each other's naked waists, when they turned back to their compatriots. "You're coming, aren't you?" Jackie asked. Morena shook her head. Go, Milton said. "We'll come and watch." He got up stiffly and helped Morena to her feet. "They want us to see how pretty they are in the river." "They were pretty enough just lying there," Morena said. "We are the parents," Milton said. "We have to watch." Morena went along with a sullen sense of duty, but out from under the umbrella the world was a different place. It had not been cool beneath the candy-colored stripes, but away from them the sun meted out a pummeling that was stunning. She stopped for a moment to spot the bow vendors as they walked into the brown water holding hands. On a few occasions since arriving in Brazil, she had been as hot, but she had always been able to step into the shade, to go into a cafe for a can of soda, return to her hotel room and stand in a cold shower. She had come to know in advance when the heat was about to overwhelm her, as clearly as if there had been a thermometer built into her wrist, and so she had been able to save herself accordingly. But looking out at the water and the sand, she was uncertain of where she could go. She was melting into the people around her, into Milton. There was a little ice chest beneath the umbrella that Milton had brought with them, cool bottles of water and beers for Jackie. She could rub a piece of ice against her neck. Far ahead of them, the Bovenders sank into the water and blurred into all of the other children around them as they swam away. With everything in her, she cursed them for being unwilling, unable to wake before 9. After all, she had been tired herself. She had taken Ilarium fresh from the new bottle Mr. Fox had sent the night before, and at 3 in the morning she had woken herself, and no doubt everyone else in the Hotel Indira, with her interminable screaming. Someone is stabbing a woman to death, was the thought she had, swimming up through sleep before she realized where the sound was coming from. After that, she was finished for the night. No more sleep, just waiting. "You do a good job of this," Milton said, keeping his eyes towards the river. "I admire your patience." "Believe me, I have no patience." "Then you create the illusion of patience. In the end, the effect is the same." "All I want to do is find Dr. Swenson and go home," she said slowly. The words coming out of her mouth felt hot. "And to get to Dr. Swenson and to get home, you must first get past the Bovenders. The Bovenders are the guards of the gate. It is their job to keep you away from her. That is what they are paid for. I have no idea if they know where she is, but I am certain that no one else knows. They like you. Perhaps they'll figure something out." An arm went up in the water and waved, and Milton raised his hand and waved back. Where in the world was the rain? Those blinding cataracts that she had endured day after day. She needed one now. It didn't necessarily cool things down, but at least for a while it blocked out the sun. "They couldn't like me." "They think you're very natural. Mrs. Bovender told me that. They see you as a person who is honestly grieving her friend and trying to get information about his death." "Well, that's true," she said, although that description only covered her obligations to Karen. "They are starting to think that Dr. Swenson would like you," Milton said. Morena felt the top of her head turning soft as the sun worked into her brain, unloosening its coils. "Dr. Swenson knew me once already. I'm quite certain she had no feelings for me one way or the other." She mopped at her face with a large red handkerchief Rodrigo had pressed on her that morning. When she declined it once, he had made her a gift of it, though probably it went on Vogel's account all the same. Under her clothes, she felt the swimsuit with every inhalation. It wrapped around her body like an endless bandage, growing larger and looser as it soaked her up. She kept pushing the cloth against her face. Her vision was clouded by the sweat in her eyes. She could only make out the most basic elements of the landscape: sand, water, sky. "What the Bovenders require is diplomacy," Milton said. "They just need some more of your time. They want to study you and make sure you are what you seem." Morena squinted out towards the waving line of the horizon. "I don't see them anymore." What she meant to say was that she thought she might faint. At that point, she might have said Milton's name. She didn't fall, but she was thinking of falling, and with that thought, he took her arm and walked her over the remaining expanse of sandy beach to the river. He walked her into the water up to their knees and then up to their waists. It was like a bath, silky and warm. The current was so slight it barely disturbed her clothes. She wanted to lie down in it. Milton dipped his own handkerchief into the water and spread it wet over the top of her head. "It's better, isn't it?" he said, though it wasn't a question. She nodded. Jackie had been right to make Barbara go in. It was life-saving. When Morena looked down, she saw nothing, just a line where her torso vanished into the water. All around them, children kicked their rafts and jumped off one another's shoulders. "How do you know what's under there?" she asked him. "You don't," Milton said. "You don't want to." When Morena got back to the hotel room and checked her cell phone, she had 2 messages from Mr. Fox, one from her mother and one from Karen Ekman, whose number showed up in Anders' name. She might as well have been home. She was feeling slightly sympathetic towards Dr. Swenson's refusal to have a phone at all. She took a cold shower, drank a bottle of water, and went to bed, where she had a dream about losing her father in a train station. When Barbara Bovender called on the hotel line at 9 that night, she woke her up. "We wanted to check on you," she said. "I'm afraid we nearly killed you this afternoon with our idea of fun." No, Morena said, disoriented by sleep and heat and dreams. "I'm fine, I just haven't gotten used to all of it yet. I suppose it takes some time." "It does," Barbara said, sounding gleeful for no reason. "I'm so much better at it now than I used to be. The secret is not to let the heat keep you in. Jackie swears the air conditioning weakens your immune system after a while. The more you get out, the more you get used to it. You should come over to the apartment and have a drink." "Now?" Morena said, as if she might have something else to do. "A little walk at night would do you good." Maybe the Bovenders were the guards at the gate, but it was also true that they were lonely. There was nothing keeping Morena at the Hotel Indira. Tomo had moved her to a bigger room 2 days before, a reward that acknowledged the length of her stay, but it was still as musty and dismal as the one before it. There was a better view, but the same metal bar attached to the wall for clothes. Morena looked at her wool coat. Even from a distance, she could see the lacework of holes the moths had eaten near the collar. She said she'd come over. Walking through the city streets past all the closed-up shops, Morena could understand how exciting it would be to see one of them open now. If there had been a light on in Rodrigo's store tonight, she would doubtlessly have gone and stood with the crowd on the street, craning her neck to try and see what was going on inside. She had not come up with a timeline for how long she would wait in Manaus, if the waiting continued to be nothing but an exercise in frustration, but she could feel herself coming to the end. Morena was used to being good at her work, but she was no good at this. The same concierge who had been sitting at the desk in the lobby of Dr. Swenson's apartment building at 8 in the morning was sitting there still at 9:30 at night. It appeared he was very glad to see her. After all, she hadn't been by in several days. "Bovenders," she said to him, and then touched her index finger to her chest. "Morena Singh." When Barbara Bovender opened the door and invited her in, Morena had the sense that she was crossing a portal from the wasteland of Manaus to another world entirely. Granted, she had spent more than a week in a badly furnished hotel room wearing the same 3 outfits she rinsed out in the bathtub at night. She was very far from beauty, and yet she had to think that this place would have struck her as beautiful no matter where she came across it. She praised it lavishly, sincerely. "You're so sweet," Barbara said, walking her down a hallway past a series of small framed works on paper that could not have been clay and yet looked like clay. The hallway brought them into a large open living room with a high ceiling. 2 sets of tall French doors were open onto a balcony, and a breeze that Morena hadn't felt anywhere in the city stirred the edges of the sheer silk curtains that had been drawn aside. The breeze smelled like jasmine and marijuana. From the height of the 6th floor, the river appeared to be rimmed in small, blinking lights. If Morena didn't focus her gaze, she could have been in any number of splendid cities. "It's a wonderful place," Barbara said, looking at her home with impartial judgment. "I'm sure the bones have always been good, but it really was a wreck when we got here." "Barbara's done amazing things," Jackie said, taking a small hit off a joint and holding it up to her. Morena shook her head, and so he brought her a glass of white wine instead, kissing her on the cheek when he gave it to her as if they were old friends. She was surprised how much the kiss startled her, more even than the joint. Jackie raised his hands, motioning to the walls around him. "The woman who lived here before us, Onyx's last assistant, had her sisters strung up in hammocks all over the place." Barbara took the joint from her husband, allowing herself a modest inhalation before stubbing it out in a small silver ashtray. She gave herself a moment and then exhaled. "Onyx just wanted something nice. That was the only thing she said to me about it. Of course you would, wouldn't you? Coming in from all that time in the jungle, that's not so much to ask. Good sheets, good bath towels. A decent glass of wine," Jackie said and raised his glass as an indicator that they should all drink up. There was something perfectly spare about it all. A bouquet of some sort of white flowers she had never seen before on the dining room table. A long, low leather bench in front of an equally long white sofa. Walls that were painted a shade of blue so pale it might not have been blue at all, it might have been the evening light. And then there were the Bovenders themselves, whose many physical attributes were highlighted by the elegance of their surroundings. Barbara's stacking bracelet seemed to have been carved from the same wood as the floorboards, so that one might notice how the color of the floor complemented the warm color of her skin. Still, it was difficult to imagine Dr. Swenson perched on that sofa. Morena doubted Dr. Swenson's feet would touch the floor. "Where do you go when she comes in?" Barbara shrugged. "Sometimes we just move to the guest room. It depends on whether or not she needs us for anything. If we have some time, we go to Suriname or French Guiana so Jackie can surf." "I need to get to Lima," he said, glad to have the topic turn in his direction, if only for a sentence. "The waves are exploding there, but getting flights from Manaus to Lima is an unbelievable bitch. It would take me about as much time to walk there." Morena wandered over to the balcony. She couldn't take her eyes off the river. That thick brown soup was a mirror in the darkness. "I wouldn't have expected there would be something like this in Manaus," she said. She wouldn't have expected the Merceau either, and she took another sip. She couldn't help but wonder what all of this was costing. It couldn't really matter to Vogel. The expense of one apartment in the Amazon for a researcher who didn't use it was nothing when put against the potential profits of fertility. "There was a lot of money here once, you have to remember that," Barbara said. "It used to be more expensive to live in Manaus than in Paris." "They came, they built, they left," Jackie said, dropping himself down on the sofa and stretching his bare feet out on the bench in front of him. "When there wasn't any money to be made in boiling the rubber out of the jungle anymore, that was it, instant history. The people around here were very glad to see those people go." "I think there's a lot about this city that's still very elegant. This building is as good as anything you'd find in a real city," Barbara said. "And Nixon takes care of everything at the front desk like a professional. I tell him all the time he could get a job in Sydney." "Nixon?" Morena said. "Seriously," Jackie said, his eyes lightly pinked. "Well, he isn't much for delivering the mail," Morena said, and then she thought again. "Unless you did get the notes I sent you." Barbara stood a little straighter. In her heels she was taller than Morena. "We didn't. I told you that." Morena shrugged. "So much for Nixon." "All the mail goes into a box for Anik." She walked away and came back from another room holding a neat-looking steel crate with handles on either side. The kind of thing an idle girl would order from a design catalog to be delivered to Brazil when putting mail into a cardboard box seemed too messy. "Look," she said, "I don't even check it. Anik says straight in the box, and so there it goes. I keep it in her office." She put the crate down on the bench near her husband. There was a pale V marked across the tops of his brown feet where his flip-flops had interfered with his tan. "I used to answer the letters to tell people they couldn't come to see her, but in the end, Anik decided that the interaction was a form of encouragement, so she told me to stop." "These people take no as encouragement," Jackie said. Morena came and sat beside the box, putting her glass of wine down on the floor. She did not ask. She slipped her fingers into the back and moved the letters forward. She didn't have to go very far before she found her own handwriting on the hotel's white envelopes. "Bovender," she said, dropping the first one on the bench and then going back to find the other two. "Bovender, Bovender." Jackie leaned forward and plucked the paper from the envelope. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Bovender," he began. "Please," Barbara said and covered her ears with her hands to make her point. "It makes me feel like a total idiot. From now on I'll look at the mail, I promise." Morena looked up at her. "Don't you pay the bills?" Jackie shook his head. "They all go straight to Minnesota. I bet that was something to set up." Of course, so no one would be bothered. Morena went back to the box. The magazines stood up neatly at the side. Harper's, The New Yorker, Scientific American, the New England Journal. There seemed to be a host of letters from Vogel, letters from other countries, envelopes from hospitals, universities, drug research companies that were not her own. Her fingers kept flipping. Barbara peered over the edge and watched her employer's correspondence sift through the hands of someone she, in fact, did not know at all. "I'm not so sure we should be doing this," she said in a tentative voice. It seemed it was just now occurring to her that bringing out the entire box of mail might not have been her best decision. "Unless you wrote us more letters, she doesn't like for us—" But there it was. Morena didn't have to go so deep into the crate. It wasn't such a very long time ago that he had been here. Anders Ekman. She dropped the blue airmail envelope on top of the stationery from her hotel. Jackie pulled up his feet quickly, as if she had set down something hot. Barbara leaned forward, looked without touching. "My God, who do you think it's from?" "Anders Ekman in care of Dr. Onyx Swenson," a particularly inaccurate phrasing. "His wife," Morena said. Once she had identified Karen's handwriting, she could find the letters quickly. Everything she pulled from the box now would have been written after he had gone into the jungle. Writing in care of Dr. Swenson in Manaus was the only chance Karen had of reaching him once he had left the city. There were no other addresses. Before he was in the jungle, she would have called him or emailed or, if she was feeling sentimental, sent him a letter at the hotel. Karen would have told him about the boys and the snow. Told him to come home now because he was sounding worse, and anyway, they obviously had not thought this through well enough at the outset. Morena knew the contents of every letter that passed through her hands, and one by one she dropped them onto the bench where Jackie's feet had been. She could see Karen sitting at the island in her kitchen, perched on top of a high stool, writing page after page in the morning after she had taken the boys to school, and then again at night when she had put them to bed, her head bent forward, her blonde hair pushed behind her ears. Morena could read them as if she were standing over Karen's shoulder. "Come home." The letters came singly and in pairs. They came in groups of 3. Karen would have written every day, maybe twice a day, because there was nothing else she could do to help him. But she didn't help him. Morena did not doubt that Anders knew Karen was writing him, and he knew that her letters had hit a wall in Manaus. He would have known his wife's loyalty as a correspondent. But by not receiving those letters, he never knew that she was hearing from him. Anders would have died wondering if any of his letters had made it out of the jungle. Who wouldn't imagine that the boy in the dugout log would have simply taken the coins he was given and let the envelopes float in the water as soon as he had rounded the bend in the river, and that those letters were divided between the fish and the freshwater dolphins? In the meantime, Karen Ekman turned her love into industry, writing her husband with a diligence that was now spread across a low leather bench in Dr. Swenson's apartment. At some point, Barbara had gone to sit next to her husband. They held their wine glasses and watched the growing stack of mail with a flush of guilt on their cheeks. "What will you do with them all?" Barbara asked once Morena had combed the box for the final time. Morena leaned over to pick up the few strays that had fallen onto the floor. "I don't know," she said. "I'll take them. I don't know what I'll do with them." "This one's different," Jackie said, and picked up a smaller envelope from the pile. Morena took the envelope, giving it the most cursory inspection. "It's from me." "You were writing to him too?" Barbara asked. Morena nodded. There would have been notes from the boys in there as well. Karen would have addressed the envelopes for them. "Were you in love with him?" Morena looked up, her hands full of thin blue envelopes. Barbara Bovender was more interested now. She leaned in closer, a glossy chunk of hair swinging forward. "No," Morena said. She started to say something sharp, and just as quick had another idea entirely. Yes, the very thought of it brought the blood to her cheeks. Yes, she hadn't loved him when he was alive, and not when that letter was written. But now? She thought of Anders when she went to sleep at night and when she woke up in the morning. Every street she walked down, she imagined him standing there. She imagined being with him when he died, his head in her lap, just so she wouldn't have to think of him alone, and for a minute at least she had fallen in love with her dead friend. "We worked together," she said. "We did the same research. We ate lunch together." Morena picked up the letter she had written. It was no doubt full of statistics on plaque reduction she had thought he might enjoy. She was glad he'd never received it. "You get used to people, you get attached to them. It was 7 years, but no." As far as Morena was concerned, the evening was over. She rested the stack of letters in her lap. She was tired and sad, and she couldn't imagine that she and her hosts had anything left to say to one another. But the Bovenders wanted her to stay. Barbara said she could make a light supper, and Jackie suggested that they watch a movie. "We got a copy of Fitzcarraldo," he said. "How crazy is that?" "You could even sleep over if you wanted," Barbara said, her pale eyes brightening at the thought. "It would be so much fun. We'll just agree now that we'll stay up too late and have too much to drink." The 20 years between Morena and the Bovenders formed an impenetrable gulf. For whatever she thought of her hotel room, she knew a slumber party might well kill her. "I appreciate it, I really do, but all that sun this afternoon wore me out." "Well, at least let Jackie walk you back to your hotel," Barbara said, and Jackie, in an unexpected flourish of chivalry, was on his feet at once and looking for his sandals. "I'm fine," Morena said. She put the bundle of letters in her bag. She wanted to go quickly now, before there was another offer to decline. Barbara began to wilt as it was clear her company was leaving. Her inability to come up with something more enticing to offer had defeated her. "We manage to make a worse impression every time we see you," she said. Morena assured her it wasn't true. Barbara leaned a shoulder against the wall. It couldn't be said that she was blocking the exit. She didn't have the girth for that, but clearly she was stalling. "It would be better for me if you didn't tell Annick about the letters," she said, finally twisting her bracelets. "I don't think she'd like it if she thought I was letting people go through the mail, even though you were completely right to get the letters from Dr. Ekman's wife." Morena thought of all the times another resident had asked her not to tell Dr. Swenson something. The lab results that had not confirmed a diagnosis, the details of a badly handled exam. She remembered Dr. Swenson's canny knack for knowing all of it anyway. "I'm hardly in a position to tell her anything." Barbara took Morena's hands in her 2 cool hands. "But you will be when you see her again." "These letters belong to Anders and to Karen. They aren't anyone else's business." Barbara gave her the slightest smile of genuine gratitude. "Thank you," she said. She squeezed Morena's hand. Once Morena was back at the hotel, she put the letters on the night table and looked at the neat stack they made. She didn't like having them there. They were certainly too personal to leave in Dr. Swenson's box, but they were too personal to be with her as well. She moved them to the night table's shallow drawer beside a Portuguese Bible before calling Karen. She had a need to hear her voice, thinking it would tamp down the guilt for that sudden bout of love she'd felt for Karen's husband. "It's so late," Morena said. She hadn't thought about the time until she dialed. "I never sleep," Karen said. "And the worst part is nobody calls after 8. They're afraid of waking up the boys." "I didn't think of that." "I'm glad. Nothing wakes them up anyway. I called you this morning. Mr. Fox gave me your cell phone number." "You've heard from him?" "He checks on us," Karen yawned. "He's a better person than I thought he was, or he's lonely, I can't tell. He says you haven't found her yet." "I found the Bovenders." "The Bovenders," Karen said. "My God, how are they?" "Anders talked about them?" "And very little else for a while. They drove him out of his mind. He did not love the Bovenders." "I could see that." He felt like they were stringing him along, like they were always about to produce Dr. Swenson, but they never quite got around to it. He was never really sure whether or not they knew where she was, but he spent a lot of time being nice to them. Well then, I guess I'm right on schedule. How much time was he in Manaus before he found Dr. Swenson? Karen thought about it. A month? I'm not positive. I know it was at least a month. Morena closed her eyes. I don't think I can spend a month with the bow vendors. What did they say about Anders? They didn't know he was dead, Morena said. There was a long silence on the line after that. Back in Eden Prairie, Morena heard Karen put down the phone, and then there was nothing to do but wait. Morena laid back across the bed and stared at the pale water stain on the ceiling that she had contemplated every night since she changed rooms. She wished she could put her hand on Karen's head, stroke her hair. Such is your bravery, such is my good fortune. When Karen did come back, her breathing had changed. I'm sorry, Morena said. It comes on so fast, Karen said, trying to catch her breath. They didn't know he was dead because she didn't tell them. Why wouldn't she tell them? She didn't tell them for the exact reason you just said. They have no means of communication. She only comes to town once every few months. She doesn't even check her mail. Morena didn't know what she was going to do with the letters, but she wasn't going to tell Karen that she had them. That much she could at least be certain of. From thousands of miles away, Morena listened to her crying. The boys were asleep in their beds. Pickles was asleep. Should I call Mr. Fox? She said. It didn't seem like a good idea, but it was the only one she had. Karen put down the phone again and blew her nose. She was trying to get a hold of herself. Morena could hear it. She made the sounds of a person who was trying to wrestle an enormous sorrow to the ground. No, she said, don't call him. This happens to me now. It's part of it. I want to tell you something different, Morena said. I know you do. It's terrible here, Karen. I hate it. I know, she said. That night, which was her first night of fever, she dreamed that she and her father were paddling a small boat down a river in the jungle, and that the boat turned over. Her father drowned, and she was left alone in the water. The boat had gotten away. Morena had forgotten that her father didn't know how to swim. Now I have something you're going to like, Barbara said on the phone. Morena hadn't heard from the bow vendors since her visit to their apartment several days before, and since that time she had not left the hotel and had very seldom left her bed. She wasn't entirely sure if the preventative medicine that worked against insect-borne diseases was making her sick, or if she had, in fact, contracted an insect-borne disease in spite of the medication. It also seemed entirely possible that all of her symptoms, which included body aches and a peculiar rash around her trunk, were psychosomatic. She was willing herself into illness in order to bring this all to an end. But then she wondered if Anders hadn't reached the same conclusion. I have a fever that comes on at 7 in the morning and stays for 2 hours. By 4 in the afternoon it's back, and I am nothing but a ranting pile of ash. Most days now I have a headache, and I worry that some tiny Amazonian animal is eating a hole through my cerebral cortex. Morena had only read that letter once, and still she knew it by heart. What will I like? She asked Barbara Bovender, because in truth she could not think of one single thing in Manaus that sounded appealing. We're going to the opera. Annick keeps a box and the season opens tomorrow. We have her tickets. She keeps a box at the opera? Morena didn't have the energy for indignation, but really, was there no end to this? Apparently there was a season several years ago when the rains got so bad she had to come into the city for a long time. She said the opera saved her. Well, I don't think it's going to save me. I'm sick. I need to stay where I am. Did you eat something? Barbara asked. It was the logical question. The market stalls were filled with things that would kill anyone that didn't have several generations of the proper bacteria in their gut. It's just a fever, Morena said. High or low? I don't have a thermometer. She was bored. She wanted to get off the phone. All right, Barbara said. I'll be over in about an hour, and I'm bringing some dresses for you to look at. I don't want company, and I don't want dresses. I appreciate the gesture, but trust me, I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing. You have no idea, Barbara said lightly. Tomo, the concierge, in an act of dogged perseverance and faith that far outreached anything Morena herself was capable of, had continued to call the airport every day regarding her luggage. It had been located momentarily in Spain and then lost again. He was also the hotel employee who was sent up to her room whenever someone called about the screaming, and now he was looking after her because she was sick. He brought her bottles of syrupy cane juice and carbonated soft drinks and hard, dry crackers that stood in for meals. The truth was that Morena, stranded and in decline, elicited the sympathy of the entire hotel staff, but they all recognized that Tomo was in charge of her. So when there was knocking on her door, how much later she couldn't say, sleep was like an anesthetic she broke out of and then slipped into again. Morena assumed it was Tomo. She put on the extra bedsheet that was her robe and answered the door. Barbara gave her a hard stare up and down before speaking. "Oh, you are rough," she said with her long, flat vowels. "Why didn't you call me?" Morena, disappointed that now she wouldn't be able to go right back to sleep, retreated into her room, which was dark and stale. The Australian followed her. "I've brought you things." Barbara held up a small, dirty paper sack and a tapestry overnight bag as if they were enticing offers. The housekeepers hadn't been in for a couple of days because Morena could not stop sleeping. Bits of crackers were scattered over the floor like sand. Mrs. Bovender turned on the light switch by the door and then opened the blinds. "You shouldn't be living like this," was all she had to say. "My standards have changed." Morena burrowed down into the bed. One would think it would be difficult to fall asleep in front of someone you barely knew, but in fact, it was the simplest thing in the world. Barbara took a paper cup out of the bag and pried off the lid. "Here," she said, and held it out to her. "Sit up. You're supposed to drink it while it's hot." Morena leaned forward and sniffed the contents of the cup. It was the river, boiled down to its foulest essence. It was even the color of the river. The steam that rolled off the surface was like the heavy morning mist. "Where did you get that?" "From the shaman stand in the market, and don't say anything dismissive about the shaman until you've given him a try. I've been bitten by half the insects in this country. I've had some awful fevers, some sores I wouldn't even talk about. Jackie had food poisoning once. He ate some sort of grilled turtle from a vendor, which was idiotic in the first place. I was positive he was going to die. The shaman saved us every time. I could practically open an account with him." The shaman would no doubt have direct billing with Vogel. "But I haven't been to see the shaman," Morena said, applying logic where no logic could be applied. "What is he basing his diagnosis on? You haven't seen me either." "I explained the situation. Actually, Milton explained the situation for me after I explained it to Milton. The shaman and I don't exactly speak the same Portuguese, and I think it's important to get it all right. Milton hopes you're feeling better, by the way." She pressed the cup against Morena's breastbone and held it there until she took it in her hands. "This is idiocy," Morena said, looking down at the cloudy liquid. The cup was warm. The smell came up to her in layers. Water, fish, mud, death. "Drink it," Barbara said sharply. "I'm tired of trying to help you. Drink it all down, one swallow, come on. This is what we do down here in hell." Morena, so surprised by the force of the order and by the look of mad frustration on Barbara Bovender's face, did what she was told and took down the whole foul cup in one long swallow. It was not entirely liquid. It was thicker near the bottom, viscous, and there were tiny bits of something hard and twig-like that caught in her throat. The canoe they were in was a log, and it rolled over to the side, and she was thrown down with her father into the water. The water filled up her eyes and nose and mouth. She sank before she could swim, and all she could taste was the river. She had forgotten until now how the river tasted. "Put your head back and pant," Barbara said. "Don't throw it up." She got down on her knees in front of Morena, putting her hands on Morena's knees. Mr. Fox had said the difference between Morena and Anders was that Anders hadn't had the sense to come home when he had first fallen sick. But oh, it wasn't a matter of whether she was willing. It was all a matter of able. A chill passed through her, a great, shuddering wave that washed over her wet skin and made her spine convulse. "Okay," Barbara said quietly, patting at her knee as if it were the head of a very small dog. "Here's the other thing. You're going to be really sick now, but just for a little while, an hour or so, maybe 2. It all depends on what needs to break down inside you. Then you're going to be absolutely fine. You're going to be better than fine. I'd be happy to stay with you. I'm free all afternoon." Morena looked at her guest, but all she could really make out was the light of her hair, which appeared to be receding down a tunnel. She said she did not want her to stay. Barbara sat back on her heels, looking disappointed. She took Morena's cold fingers in her hand and bounced them. "Okay. I'll come back then around 5, and we can talk about the dress you're going to wear tomorrow. I brought a few that I think will be pretty on you. It's good that you have a friend who's as tall as you are." She waited. "Are you going to be sick now? Try to wait as long as you can. The longer you can hold it down, the better it works. Panting really helps." Lines of sweat began to run down Morena's forehead, down from the crown of her head, down the back of her neck. A clear, thin mucus came from her nose at a rate that exceeded both the perspiration and the tears that were pouring from her eyes. She did not lift her hand to her face. She let the slick wall pour unabated. It was early still, but she realized very clearly that there was nothing she could do to stop this from happening. The trembling shook her hard enough to knock her teeth, and she tried to keep her mouth open. Even if there were an antidote, she would never get to it in time. This was the end of the end. She knew what it felt like now. If she lived to see it come again, she would call it by name. In one of her last clear thoughts, Morena wondered if she had been murdered, or if, by taking the cup herself, she had committed suicide. Far outside the city, the tree frogs were calling her, and the deep, rhythmic pulse of their voices set the blood flow to her heart. Morena woke up on the cool tile of the bathroom floor, her head resting on a pile of towels. She opened her eyes and watched a bright red spider of medium size slip beneath the sink cabinet. The details of the time that had elapsed, she didn't know how much time it was, were not clear, and for that she was grateful. She breathed in and breathed out, moved her fingers and toes, stretched open her mouth and closed it again. The shaman-induced illness had left her, and in the violence of its departure had scraped out whatever illness she had had in the first place. She was alive, possibly well. Her hip was sore from the angle she had been lying at, but that hardly seemed important. Carefully, slowly, she pulled herself upright and then moved the short distance over the ledge of the bathtub where she sat in the bottom, just to be safe, and let the hot shower beat against her head until the water slipped to lukewarm. After that, she brushed her teeth and drank a bottle of water. She was sore and raw, but she experienced that distinct mental clarity that marked a fever's end. She rolled her head from side to side. She walked naked into the bedroom, a towel around her head, to find the room was clean and Barbara Bovender was sitting in a chair by the window reading the New England Journal of Medicine. "Look who's up," Barbara said. "You were leaving," Morena said, but very little sound came out. She coughed, trying to reset her vocal cords which had been stripped from vomiting. "You were leaving." She found the bathrobe sheet folded on the foot of the bed and pulled it around her. "I was going to, but you got sick so fast. It really went right to work on you. I thought I should stay just to make sure you didn't fall and hit your head on the toilet, anything like that. But you're better, right? I can tell just by looking at you." "I am." Marina said. She couldn't bring herself to thank the person who had so recently poisoned her, nor could she deny that the poison had improved her circumstances. "I've never read this article," Barbara said, holding up the journal. "It's fascinating, even the science parts, which I really don't follow. I kept thinking about how lucky it was that things worked out so that I was sitting in your hotel room for a couple of hours. I have to tell you, I really didn't understand Onyx's work at all before this. To think of being able to wait and have your children whenever you want them, 40, 50, 60 even, that would be amazing." Barbara stopped and looked at her hostess. "You know, I've never asked you. Do you have children?" "I do not," Marina said. The air conditioning had been turned up to high and she was starting to shiver in the cold. "I'd like to get dressed now." For the first time in days she was hungry. "Ah, sure, of course." Barbara got up from her chair. "Do you mind if I borrow this? I know Jackie would want to read it." "Fine," Marina said. "Try the dresses on and let me know which one you like." Barbara stopped at the door. "I really am so glad it all worked out and that you're better. I'll tell the shaman, he'll be so pleased. We'll pick you up tomorrow at 7, all right?" But she didn't mean it as a question. Before Marina had a chance to answer, Barbara Bovender and the New England Journal of Medicine were gone. Chapter 5. The point of an evening at Teatro Amazonas was not so much to see an opera as it was to see an opera house. They had tickets for Gluck's Orfeo ed Euridice, but only because there had to be tickets for something. The building itself was the performance. The 2 long marble staircases curving up in front, the high blue walls piped with crisp white embellishments, the great tiled dome that must have been torn from a Russian palace by a monstrous storm and blown all the way to South America, or so a tourist had told Marina one morning when she stopped to take a picture of it with her phone. There was no real explanation for how such a building was conceived for such a place. Marina thought of it as the line of civilization that held the jungle back. Surely without the opera house, the vines would have crept up over the city and swallowed it whole. "The natives swear that nobody built it," Barbara said, taking the tickets out from her tiny black lacquered evening bag. "They say it just happened." Jackie nodded. It was the version of which he most approved. "They say it was brought down in a spaceship for some prince because this was the only place he could have sex." Barbara Bovender was wearing a short, ivory-colored dress that showed the full length of her leg, a shameless expanse of tanned calf and thigh that was exaggerated by a very high pair of evening sandals. It was a dress she had first offered to Marina, and Marina had declined. Every dress Barbara had brought over in her tapestry bag was missing some essential piece of fabric, the front or the back or the skirt, leaving Marina to decide which part of herself she could best afford to leave uncovered. The ivory dress had a modest neckline and long sleeves, but was short enough to embarrass a third grader. In the end, she settled on a long, straight dress of dark gray silk that left bare her arms and back, because Barbara consented to lend her a wrap, even though she said it ruined the lines. Once Marina's fever had broken and the vomiting had stopped, she was, in fact, grateful, not only for her shaman cure, though she wished she had taken a vaccine for hepatitis A before leaving on her trip, but for the loan of an inappropriate dress and the chance to go to the opera. She appreciated having a reason to scrub beneath her fingernails, to leave her room in the evening, to listen to music. What's more, Mrs. Bovender came back to her hotel before the performance to pin up Marina's hair and apply her eyeliner as if she were a bride. Marina had had many friends in her life who could recite the periodic table from memory, but not since high school had she had a friend with a particular talent for hair. When Barbara was through with her considerable work, she led Marina to the mirror so that she could be overwhelmed by the results, and Marina, who didn't remember looking as beautiful on her wedding day, obliged. "You have to make a point of looking nice every now and then," Barbara said, clamping a significant gold cuff around Marina's wrist. "Believe me, if you don't do it down here, then everything is lost." When the three of them moved through the lobby, the crowds of opera-goers turned to watch them pass. Jackie, slightly stoned, with his lightly tinted glasses and glossy hair, looked like a man who was likely to arrive with two women. He wore a white linen shirt with white embroidery down the front, a surfer's version of formal wear. Morena was only sorry to think that this beauty she was doubtlessly incapable of replicating was being spent on the bow vendors. After all, Mr. Fox enjoyed the opera. It wasn't so unreasonable to think he could have visited her here. She imagined the weight of her hand resting inside his arm. The usher unlocked the door to their box with a heavy brass skeleton key that he wore around his neck on a velvet cord. He made a slight bow to each of them while distributing the programs. The three of them had 8 red velvet chairs to choose from. Morena leaned over the brass railing on their balcony to watch the prosperous citizens of Manaus find their way to their seats. The inside of the house was a wedding cake, every intricately decorated layer balanced delicately on the shoulders of the one beneath it, rising up and up to a ceiling where frescoed angels parted the wandering clouds with their hands. When the chandeliers began to dim, Jackie put his hand on his wife's thigh, and she crossed her other leg over to pin him there. Morena turned her attention down to the orchestra. With a face of pure serenity, Barbara leaned towards Morena and whispered, "I love this part." Morena didn't know what part she meant, and didn't ask. But when the house was dark and the overture rose up to the third-tier balcony, she understood completely. Suddenly, every insect in Manaus was forgotten. The chicken heads that cluttered the tables in the marketplace and the starving dogs that waited in the hopes that one might fall were forgotten. The children with fans that waved the flies away from the baskets of fish were forgotten, even as she knew she was not supposed to forget the children. She longed to forget them. She managed to forget the smells, the traffic, the sticky pools of blood. The door sealed them in with the music and sealed the world out, and suddenly it was clear that building an opera house was a basic act of human survival. It kept them all from rotting in the unendurable heat. It saved their souls in ways those murdering Christian missionaries could never have envisioned. In these past few days of fever, Morena had forgotten herself. The city was breaking her down along with Valerium, her sense of failure, her nearly mad desire to be home in time to see the lilacs. But then the orchestra struck a note that brought her back to herself. Every pass of the cellist's bows across the cello's strings scraped away a bit of her confusion, and the woodwinds returned her to strength. While she sat in the dark, Morena started to think that this opera house, and indeed this opera, were meant to save her. She knew the story of Orpheus, but it wasn't until the singing began that she realized it was the story of her life. She was Orfeo, and there was no question that Anders was Eurydice, dead from a snake bite. Morena had been sent to hell to bring him back. Had Karen been able to leave the boys, she would have been Orfeo. It was the role she had been born to play. But Karen was in Minnesota, and Morena's mind was filled with Anders now, their 7 years of friendship, the 50 hours a week they spent charting lipids, listening to the rise and fall of each other's breath. Barbara opened up her tiny purse and handed Morena a Kleenex. "Blot in a straight line beneath your eyes," she whispered. A woman sang the role of Orfeo in a baggy toga, her hair slicked back and caught beneath a crown of gilded leaves. She stood there, center stage, a lyre in her arms to cover her breasts, and sang her sorrow to the chorus. Jackie leaned across his wife. "Why is it a woman?" he whispered to Morena. Morena dabbed her nose and bent in to tell him that the alternative was to find a castrato for whom the part was originally written, but a hand reached between them and thumped Jackie on the shoulder with 2 hard taps. "Quiet," the woman's voice said. Morena and the 2 bow vendors straightened their spines as if the same small voltage had run up their carved chair legs and through the velvet seats. They began to turn, the 3 of them together. but the hand came back between Barbara and Morena and pointed to the stage. That was how they watched the rest of the opera, their eyes forward and their entire consciousness turned behind them to focus on Dr. Swenson. Dr. Swenson, back from the jungle and here at the opera with no announcement at all. And now they were made to wait, not to get out of their seats like reasonable people, step into the stairwell or go down to the lobby to begin the conversation that should have started weeks ago. At first, Morena had thought about how she would feel once she saw Dr. Swenson, but the longer she stayed in Brazil, the more she came to consider her chances of finding her to be hopeless. The scenario she had run in her mind involved going home to tell Karen and Mr. Fox that she had failed. Eurydice was behind Orfeo as they trudged the long road up from the underworld, Eurydice constantly harping, complaining, her lovely soprano voice turned into a droning saw. "Why won't you look at me? Why don't you love me?" Dear God, even in her enormous beauty, she was unbearable. Morena fixed her eyes forward and willed herself with everything in her not to turn around. She noticed that Jackie's hand was no longer sandwiched between his wife's thighs, and that they were both staring at the stage with great concentration, no doubt wondering if they had properly aired the apartment, made the bed, returned all the lacy scraps of underwear to their proper drawers. Morena, who had folded the shawl in her lap once the lights went down because it was less than perfectly cool in this third-tier box, considered the visage of her naked shoulders and back that were presently obstructing Dr. Swenson's view of the stage, the complicated twist of her hair held in place with 2 black sticks ornamented with tiny gold fans as if she were a Chinese princess. She imagined herself in a hospital room, sitting at a patient's bedside in her dark gray silk, and suddenly Dr. Swenson came into the room behind her. "I was paged," Morena said to her, trying to explain the lack of fabric in her dress. "I've been at the opera." Her own fear surprised her most, the dull thumping deep in her bowels that was associated with the instruction that she might now open her test booklet and begin, or even later, being called on in grand rounds. "Dr. Singh, if you would then explain to us why the numbness persists." Morena would have expected anger, confrontation. It wouldn't matter that someone was singing, that everyone around them would hear her. "I want you to tell me what happened to Anders," was what she had planned to say. What a thought. She had nothing to say to Dr. Swenson. She was waiting to hear what Dr. Swenson had to say to her. "Dr. Singh, of course I remember. You blinded that child in Baltimore." The sweat under her arms came down her ribcage in an unimpeded line, and because of the way the dress was cut, fastened behind her neck and low across her back, it did not pool into a stain until it was nearly at her waist. Orfeo could not take it another minute, the badgering, the chilling doubt. "Isn't it proof enough that I've come to hell for you?" he could have said. "Couldn't you trust my love and wait another 20 minutes while I navigate this narrow path?" But no, it didn't work that way. He had to see her. He had to reassure her of his love. He had to shut her up. He turned to his beloved, and in doing so, he killed her all over again, sending her down to that pit of endless sleep where the story had first begun. With everything in her, Morena willed the singers to stop singing, the musicians to put down their instruments in recognition of the unbearable anxiety emanating from the third tier. Such is the stuff of dreams. It wasn't enough that in this opera the dead were alive and then dead again due to the botched efforts of the protagonist. There were still more reversals of fortune and a very long dance segment to endure, but the ending did at last arrive. Morena and the 2 bowfenders applauded violently, all the repressed energy of waiting finally able to release itself into their slapping hands. "Brava!" Jackie called when the mezzo came forward on the stage. "It was hardly as good as all that," Dr. Swenson said behind them. As if that sentence were their permission, they stood and turned, the 3 of them, Dr. Swenson's chorus. Probably not, Barbara said, as if this were a conversation. But it's just so lovely to go to the opera.
Great seats, Jackie said.
Morena, who was considerably taller in Mrs. Bovender's shoes, neglected to take Dr. Swenson's height into account and so looked directly over Dr. Swenson's head when she turned. She saw another person in the box, a man in a suit who stayed beneath the eaves. Milton mouthed to her a silent hello. Barbara put her arm around Morena's shoulder and pulled her close. The gesture could have been seen as possessive or loving, and yet Morena suspected it was really an attempt by the younger woman to remain standing. She could feel Barbara Bovender's heartbeat as she pushed in, hip to hip, rib to rib. A low current of trembling rumbled between them, and she could not be sure which of them was the source.
"Anik, you know my friend Dr. Singh?" Barbara said.
Dr. Singh, Dr. Swenson said, and offered her hand, neither confirming nor denying what she knew. The last 13 years had not touched Dr. Swenson, except that her skin, which had seen very little sun in those Baltimore winters, was now quite tan, and her hair was more white than gray. It still floated around her broad, open face in the same disorganized cloud Morena remembered. She was blue-eyed, bright, her small hand round and soft in Morena's own. Her clothing was wrinkled, sensible, making no concessions for a night at the opera. It seemed possible that she had come directly from the dock. This woman, who had fixed the course of Morena's life, looked for all the world like somebody's Swedish grandmother on a chartered tour of the Amazon. "I'm very glad," Morena began. Sit, Dr. Swenson said, and sat herself to set the example. "She's going to sing the Villa Lobos." "The what?" Barbara said. Dr. Swenson answered her with a tremendous glare and took the fourth chair in the first row next to Morena, while the soprano, the tedious and beautiful Eurydice, put a modest hand to her breast and bent her head forward to receive the maelstrom of applause. The Villa Lobos, Brazil's singular contribution to the classical repertoire, was considerably more beautiful than the Gluck, or the soprano was inclined to sing the vocalese with more tenderness than she had been able to bring to her previous role, and for the briefest moment, Morena was able to forget what was behind her, Anders' death, and all that there was still to come, the now inevitable trip into the jungle with her professor, and she listened. It took 8 cellos and a human voice to quiet her mind. "Now that was worth coming in for," Dr. Swenson said, when finally, after 15 minutes of thunderous applause, the soprano reluctantly tore herself from the proscenium. As they picked up their programs and opened the door to the box, Dr. Swenson addressed Morena directly. "What did you think of the Gluck, Dr. Singh?" "Tell us about the patient, Dr. Singh." Morena stopped herself. "I'm afraid I'm not a good judge this evening. I was distracted." Dr. Swenson nodded as if this was the correct answer. "I feel certain it's better that way. The Gluck in one's memory is always more satisfying than the Gluck itself." She turned and led the way down the hall to the staircase, and the 4 others followed behind. Milton took Morena's arm for the stairs, and she was grateful for the kindness. She spent very little time in high heels, and she could feel a sway in her ankles. "No one was expecting her?" Morena said. She made her voice quiet, but the crowds were pouring into the hallways now and filling up the space around them, everyone chattering to one another, to their cell phones. The air clicked with the hard, bright syllables of Portuguese spoken by Brazilians well pleased with their evening out. "There is no expecting Dr. Swenson," Milton said, tightening his grip on Morena's arm as 2 young girls cut through the crowd at a gallop pace, their party dresses flipping up behind them to show white underskirts as they took the stairs 3 at a time. "But there is suspecting. She doesn't like to miss the opening of the season. I didn't take any bookings for tonight, though there were plenty of people who wanted to come in a car. That is not because I expected her, but because I suspected." Morena had lost sight of Dr. Swenson, but not the Bovenders, who were a dozen steps ahead. Mrs. Bovender, especially, was a virtual lighthouse. "I would have appreciated you passing your suspicions along."
"I might have made you worry for nothing then. She doesn't always come. She doesn't always do anything."
"I understand that, but had I known there was any possibility of her being here tonight, I would have worn my own clothes." Milton stopped on the stairs, forcing the people behind him to stop.
"There is something wrong with your dress? How could there be something wrong with this dress?"
Up ahead, Morena saw the Bovenders ride the river of humanity out the front doors of the Opera House, their bright heads bent down. She could assume they were talking to Dr. Swenson, or at least they were listening to her. She ignored Milton's question and tugged him forward. The night air was heavy and warm, but there was a slight fish-smelling breeze coming from the river. Morena and Milton found the other three on the great tiled landing in front of the Opera House, their faces turned in the direction of that breeze. Countless thousands of insects poured towards the electric lights that bathed the sides of the magnificent building and flooded over into the terraces and the streets below them. Even in the noise of the crowd, Morena could hear the thrumming of wings, the various pitches of buzzing sounds they made. Their enthrallment of the light reminded her of the audience at the end of the final aria. They were driven mad by it. They could never have enough.
"The Bovenders tell me that nothing has changed since I've been gone," Dr. Swenson said as Milton and Morena approached them. "Is that true? An entire city and nothing changes?" "I can't think of any changes in the last 10 years, Milton said. "There must be something," Dr. Swenson said. Her face was tilted up, and the spotlight above her head seemed to shine on her alone. It was as if she had been cut out of light and pasted onto a dark background, powerfully removed from the crowds around her the way she was in memory. Even though this was exactly the person Morena had been looking for, she could not overcome the feeling that two very distant points in her life were now colliding in a way that should be relegated only to bad dreams. The last time she had actually seen Dr. Swenson was the day before the accident. Throughout the Inquisition, they had no contact, and after the Inquisition, she left the program. She hadn't thought of that before. "Well, Morena's here now," Jackie offered. "I would prefer something I didn't already know." Milton thought for a moment. "Rodrigo is stocking flea collars in his store. He says you can put them under your pillow. It keeps things out of the bed." Dr. Swenson nodded her head approvingly, as if this were exactly the piece of information she had hoped to uncover. "I'll get some in the morning." That was when a slightly built boy, a Brazilian Indian, wandered towards them, slipping easily between the adults without touching their clothes. He was noticeable even in the crowd because he represented two groups that were largely absent from the evening: children and Indians. He wore a pair of nylon shorts and a green t-shirt that said World Cup Soccer. He looked like the boys who sat on blankets in the square selling bracelets and small animals carved out of nuts. He had the same dark silky hair and eyes that appeared overly large, when in fact it was his face that was too small. Logic would dictate that this child would be selling something as well. Children were industrious in Manaus, hawking fans and postcards and butterflies and wooden boxes, but his hands were empty. "Easter!" Barbara Bovender cried, and dropped down to sit on the back of her heels, a perilous maneuver in so short a dress. She held out her arms to the boy, who ran into them, burying his face in her neck. "It's the hair," Dr. Swenson said. "He never can get over it." Jackie leaned over to pick the child up, and his wife came up as well. The boy had filled both of his hands with her hair and was studying it intently, a luminous rope thrown down from the gods. He was too old to be picked up, and clearly it delighted him. "I think you're bigger," Jackie said, jostling him up and down as if trying to guess his weight. "He isn't bigger," Dr. Swenson said. She tapped the boy on the chest, and when he looked at her, she spoke. "Dr. Singh." She raised her right index finger and touched that hand to her left wrist, then drew a line up to her throat with one finger and pulled that same finger into the air from her mouth.
Then she pointed at Morena. He let go of Barbara's hair and gave Morena his hand. "Look at that," Jackie said, as if this were a particularly clever trick for a boy. "He can shake." As a reward, he tossed the child up in the air a few inches, up and down, until he laughed a strange seal-like laugh and had to let go of her hand. "It's nice to meet you," Morena said. The child's enormous eyes fixed themselves to her and did not look away. "You could have brought him to the opera," she said to Dr. Swenson. Had he come with her? There were plenty of seats. "Easter's deaf," Dr. Swenson said. "The opera would have been more tedious for him than it was for us." "It wasn't such a bad opera," Barbara said to the boy. "He likes to wander when he has the chance," Dr. Swenson said for him. "He likes to take a look around town." Easter, perched in Jackie's arms, his attention rightfully returned to Barbara's hair, did not turn his head. Even with good hearing, he would have seemed too small to be walking the streets of Manaus alone in the dark. "I would have gone with you if I'd known you were out here," Jackie said to the boy. "We could have cut out together." "He could have come. I think he would have liked seeing all the people," Barbara said. "There's a lot to look at in the opera house, even if you can't hear the music." Dr. Swenson looked at her watch. "I think this is enough of a reunion for now. Dr. Singh and I should have a talk. I assume you don't mind the late hour, Dr. Singh? Milton tells me you've been waiting." Morena said that she would be glad to talk. "Good, so. The rest of you go on. I'll see you in the morning. Milton, tell Rodrigo I'll be at the store by 7. "May I drive you somewhere?" Milton asked. Dr. Swenson shook her head. "It's a perfectly good night. I'm sure we can manage a walk. Can you manage, Dr. Singh?" Morena, in her column of gray silk and her high heels, was not entirely sure she could manage, but she said that a walk would be good after sitting so long. "We'll take Easter back to the apartment," Barbara said. The child had begun to braid the section of her hair that he was holding onto. Dr. Swenson shook her head. "He hasn't eaten. He'll come with us. Put him down, Jackie. He isn't a monkey." Jackie set Easter on the ground, and the boy looked from one party to the other. In spite of not having heard, he seemed to be in tacit agreement with the plans. "We'll see you later, then," Jackie said, finding the part in the boy's hair with his fingers and smoothing it down. Then, remembering what in fact was new, he held out his hand and Easter shook it goodbye. "Brilliant," Jackie said. The streets around the opera house were made of flat stones, fitted together into an uneven jigsaw, and Morena found herself wishing that Milton had come with them, if not to drive, then at least to keep his hand under her arm. Morena was a very tall doctor who worked in a lab in Minnesota, and those 3 things, the height, the work, and the state, precluded the wearing of heels, giving her little experience to draw from now that she needed it. She shifted her weight forward onto her toes and hoped not to wedge the heel of Barbara's shoes into a crevice. Even as Morena slowed, Dr. Swenson kept to her own unwavering pace, a trudge of metronomic regularity that Morena remembered. In her khaki pants and rubber-soled shoes, she was quickly a block ahead without seeming to notice that she was alone. Easter stayed behind them both, perhaps to alert Dr. Swenson in the event that Morena went down. The crowd from the opera had dispersed, and all that remained were the city's regulars who stood on the street corners in the dark, trying to decide whether or not to cross. They watched Morena as she pulled her borrowed shawl up over her shoulders. "Are you coming, Dr. Singh?" Dr. Swenson called out. She had gone around a corner or stepped into a building. Her voice was part of the night. It came from nowhere. "Are you coming, Dr. Singh?" She would dip so quickly into a patient's room that suddenly the residents would lose their bearings. Had she gone to the right or the left? Morena squinted down the street, the darkness broken apart by streetlights and headlights and bits of broken glass that showered the curb and reflected the light up. "I'm coming," she said. Her eyes shifted constantly from one side of the street to the other in a slow nystagmus. In order to steady herself, she made an organized list in her mind of all the things that were making her nervous. It was night. and she wasn't exactly sure where she was, though she could have easily turned around and found her way back to the opera house, and from there her hotel. She was unsteady in her shoes, which, along with the ridiculous dress, made her the human equivalent of a bird with a broken wing to any predator who might be out trawling the streets late at night. If there was a predator. She now had a deaf child to protect, and she wasn't exactly sure how she would manage that. As she felt the blisters coming up beneath the sandal's straps, she could not help but think of the countless explorers throughout history who had been taken down by the lowly blister. Then she reassured herself that there was very little chance that this was how she would meet her end, given the 3 different types of antibiotics Mr. Fox had sent along with her larium and the phone. And since this was a list of anxieties, she could not neglect the most pressing fear of all. Assuming she made it to her destination tonight, she was then to sit down with Dr. Swenson and have a discussion about what exactly? Vogel's rights and interests in Brazil? The location of Anders' body? Then, without so much as a footfall to announce him, Easter came up from behind her and put himself in the lead. At first she thought he must be bored by how slow she was and figured he meant to leave her, but instead he aligned himself to her pace. He would have been in easy reach had she just put out her hand. He had made himself her seeing eye boy. As she watched his back, his shoulders barely wide enough to hang a shirt on, half the anxieties on her list fell away. With one hand she held Mrs. Bovender's wrap firmly to her chest, while her other hand was full of the silk of her skirt, which she held up in order not to trip on it or let it drag in the pools of muddied rain left over from the late afternoon deluge. The night air pressed against her, moving roughly in and out of her lungs. It was very recently that she had been ill. Despite the pins and the spray and the black lacquered sticks with the gold Chinese fans, she could feel random sections of her hair breaking free and sliding damply down the back of her neck. When they reached the corner, Easter turned right, and without question or thought, she followed him. 2 blocks later, at about the point she was certain she would not be able to take another step, Easter dipped into a restaurant Morena had never seen before, on a street she couldn't remember. He could not have seen Dr. Swenson go in, but there she was, sitting at a table in the corner, a bottle of soda water in front of her that was already half consumed. If possible, the room was slightly darker than the night she had come in from, and a small single candle on every table stood in place of the stars. 6 tables were occupied. 12 more were empty. It was late. The boy, having completed his job, cut the shortest path between the other customers and sat in a wooden chair beside Dr. Swenson. Had she brought him in with her from the jungle? Or did Easter, along with Milton and the Bovenders, have his place on Vogel's payroll? Dr. Swenson tilted the breadbasket towards him, and he took a piece and laid it nicely on his plate. Morena tried not to limp as she made her way towards them. For a moment, she stood at the table saying nothing. Her resplendence melted in the heat, and waited for the other woman to acknowledge her arrival. She could have waited for the rest of her life. "I lost you," Morena said finally. "Clearly you didn't," Dr. Swenson said. "Easter knew where we were going." "I didn't know that Easter had been informed." Dr. Swenson was looking at the menu through a pair of half-glasses. "I'm sure you realized soon enough. This place is a bit farther, but that's why the opera crowd avoids it. I can always get a table." Morena pulled out the chair beside Easter, across from Dr. Swenson, and felt a significant throbbing in her feet as the blood shifted back up her legs. She decided to be grateful for the chair and for the audience. After taking in all the information the menu had to offer, Dr. Swenson laid it down. Now that she knew what she would have for dinner, she was ready to begin. "Allow me to be direct, Dr. Singh," she said, folding her glasses back into their padded case. "It will save us both some time. You shouldn't have come. There must be a way of convincing Mr. Fox that continual monitoring does not speed productivity. Maybe that can be a project for you when you return home. You can tell him I am fine, and that it would better suit his own purposes to leave me alone." A waiter approached the table, and Dr. Swenson proceeded to order for herself and the child in broken Portuguese. When the waiter turned to Morena, she asked for a glass of wine. Dr. Swenson added to the order and sent the waiter away. "I'm glad you're fine," Morena said, "and you're right, I've come to find out about the progress of the drug's development. That's part of the reason I'm here. But I was a close friend of Dr. Ekman's. I am a friend of his wife's. It's important to her to understand the circumstances of his death." "He died of a fever." Morena nodded. "So you wrote. But she would like to know more than that. It would help her to be able to explain to their children what happened." Easter sat at the table without fidgeting, both of his feet on the floor or nearly on the floor. He tore neat pieces off his bread and ate them slowly. He did not seem to be the least bit bothered by waiting, which caused Morena to wonder if he had had a great deal of practice. "Are you asking me if I know what caused the fever, if it had a name? I do not. The list of possibilities is too long. I suppose at this point checking his recent vaccination records would be a place to start. I can also give you a list of antibiotics he failed to respond to." "I'm not asking you what kind of fever it was," Morena said. "I'm asking you what happened." Dr. Swenson sighed. "Is this my deposition, Dr. Singh?" "I'm not accusing—" Dr. Swenson waved her hand, brushing the words out of the air. "I will tell you, I liked Dr. Ekman. Every aspect of his visit was a great inconvenience to me, but there was something ingenuous about him. He had a sincere interest in the Lakashi, in the work. You were a friend of his, and so you know this about him. He had a singular ability for demonstrating interest. If it was in birds or in the estrogen levels in the collected blood samples, he asked a great many questions and took in every word of the answers he was given. He was polite and affable, even when I was trying to convince him to leave, which, you should note to his wife, I did constantly." She interrupted herself to finish her glass of water, and before the empty glass had come to rest on the table, it had been refilled by the hovering waiter. "Mr. Fox was an idiot to send him down here. I've hardly ever seen a man so ill-suited for the jungle, and that's saying a great deal. Most people are ill-suited for the jungle. The heat, the insects, even the trees made him anxious. Now one would think when a person comes to a place where he doesn't want to be and is not wanted, he would have the sense to go. Dr. Ekman lacked that sense. He told me that the company needed me to speed up the progress of my work, that they needed to see my records, bring in other researchers, move as much of the project back to Vogel as soon as was possible. I believe our entire exchange could have taken place in an hour. 15 minutes if both parties were succinct, but there was something about Dr. Ekman. It was as if he needed to see everything for himself. He had come a long way, and by God, he wasn't going to take my word for the fact that there was a drug in development. He felt the need to retrace the entire course of my work. He was going to rediscover the Lakashi tribe himself. He was going to find the roots of their fertility himself. He refused to let his misery inform his actions. A small man in a dirty white apron came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of yellow rice covered over with chicken. The meat was the same color as the rice, and was glossy and loose on the bone. He gave one to Dr. Swenson and one to the child, whose face became incandescent with joy when he saw what was for dinner. "We haven't had much luck keeping chickens," Dr. Swenson said. "We have both been looking forward to dinner." She tapped Easter's hand, and at that permission, he picked up his fork and began to pull the meat apart by holding the chicken in place with 2 fingers. She tapped his hand again and handed him a knife. "We have Dr. Ekman to thank for Easter's table manners. All this is new. It frankly wasn't anything I'd stressed before. The Lakashi table manners are not our own, but I've kept up with it. Dr. Ekman took such an interest in the child, I can only think he was missing his own." She stopped and looked at Morena, leaving the question unspoken. "Boys," Morena said. "He had 3 boys." Dr. Swenson nodded. "Well, you could see it. I don't suppose I'd thought of this before, but surely a great part of my sympathy for Dr. Ekman came from his kindness to Easter." The original waiter returned and put a piece of tres leches in front of Marina, who shook her head at the sight of it. She was thinking of those 3 boys on the sofa, the ones whose hearing was so acute that adult conversations were forced into the kitchen pantry and conducted in whispers. "I ordered it for you," Dr. Swenson said, and sent the waiter away. "It's good cake, it goes with the wine." Marina saw the boy eyeing her dessert, caught between the joy of his own meal and the longing for hers. "How long was Anders with you before he got sick?" "It would be hard to say, since I don't actually know when he was infected. In retrospect, I think he may have picked up something here in Manaus and brought it out with him. I didn't know Dr. Ekman before this. It's possible that I never saw him when he was completely himself." "You did," Marina said. "You met him at Vogel before you left. He was on the review committee for your financing." She pictured Anders leaning against her desk. He had been so certain Dr. Swenson had liked him. Dr. Swenson nodded, her attention given over fully to her chicken for the moment. "Yes, of course, he told me that, but I didn't remember him. I wouldn't have any reason to remember him." "Of course," Marina said, and for the first time it came to her with certainty. She does not know me. The older doctor took a bite of rice. "It's difficult to trust yourself in the jungle," she said. "Some people gain their bearings over time, but for others that adjustment never comes. It's simply too foreign. We can't find a common application for what we already know. I'm not just thinking of moral issues or rules of law, though both of those apply, but the simple, concrete facts of existence aren't what we're used to. Take the insects, for example. Hundreds of thousands of new species are discovered around the world every year, and who knows how many other species vanish. The means by which we separate out the deadly from the merely irritating are extremely limited, considering that the insect that just bit you might not have even been classified yet. And at what point does constant irritation itself become deadly? You're bitten by so many things, there's no way of keeping track. You simply have to accept the fact that whatever it was probably isn't going to kill you." She motioned to Marina with her fork. "Did you know your arm is bleeding, Dr. Singh?" Marina had let the shawl slip behind her in the chair, and she could see now that there was a thin line of dried blood about 6 inches long that came from a puncture in her right biceps. Dr. Swenson took the unused napkin from the 4th place at the table and dipped it into her water glass. "Here," she said, "clean yourself up." Marina took the napkin and wiped her arm, taking a minute to apply some pressure to the wound as washing it had started up the bleeding again. "I'm sure it's nothing," Dr. Swenson said, working industriously to get the last of the chicken off the bone. "But it goes to my point. It's easy to become hypochondriacal out here, but the more dangerous state is hypochondria's opposite, the insistent voice that says you must be overreacting to things, and so, in turn, you begin to ignore real symptoms. Doctors, I'm sure you know, are notorious for this sort of behavior, and I think it may have been the case with Dr. Ekman. His substantial fears actually led him too far in the other direction. Every time I asked him if he was sick, he would exhaust himself denying it. When it became ridiculous for him to deny it, I told him I was sending him back. 'No, no, no,' he said to me, like some sort of child who doesn't want to miss his part in the school pageant. He would be better in a day or 2. I couldn't make his decisions for him, Dr. Singh, though, believe me, I tried. He had waited for me a long time in Manaus, and he wasn't about to turn back around without completing whatever mission he imagined it was his responsibility to complete. The next thing I knew, we were setting up an infirmary. He required constant attention." Dr. Swenson looked over at Easter, who had picked a chicken bone up from his plate and was gnawing on it. She raised a hand to tap him and then lowered it instead. She let it go. "Do you see the problem here?" she said to Marina, her voice maintaining every inflection of composure. "The man who had been sent to prod me along in my work was keeping me from it." He had crossed over a line from feeling that he would recover quickly to feeling he was too ill to travel.
He told me he wanted to wait until he was in a better condition. He didn't want to be out on the river. He was afraid of the river. What he wanted was to be home. But getting home from the Amazon requires a great deal of effort, and after a certain point he no longer had that in him. I liked Dr. Ekman well enough, but I don't believe that makes any difference to the story. He was an impediment to me when he was well, and he was an impediment when he was sick. I will not have him be an impediment now that he is dead. I will not attempt to retrace every moment of his illness when I cannot alter its outcome. I am sorry that his wife will have to bear that, but there was nothing I could do about it then, and there is nothing I can do about it now. He made his own choices. He received the best care we could have given him, considering our resources, but Dr. Ekman died. Does that shed any more light on the subject? I wasn't with him at the end. If there were some final words, a message, I missed it. Morena sat at the table and thought of her friend dying of a nameless fever in some room or some hut at the end of the world. Karen Ekman made her promise she would ask if Anders was dead. Instead, she asked Dr. Swenson if he had died alone. It was a sentimental question, but she wanted some other picture in her mind than the one she had. When he died? No, she said. Her eyes cut over to the boy for an instant, and then back to Morena. Easter was with him. Easter, who was possibly the age of the oldest Ekman boy, or the middle one, had seen him out. His plate was scraped clean and wiped down with bread, a neat pike of chicken bones stacked in the center. She gave him her cake, and in return he gave her such a smile that she wanted the waiter to come back so she could order another piece and give him that one as well. It isn't a story to bring home, Dr. Swenson said. No, Morena said. The story isn't meant for her anyway. Dr. Swenson tapped the corners of her mouth with her napkin. It's a story for you. Without getting into the details over dinner, you will trust me when I tell you that Dr. Ekman suffered. I mean it to be a cautionary tale. Morena nodded, trying to find some untapped vein of stoicism within herself, as she wanted very much to cover her face with her hands at the thought of Anders' end. I understand that. I don't imagine that anyone has been too worried about this back at the pharmaceutical plant, but Dr. Ekman's death was difficult for me as well. I was cautious to begin with, and now I am doubly so. I'm not looking to take on a new responsibility. If you want to know how my work is going, I will tell you. I am behind schedule. This is a delicate piece of science. I give it every waking moment of my life, but at this point it still requires more time. I understand that this is not an unlimited number of years I have in which to finish this, both from Vogel's perspective and from my own. Dr. Swenson signaled the waiter to bring the check and drank the last of her water. Someday I would like to leave the Amazon myself, Dr. Singh. I am used to this place, but I am not in love with it. I have every possible incentive to complete this project as quickly as possible. Mr. Fox seems to think that I'm enjoying myself so much that I would need a series of Vogel emissaries to remind me that the goal is to finish. You may report back that I have not lost sight of the goal. Morena nodded. She understood that she was being given her ticket home. Dr. Swenson put both of her hands on the table and gave it a gentle tap to signify that their interview was now concluded. Easter and I will walk you back to your hotel. We'll go right past it on the way to the apartment. There we will say good night and goodbye. This won't be a long visit for me. You understand I need to get back. Morena cautiously moved her toes side to side. Her feet had swollen while she had been sitting, and the straps of her sandals were now cutting deep into the skin. She reached under the table and, with some effort and sharp strike of pain, pulled the shoes off. Easter, having finished the cake, ducked to look. "I'm afraid I won't be able to walk back," Morena said. What harm would there be in telling the truth now? She was finished. Dr. Swenson called out to the waiter, and Morena clearly understood her to say Milton's name. The waiter nodded. "He'll come and pick us up," she said.
She motioned for Easter to hand her one of the shoes, and she looked at it as if it were a rare archaeological find. "It's difficult for me to understand why a woman would choose to do that to herself." She returned the silver sandal to its mate. "It's a mystery to me as well," Marina said. She would not try to defend the shoes. The shoes were indefensible. She would walk barefoot for the rest of her life before she'd put them on again. "Barbara tells me you were a student of mine," Dr. Swenson said. Perhaps it was the shoes that made her think of it. She was wondering how a student of hers had learned so little about the workings of the human anatomy. "Yes," Marina said. All of her fears were floating away from her now. What difference did it make? One by one, she met them and then let them go. "That would have been Johns Hopkins?" Marina nodded. "I'm 42. Dr. Swenson signed her name to the bill and left it on the table. It would no doubt be mailed to Vogel. "Well, I must not have done a convincing job if you went into pharmacology, but then here I am developing a drug. I suppose we both wound up in the same field after all." She reached down to the floor and handed Marina's sandals to Easter to carry. He seemed very pleased to have the job. "None of us knows how life will work out, Dr. Singh." Dr. Singh was in the process of agreeing with that exact impossibility as Milton, who must have been idling the car outside, walked in the door to take her home. That night, Marina spent a long time in the bath paying attention to her various wounds. The turned-back flaps of skin that dotted her toes and heels, the pillowy blisters that had yet to drain, the different bites that were itching or bleeding or bruised. She scrubbed them all with soap and washcloth until the skin around the red lesions was red as well. Then she dried off and slathered up with salve. All of this had to be done before calling Mr. Fox. It didn't matter how late it was. She was planning on waking him up. She was hoping even that waking him up would give her something of an advantage in their conversation. She pictured the phone ringing on the night table beside the bed she had on occasion fallen asleep in, but in which she had never slept an entire night. The very bed she hoped to go home to. Mr. Fox answered on the fourth ring, his voice alert and composed. He would have given himself 2 rings after waking to collect himself. "Tell me you're fine," he said. "Some blisters," she said, gently pushing at one of them on her toe. "But absolutely fine. I found Dr. Swenson." She said it straight out. She did not wait for him to ask her because he had asked her every time they spoke, as if finding Dr. Swenson was something that might have happened and then slipped her mind. She told him about the opera house, about Easter and the dinner. She told him what had been said about Anders, and, in trying to recreate the conversation, she realized how little of a conversation it actually had been. She could report that the project was behind but moving forward. Even if she lacked the details, she was sure about the essential fact. Dr. Swenson wanted to see this done more than anyone, and she would get it done. On that point, she had been very convincing, though she had neglected to say when she projected the drug might be submitted to the FDA. "No timeline?" Mr. Fox said. "Nothing absolute," Marina said, but in truth, she hadn't asked. Why hadn't she asked? All these years later, she still listened to Dr. Swenson as a student listens to a teacher, as a Greek listens to an oracle. She didn't question her. She simply committed the answers to memory. "Don't worry about that," Mr. Fox said. "It was a preliminary meeting. You're smart not to push her yet. Do you think you'll leave tomorrow?" "Tomorrow or the next day. It depends on tickets. I'll be on the first plane that has a seat." "You'll take a plane?" Mr. Fox asked. "To come home." The line was quiet, and into that silence Marina did not extend herself. Even as she realized the error of her assumption, she wanted to stay with it for as long as possible. Her hopeful imagination had let her drift all the way home. She had no luggage. They had never found her luggage. Everything she had acquired in Manaus would be left behind, save the little white heron and the red beaded bracelet that was knotted to her wrist. Through the window of the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, she saw white blossoms. She drank the honeyed breeze as she stepped outside.
"Don't quit this now," Mr. Fox said. "Not after all the time it's taken to find her."
He would still be saying this after 6 months, after a year.
"Don't quit this now."
Maybe he wanted her to stay until she could promise she was bringing back the chemical compound for fertility in her pocket. "I delivered the message," Morena said. In retrospect, she was not entirely sure that she had said anything, but she was certain that any message she delivered to Dr. Swenson would never be listened to anyway. Dr. Swenson didn't listen to Morena, or Anders, or Mr. Fox. Listening was not Dr. Swenson's habit. Morena was not going to change the course of the river. "Anders delivered the message. She told me that. She understands exactly what it is you want, and I believe she will get it to you as soon as is humanly possible."
"It isn't the sort of thing you can take someone's word on. The drug could be finished, or she could never have started it. This is a project of enormous importance and expense. You need to find out where we are in development," Mr. Fox said, and then he added the word, "exactly." She looked at her feet, bright and raw in the overhead light, slick with neosporin. "You'll have to find somebody else."
"Morena," he said. "Morena, Morena," he said with tenderness in his voice, with love. She could smell her own capitulation coming on from a mile away. It was her nature, her duty. She told him good night and hung up the phone. She couldn't blame him much. Inside the envelope of his own warm, dry sheets, he couldn't really understand what he was asking her to do. When she was still at home, she hadn't been able to imagine this place either. It was Alarium Day. She had been putting it off since this morning, but what difference did it make? She always wound up taking it in the end. The pills she had so cavalierly tossed in the airport trash had managed to find her again. Tomo never complained about having to come up from the front desk to settle her screaming by banging on her door. And if she dealt with intermittent nausea, paranoia, my God, she could hardly pin that on the Larium. Even if she went home tomorrow, she would have to take it for another 4 weeks. It was the drug's way of reminding the patient that the trip isn't over. The trip would be in the bloodstream, in the tissues. All the potential disasters of the place would continue to linger inside. Morena set the pill on her tongue and swallowed it with half a bottle of water, which was sitting on her dresser. Then she turned out the light. She was becoming accustomed to the dip in the middle of the mattress, to the foam rubber pillow that smelled like cardboard boxes, to the sound of the water piping into the ice machine down the hall, and then, hours later, the dumping release of its little frozen charges into the bin. She wondered how long these things would stay with her once she was home again. She wondered how long Anders would stay with her, and what it would be like to settle back into their lab alone, and who would eventually come to replace him. She wondered how long it would be that she would think of him every day, and what it would feel like to realize that days had passed and she had forgotten to think of him at all. She thought about the stack of letters that Karen had written sitting in the drawer of the table beside the bed. She thought of Anders, buried in the jungle floor, 3,000 miles from Eden Prairie. As tired as she was, it kept her awake. When the mind could no longer bear the news, Anders is dead, it busied itself with the details. Where is his camera? Where are his binoculars? When Morena woke up, she was standing in front of the window in her hotel room with no memory of having gotten out of bed. It was freezing. She and her father had been at the campus of the University of Minnesota, where he had done his doctoral work in microbiology. The snow was coming down hard. All she could really remember were the Indians coming out of all the buildings, and how the women in their red and purple saris completely changed the landscape. The men in pink shirts broke the whiteness apart. They shivered in the Arctic wind until the colors began to vibrate, making a sea of trembling, snow-covered poppies. She had gone to sleep with the air conditioner left on high, and now the inside of the hotel window was so wet that she wondered from the stupor of interrupted sleep if it was finally raining inside. Beads of water streaked down the glass, reducing the view of the world outside to a deep purple darkness punctuated by balls of glittering light. The cold air blew gale force at the cheap cotton nightgown she had bought from Rodrigo. She squatted down in front of the unit beneath the window, her hair blown back by the wind, and blindly pushed little buttons until the system gave one final frozen exhalation and died. She was shaking, and unsure how much of that was the temperature and how much was a dream. All she could be certain of was that she had been trying to go home and that she couldn't because of the snow. She wasn't going home. Maybe Mr. Fox had whispered in her ear all night, but while she slept, the world shifted away from the airport and towards the docks. The clear resolve she had had in the restaurant seemed to have broken like a fever sometime during the night, and as she was waking up, she could feel Minnesota recede with the rest of her dream. She would not get back into bed now. She was finished with that bed. Like a somnambulist half awake, she gathered up everything that belonged to Barbara Bovender, the gray silk dress that was muddied around the hem, the savage shoes, the wrap, the hairpins, and put them all together in a plastic bag. Then she opened every drawer and removed the meager contents. She folded what she owned and put it into small piles on the dresser. As she went to every corner of the room, she told herself that what mattered now was movement, that the point was not so much to get home as it was to leave Manaus. She was certain of nothing except the fact that she wouldn't spend another night in the Hotel Indira. She put the packet of Karen's letters on top of her 3 folded shirts. She didn't have a bag for what she owned, but that, she imagined, would be the least of it. By 6 o'clock, she had dressed and left. The early morning city had the tick of action. Children were on their blankets, the painted bowls and crude flutes and beaded bracelets they had to sell were all in even lines. The women were moving towards the market hall, not briskly, but faster than they would move at any other point for the rest of the day. Dogs trailed along far to the sides of the streets, heads low and watchful, the shadow and light making valleys between every rib. It seemed in all of Manaus, only Nixon was still asleep. In the lobby of the Swenson Bovender apartment building, his face was pressed sideways against the desk, his hands stretched out in front of him and open wide. Morena gave herself a moment to watch such a deep and dreamless sleep, feeling a fondness for him she couldn't account for, unless it was just the fact that there were so few people in the city she knew by name. She imagined he was a good man, even though her only evidence was his fidelity to this post. She sat down in the lobby to write the Bovenders a note, but after going to the trouble of locating paper and pen, found she had no idea what to say. She couldn't thank them. They were the grand jury, after all, keeping her there in the holding cell of the Hotel Indira for 2 weeks while they decided if her case was fit for Dr. Swenson to hear. Or maybe she should thank them for managing to make their decision in 2 weeks. They had kept Anders for over a month, an entire wasted month of his life, while his boys rode their bicycles along through the slush of spring. Morena was distracted by the sound of Nixon's labored respiration. Then, on his desk, he stopped breathing. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. She was just about to get up when at 45 seconds he gasped, his back heaving, and then began to breathe again. Still asleep, he sighed and turned his face in the other direction. Apnea. There was nothing she could do about that. She settled back into the winged chair in the lobby's small conversational grouping of furniture where she sat by herself. If Morena couldn't thank the Bovenders, she found she couldn't blame them either. At 23, she would have gladly done their job. She might have stayed in the position until she was 43 if certain events had played out differently. Without the Bovenders there to remind her, she might have forgotten what it was like to be enthralled, to fall hard in love for principles and a singularly remarkable mind. They were little more than pretty children, feather-light, proven capable of no end of lies, and yet there was something in their shiny nature that made them indestructible. She would have given anything to take them to the jungle with her. So in the end, she put down the truth as she knew it at that exact minute. "I will miss you." She wrote their name on the bag and added $20 US for the cost of cleaning the dress, knotted it all together and left it on the desk beside one of Nixon's sleeping hands. Dr. Swenson tended to be early. If rounds began at 7, she was on to the first case at 6:30. It didn't take long to figure out the clock. Morena didn't want to meet her in the lobby for fear it might look like an ambush. She walked quickly to Rodrigo's store. It was busy then. All the stores were busy. She fixed herself a cup of coffee from the pot on his counter and found a nylon duffel bag while he waited on customers. She picked up more sunscreen, more bug spray. It was important not to think too deeply about what she would need, or she might wind up taking all of it. Everything went on the Vogel account, down to the coffee. She picked up another box of Band-Aids, a second pair of flip-flops. She was looking at a length of netting that was meant to hang over a bed when Dr. Swenson came in with Milton. Rodrigo saw them first. There wasn't room enough for Dr. Swenson and all the women who had come in for flour and thread, things they could easily wait until later to buy. He began to rush his other customers by shouting at them, and no one objected to his harassment. A few of them put down whatever was in their hands and left the store immediately, while others grabbed a few more things off the shelves nearby and rushed to the counter to pay. Maybe they knew Dr. Swenson. Maybe they were as anxious to leave as the clerk was to see them go. Rodrigo, always so careful to write up bills of sale, gave a quick visual assessment of the pile of goods and barked out a price that each woman paid without question. Dr. Swenson noticed none of this. Her chin was pointed up. She was mainly interested in the high-shelf items, the goods ignored by the daily foot traffic of Brazilians. She was muttering her thoughts to the ceiling, and Milton was writing them down. She would not have noticed Morena had Morena been dipped in yellow paint, and Milton, who never looked up from his pencil and pad, had missed her as well. One by one, the customers fled the store. Morena followed the last of them to the counter to have her purchases added to her account. Rodrigo, who seemed to understand exactly the decision that had been made, added in an extra hat, 3 more cotton handkerchiefs, several rolls of lifesavers. "You're up very early, Dr. Singh," Dr. Swenson said to the ceiling. Milton, startled, looked up. "There you are," he said. "Then finding you this morning is one thing I can cross off my list." "You said you'd be here early," Morena said, "and there were a few things I needed myself." "There's no end to what one needs in the Amazon," Dr. Swenson said. "What isn't eaten by insects is quick to rot. That's why our friend Rodrigo does such a booming business. Nature provides a state of constant turnover. Still, I would think if you are leaving today, you'd be better off making your purchases at home, unless you're looking for souvenirs." There was nothing to do but say it. Morena told her she would be coming along. This did not seem to surprise Dr. Swenson. She took the news as if it were both unpleasant and expected. "You've been talking to Mr. Fox." Morena looked up towards the high shelves as well, wondering what she might be seeing there. "At the very least, I should get Anders things." "Raisins," Dr. Swenson said to Milton, who added it to the list. "Tapioca." She turned to Morena. "Does it matter at all that you are not invited?" It would be easier had she been invited, but to the best of her knowledge, Dr. Swenson had never welcomed students to her classes, or interns to the program, or patients to the hospital. She couldn't see how this experience should be any different. "Not really." "Dr. Rapp always said that people would attach themselves to an expedition." She moved very slowly, putting her hand first on a box of crackers, next on a bag of coffee. Milton continued to write, and then Rodrigo was writing as well. An older woman with a baby tied across her chest in a bright red scarf opened the door and, seeing the people who were inside, turned and left without comment.
"Certainly they did with him. I saw it myself, an endless succession of mongrels and malingerers, the laziest dropouts who fancied themselves explorers. He made his policy clear. He was not responsible for their food, their shelter, their safety, or their health. He didn't waste his time discouraging them because, frankly, there was no discouragement they could not withstand. All of the energy they could have put into their intelligence they had used to develop their tenacity. But what I quickly learned was that their tenacity was for going, not for staying. Once they were out on the trail, they fell like flies. Some took a day, 2 days, others were gone in a matter of hours, and Dr. Rapp never stopped for them. He remained beautifully consistent. He was there to work, and he would continue to work. He would not ferry back the weak and the lame. They had chosen to get themselves in, and they would simply have to figure the means to get themselves out. People were quick to accept these terms until they themselves were weak. Then they changed their tune entirely. Then they said Dr. Rapp was heartless. They couldn't slander him as a scientist, but they said no end of scurrilous things about him as a man. He hadn't rescued them. He hadn't been their father and mother. I will tell you, none of that troubled his sleep. If he had made them his responsibility, either by dissuading them from their ambitions or by bailing them out of their folly, the greatest botanist of our time would have been reduced to a babysitter. It would have been an incalculable blow to science, all in the name of saving the stupid. The air, ever heavy, now was paralyzed. Milton had slipped his pencil and pad in his pocket without thinking, and Rodrigo had put his pencil down as well. While Dr. Swenson continued to calculate how much food she would need to take back with her, the other three stood breathless and unblinking. Morena felt as if she were trying to remember the answer when there hadn't been a question posed. They were all waiting. "I don't think you'll find me to be nearly that much trouble," she said finally. Dr. Swenson, who had been distracted by a small bin of socks, did not look up. "As much trouble as what?" "The mongrels," Morena said. "The malingerers." "Don't be so self-referential. I was telling you a story. I wasn't telling a story about you." At that, Milton inhaled as abruptly as Nixon at his desk. "There you go," he said, willing himself to accept the explanation. "How many cans of apricots?" Dr. Swenson waited a moment, as if making a tally in her head. "A case more than usual," she said, looking at Morena. It was impossible to know how many apricots a person would eat once they had been removed from civilization. It was agreed, then, that Milton would pick Morena up in front of the Hotel Indira at 11. And despite the heat of that hour, she was standing ready at the front of the hotel, tucked beneath the awning with her half-empty bag. She had said goodbye to Tomo, who was more than happy to store her coat and sweaters until she returned. She had not said goodbye to Mr. Fox. This city, so busy when she woke up that morning, was practically empty now. The dogs pressed themselves into doorways beneath thin strips of shade. The cars drove by slowly, as if every driver was trying to decide if he was the one who was supposed to take Morena to the docks. They looked at her carefully and tapped their horns. When Milton did arrive, Easter was in the passenger seat. When he saw Morena through the open window, he reached both of his arms out to her, as if he were hers alone in all the world. There was something brilliant about being recognized, the happiness on his face entirely disproportionate to his knowing her. Morena went to him and took both of his small hands in her hands, and he gave her an enthusiastic shake. Milton put a thumb on the boy's shoulder and pointed to the back seat. Easter immediately flipped backwards, a trick he had been saving. "Forgive me," Milton said in a tired voice when she got in the car. He was sitting on a folded towel, his shirt and pants and hair soaked through. Even the small straw hat on the back of his head was wilted and damp. There could have been a rainstorm blocks from here that Morena never saw. He could have fallen in the river.
Forgive you for what? Milton shook his head.
It took us longer to load the boat.
He took out a smaller towel and wiped down his face. Easter was craning his entire upper body out the window to see as far as he could in every direction. Boy as turtle, car as shell. The wind dried out last night's soccer shirt and ruffled the dark, wet curls against his neck. Looking at him, Morena realized he was a marker. The boat was loaded. Dr. Swenson was on the boat. If Milton hadn't taken Easter, there would have been no reason for her to wait the minutes it took for him to drive to the hotel. It's not as if I had anywhere else to go, she said.
He likes the car,
Milton said, tilting his head back. I'm sure he does. The dock was farther up the river than Morena had been before. The wooden planks on the walkway were warped by the endless succession of sun and hard rain. A collection of rusted tugs and houseboats that looked like they had been pieced together over the course of many generations bobbed between the low-riding water taxis. From the top of the bank, she could see the freighters and cruise ships in the distance, lining up against the great cement piers. Below her was a small figure pacing beneath the shade of a black umbrella.
"We are late, Milton," Dr. Swenson called. The engine of the boat was running, and a pale lavender smoke spread out across the water. "This would be the time to change your mind," Milton said quietly, "if you are inclined to change your mind."
Easter flew ahead of them now, running in flip-flops, forsaking the perilous steps for the more perilous slope of mud and rock and weed. The boat was a pontoon, the kind of boat her father had rented for a weekend every summer when Morena was young and her parents were married. Her father was not much for boating, but the pontoon, he said, was like a pony rented out for children, stolid and low, not given to sudden movements.
"I'll be fine," Morena said. She was in motion now. She was as good as on the river. "I don't remember telling you to take Easter along," Dr. Swenson said when they reached the old pontoon with the flat metal roof.
The boy was standing behind her now, his hands on the wheel in an imitation of steering. There were boxes stacked neatly around the circumference, and the boat sat low and even in the water.
"I don't believe you did," Milton said.
He gave Morena his hand to board, and in the moment she held his hand, she thought about him the way she thought about the bow vendors. It would all be better if he would simply board the boat behind her. Dr. Swenson tapped Easter on the shoulder and pointed to the lines, at which point the boy jumped off the boat and untied them. He curled his toes around the edge of the dock and pushed the boat away. He let it go so far that for one horrible instant Morena thought he wasn't coming either. But then he leapt, his child's bones filled with springs, and landed with both feet planted on the deck.
"Travel safely,"
Milton said, and raised his hand up to them. He was the only person on the dock, and he stood there as if they were the Lusitania. He was waving them back instead of waving them on. Easter was firm at the wheel now. The child steered the boat out of a low swirl of current, a seriousness in his eyes as he scanned the wide horizon. Dr. Swenson, safe beneath the boat's cover, closed her umbrella. Morena dropped her bag at her feet and held on to the railing. Milton receded but stayed in place, his arm raised as he grew smaller and smaller. Dear Milton. She waved to him. She hadn't made it clear how grateful she was. After all those empty hours to spend in any conversation in the world, they had left in a matter of minutes with no discussion of where they were going, or how long it would take them to get there, or when they might think of coming back. But somehow, none of that mattered anymore. Morena hadn't understood the enormity of the river until she was on it. The sky was spread over in white clouds that banked and thinned depending on the direction she turned in. Some of the clouds had covered over the sun, so for the moment it was cooler, and the breeze of their forward momentum kept the insects down. The birds shot out from the banks and cut over the water. Morena thought of Anders at the bow, his binoculars raised. How glad he must have been to finally leave this city. Morena never would have believed it until she was on a boat herself, but the water was an enormous relief. "Beautiful," she said, to the one member of the party who could hear her.
"We always feel better heading home," Dr. Swenson said.
Chapter 6. There was traffic on the Negro, barges and tugs, water taxis with rotting thatched roofs where river swallows nested, dugout canoes containing entire families, sisters with babies and brothers and cousins and grandfathers and aunts holding open umbrellas, so many people crammed into one log that the lip of the boat sat nearly level with the surface of the brown water as one man in the back rowed carefully on. The smaller boats stayed near the shore, while a cruise ship, white as a sailor's dress uniform, churned up the center aisle. Easter remained fiercely alert, his damp hair pushed back by the breeze, his eyes sweeping slowly side to side. He pulled the throttle to cut his wake in deference to the boats that were smaller, and he waved to those larger boats that cut their wake for him. Every appearance was that of an orderly world. Then the boy would turn and look behind him, and when he did, he would nod to Morena and Dr. Swenson, and they would nod back. "Does he drive all the way?" Morena asked, not having any idea how far they were going.
Dr. Swenson nodded. "He likes it." She was sitting on a box of canned hash while Morena stood. "What boy wouldn't want to drive the boat? It gives him standing in the tribe. I drive, or Easter drives, no one else. A few of the men have outboard motors that they've traded for over the years, but they've never captained a boat like this. It forces them to show respect when they see how much I trust him. He's good with the engine, too. He's figured it out."
Morena was no judge of children, but she would say that Easter looked too young to captain a boat or fix an engine or walk alone in a city at night, though not a mile back she had seen a child alone in a child-sized log who could not have been more than 5, a spear lying over the bow, his paddle even as it went in and out of the water. "How old is Easter?"
Dr. Swenson looked up and gave a squint in Morena's direction. "Shall I ask him?"
If Dr. Swenson had not been changed by time or experience or geography or climate, was it possible that Morena had not been substantively changed either? Was she, in fact, the person she had been in medical school, in grade school? "You'll have to forgive me," Morena said, and then set about restating the question. "I don't know any more about the Lakashi than what you've written, and you've written nothing about their ability to record time. Does anyone know how old anyone is? Do his parents know?"
"You make no end of suppositions, Dr. Singh. Is that a habit of yours? I have to say that was one thing I admired about Dr. Ekman. No preconceived conclusions whatsoever. A truly opened mind is a scientist's greatest asset. He must have been very thoughtful in his research. Had the circumstances been different, I would have imagined asking him to stay on."
Morena was not in the least bit unsettled by the praise for Anders. She knew the role of compliments in Dr. Swenson's pedagogy. They were used not to raise one person up, but to tap another down into place. She was only sorry that she didn't have Anders to repeat it to. No doubt he would be shocked to hear such kindness after his death.
"You, however, suppose that Easter is Lakashi. He is not. I, of course, cannot be certain where he came from, as he simply appeared in camp one morning and could neither hear nor speak. Were I to follow your example, I would suppose that he was Humaka, based on the shape of his head and the arrangement of his sinuses. The Humaka have sinus cavities that are less pronounced than the Lakashi. Their faces are more curved, not quite so flat, but the difference is subtle. The Humaka are somewhat smaller as well, and this goes to your original question about his age. I say all of this based on a single brief and unpleasant encounter with the tribe many years ago. Still, I find that fear can sometimes heighten our powers of observation to a point of great clarity. I remember the heads of the Humaka so vividly, it was almost as if I had dissected one." A double-decker tourist boat glided by without slowing, and for a moment they were caught in its churning wake. As they pitched forward and back, rolling like a barrel in the little waves, Morena grabbed onto a pole, and Easter raised his fist at the bigger boat. A tourist on the upper level pointed a camera in their direction.
Dr. Swenson dropped her head for a moment, as if willing the other boat to sink through powers of concentration. After the worst of the rolling had abated, Dr. Swenson lifted her head, her blue eyes bright and ringed in sweat. "Always by a pontoon," she said, panting lightly, as if making an effort not to vomit. "You cannot imagine how hard that wake would have hit us had we not been in a pontoon, but I was making a point. Easter is a very small child. I would go so far as to say he is stunted. This could have been caused by a consistent lack of nutrition. It seems quite possible that no one was willing to give much of the tribe's resources to a deaf child, or it could be that whatever illness rendered him deaf also rendered him small. But now I am straying into what can only be called guessing, which is never helpful. Given his skills, his ability to learn, I would think him to be a 12-year-old of normal, perhaps above normal intelligence. I'll have a more precise judgment when he reaches puberty. The onset of puberty in the Lakashi male falls consistently between 13.2 and 13.8, a much narrower window than you find in American males. Whether or not this holds true of the Humaka, I am afraid I will never know. Do you have children, Dr. Singh?" Morena was at least 3 questions behind. She wanted very much to know about the unpleasant encounter, but, feeling she had been called on to give the easiest answer, merely shook her head. "None." "That's good. Dr. Ekman had no business coming down here leaving 3 children behind. Are you married?" "I am not." "Good again." Dr. Swenson nodded her approval before turning her face towards the breeze. The sky spooled blue above the river in both endless directions. "This is a business for old maids, and I don't say that derogatorily, being one myself. I feel better about you being on the boat, knowing your circumstances." Speaking of suppositions, how much light could being unmarried and childless shed on her circumstances? Did it mean that no one would miss her terribly if she were to die? That there wouldn't be the same set of complications brought about by Dr. Ekman's death? Morena said nothing, but sank down on the deck near Dr. Swenson's feet. The sun edged beneath the boat's awning, and she wanted more of the shade. Dr. Swenson leaned to the side and patted her case of canned hash with an open hand. "I prefer to sit on a box. A box doesn't protect one from the roaches, but I like to think it sends a message. We are on another level. There is a case of grapefruit juice there. I would recommend that." Obediently, Morena got up and pushed the box of juice forward, sat. They passed a handful of open houses built onto stilts. Several children, all of them too young to be standing alone in the water, were standing waist-deep in the river, waving. As for Easter's parents— Dr. Swenson stopped then and looked at the captain's small back. She tilted her head. "Parents seems a very sentimental word to use in his case. The man who inseminated the woman who pushed the child out of her body, other members of the tribe who may or may not have tried to raise that child when the original duo failed in their responsibilities. His parents have not been in evidence. The Humaka left it up to the Lakashi, which, considering the nature of the tribe, strikes me as a startling act of humanity. I would have thought them more inclined to abandon a child in the jungle to starve to death or be eaten. All of which is to say, he has been with me some 8 years now, 8 this past Easter. I suppose I am his parents." "It sounds as if the Humaka may have left Easter for you then, and not the Lakashi, assuming they knew you were here." Morena realized she had made another assumption as soon as it was out of her mouth, but this one Dr. Swenson let pass. "Oh, they knew I was here," she said, nodding her head. "Everyone knows everything eventually. Upon first consideration, a person believes herself to be very isolated in the jungle, but it isn't the case. Word travels between the tribes, although I've never figured out how it happens, as many of them refuse to communicate with one another. It would make a brilliant dissertation topic if you ever become interested in furthering your education." Morena would have mentioned her Ph.D. as well as her M.D., but there was not a glimmer of a break. "I say it's the monkeys," Dr. Swenson said, "but then I tend to blame the monkeys for everything.
A white woman is living with the Lakashi. News like that goes up and down the river in a matter of hours. Then, one afternoon, a boy is cutting at a tree with a machete, and when his arm goes back, he sinks the blade into his sister's head. Amazing that this sort of thing doesn't happen every 15 minutes out here. So I found a needle and some gut in my bag, and I sewed the girl up. It was mostly blood. She was a very dramatic bleeder. But one hardly has to go to medical school to sew up a head. It didn't take many events like this, a snake bite, a breech birth, and suddenly the whole of Brazil knows there is a doctor available off the Negro. Now, you must understand this, Dr. Singh, so few people do. I am not Médecins Sans Frontières. I have not come to the Amazon to be a family practitioner. I am simply a person who made certain mistakes at the onset. They didn't know me as a doctor when I arrived. The Lakashi knew me as a member of Dr. Rapp's party. They thought I was like Dr. Rapp, that I was there for the flora and not for them. For the first few years I came alone, they were forever bringing me mushrooms and various fungi to look at. They lugged so many fallen trunks of enormous, rotted trees back to camp, it would have sent any mycological society into a frenzy. The fact that I took their temperature and drew blood samples and measured their children was completely lost on them. They continued to see me as the person they first met, as an extension of Dr. Rapp. And it had been my intention to be like him, to float on their misguided perceptions. But then I sewed up that girl's head. It was my fatal mistake. The next thing I knew, sick people were being paddled up the river to receive my care, and a deaf child had been left off for me to deal with. The deaf child had gotten her to town. He had ferried her guest to the restaurant after the opera, and loaded the boxes on the boat, and steered the boat through the river. The deaf child was not without his uses. "What would the alternative have been?" Marina asked. "Going back to that first girl." "The bleeder. The question is whether or not you choose to disturb the world around you, or if you choose to let it go on as if you had never arrived. That is how one respects indigenous people. If you pay any attention at all, you'll realize that you could never convert them to your way of life anyway. They are an intractable race. Any progress you advance to them will be undone before your back is turned. You might as well come down here to unbend the river. The point, then, is to observe the life they themselves have put in place and learn from it." Marina felt remarkably unmoved by this. "So go back in time, do it again. There is a child standing in front of you with a machete in her head. What do you do?" The farther they went down the river, the fewer boats they saw. From time to time there was still a group of people, mostly very small children, in clusters on the shore, but they were thinning out. It felt good to ask a question twice. It was something she could never have managed in the past. "That's a dramatic flourish, Dr. Singh. Did I tell you the child had a machete in her head? I said she was cut. There was no doubt that she had a skull fracture. I picked out bone fragments with my tweezers, but there was nothing else to be done about that. If she was draining cerebrospinal fluid, she didn't do it in front of me. I sewed her up, I gave her some antibiotic ointment, hooray for me. Now I can meet your expectations of decency, unless, of course, your expectations include my taking her back to Manaus for an X-ray. But the actions you admire are not thoughtful, they were automatic, the actions I had brought with me from my Western medical background. The question you should be asking is what would have happened to the girl if I hadn't been there. There was someone in the tribe who had managed these situations before me, and I suppose that he, in this case it was a he, would have used the available means to help her. Would it have been a sterile needle? I think not. Would she have died? Very doubtful. And while you are moralizing, ask yourself this question as well. What happens to the girl whose brother cuts her after I've gone? Does the tribe still have faith in the man who sewed up heads before me? Has he kept up with his own skills, or was he too busy watching mine? I don't intend to be here forever. The man who puts the girl's scalp back together, the one you are respecting, do you think his methods are as successful as yours?
Now you are being purposefully ridiculous. I have very little respect for what passes as science around here. There's nothing a Westerner loves more than the idea of being cured by tinctures made of boiled roots. They think this place is some sort of magical medicine chest. But for the most part, the treatments here consist of poorly regarded gossip handed down throughout the ages, from people who knew very little to people who know even less. There is much to be taken from the jungle, obviously. I am here to develop a drug. But in most cases, the plants are as useless as the potted begonia that grows on your kitchen windowsill. The ones that do have potential can only be medicinal when they are properly employed. For these people, there is no concept of a dosage, no set length for treatments. When something works, it seems to me to be nothing short of a miracle. Marina remembered that cup of sludge Barbara Bovender had brought her from the shaman's stand, and wondered if she was no more than a Westerner given to the charms of boiled tinctures. It was a cure she would never admit to now. Dr. Swenson brightened for a moment. I'll tell you what the locals do have a real genius for, and that's poison. There are so many plants and insects and various reptiles capable of killing a person out here that it seems any idiot could scrape together a compound that would drop an elephant. As for the rest of it, people survive regardless of the care they get. The human animal is too resilient for it to be otherwise. It is not for me to meddle. I appreciate your point. It's only that I believe in the moment, the child, the blood, it would be hard not to act. Then perhaps it will actually open up some of my time to have you here. I'll send the daily medical emergencies to you. Morena laughed at this. Then I know they'd be better off with the local medical care. I haven't threaded a needle in nearly 15 years. Suddenly, Morena realized she couldn't remember sewing up that last woman she'd operated on. She remembered lifting out the infant, and at that instant realizing what she had done. She remembered one of the nurses taking him away. But what came after that? Where was the needle? She didn't leave the patient there, uterus and abdomen open to the world. But she could not find a picture in her memory of closing. It comes right back, Dr. Swenson said. You were my student, believe me. I pounded it all in there. Morena was still looking for the conclusion to the surgery in her mind when she had another thought. What about Dr. Rapp? What about him? Wouldn't he have sewn up the girl's head? Dr. Swenson snorted. He most certainly would not have, and not because he wasn't a medical doctor. He had a perfect understanding of human physiology and the steadiest hands I have ever seen in my life. He could have grafted a vein by a campfire had he thought it was necessary. But Dr. Rapp had no self-aggrandizing notions about his role in the tribe. He never set himself out to be the great white hero. He never took a single specimen more than what was absolutely needed. He disrupted nothing. So he would have let her bleed to death? He would have respected the order that was in place. Morena nodded, thinking perhaps she was luckier than she realized to have found herself with an expedition still capable of making errors of compassion. Is Dr. Rapp still alive? She might as well have asked if President Kennedy had survived his assassination attempt. Do you read, Dr. Singh? Do you live in this world? It was a beautiful question to be asked by a woman on a boat who was taking her down a river into the beating heart of nowhere. I do, Morena said. She sighed and shook her head. Dr. Rapp died 9 years ago. It will be 10 years this August. And Morena, sensing that sympathy was in order, said that she was sorry to hear it, and Dr. Swenson thanked her. Were you studying mycology at the time? Is that how you came to work with Dr. Rapp? It seemed possible, after all. Anything was possible. She may have been coming down here as an operative for the CIA. I was a student of Dr. Rapp's, and the location of his classroom was unpredictable. I followed him through Africa and Indonesia, but the Amazon was the source of his most important work. He studied botany, and I was free to study the workings of a true scientific mind,
As an undergraduate at Radcliffe, I wasn't allowed to take his class at Harvard. Harvard couldn't have stood for anything as radical as that. But Dr. Rapp let me travel on the expeditions. He was the first teacher I encountered who saw no limitations for women. As it turned out, he was the only one. They were quiet for a long time after that, both staring off at different aspects of the jungle as it rolled past them, the same bit of scenery recycled indefinitely. 2 hours later, Easter left the protection of the right-hand bank and crossed the width of the Negro to the left. There, he turned up a tributary that was in every way similar to the countless other tributaries they had passed, and while it was unmarked, it was the exit ramp from the interstate, the one that would eventually take them to the street where Dr. Swenson lived. No other boats followed them, though the entrance was wide at the mouth. In a matter of minutes, the nameless river narrowed and the green dropped behind them like a curtain, and the Negro was lost. Morena had thought that the important line that was crossed was between the dock and the boat, the land and the water. She had thought the water was the line where civilization fell away. But as they glided between two thick walls of breathing vegetation, she realized she was in another world entirely, and that she would see civilization drop away again and again before they reached their final destination. All Morena could see was green. The sky, the water, the bark of the trees, everything that wasn't green became green. All in green, my love went riding. Dr. Swenson announced that lunch was now in order. The boy deserves a break. He stands up there so rigid that I think he would shatter if a nut hit him just right. There is no way of communicating that one should relax. Do you realize that? You can shake out your arms and swivel your neck and it all looks like nonsense. Dr. Swenson put her hands on her thighs and pushed up, but she did not stand. She was thicker around the middle than she had been in Baltimore, and the weight and the long time sitting seemed to keep her tied to her case of hash. Dr. Swenson, so far as Morena could calculate, would be in the neighborhood of 70. It was possible at this point that even Dr. Swenson was tired. Morena stood up and extended her hand. Dr. Swenson rubbed her knees for a minute, looking pointedly away. Then she took the hand. "Thank you for the assistance," she said. She stood up and then let Morena go. "These are different days. For all I know about the body, this is still not what I expected." She went over and tapped Easter on the shoulder, then made a turning motion with her wrist and pointed to the shore. He nodded, keeping his eyes ahead. "He won't go in right away," Dr. Swenson said, coming back to where Morena was standing. "There's a spot he likes where he can tie up to a tree. The anchor makes him nervous. It's not reliable. Once he dropped it off and we had a devil of a time getting it back in the boat. There's a lot for an anchor to get caught on in this river." Morena looked over the side of the boat. She couldn't even imagine it. "How long have you been coming out here?" "Dr. Rapp first found the Lakashi." Dr. Swenson craned back her head, looked towards the tops of the trees. "It was 50 years ago, I suppose. I was on that trip, standing right on the stage of history. I remember coming down this very river for the first time. It was a glorious day. I had no idea I would be coming back for the rest of my life." "It doesn't seem that anything much has changed," Morena said, looking to the riverbank and the straight wall of plant life. Not a single person on the shore now, not a hut, a boat, in any direction. "Don't be fooled by the scenery," Dr. Swenson said. "Things were very different then. You didn't turn a corner and find a square mile of forest burned into a field. You didn't see the constant smoke the way you do now. And the Lakashi, even they're different. They lose their skills as fast as the basin loses forest. They used to make their own ropes, they wove cloth. Now even they manage to buy things. They cut down 2 or 3 trees and tie them together, float them to Manaus and sell them. That's enough money for kerosene and salt, a river taxi ride back home, maybe some rum if they can strike a good deal, but for the most part they are terrible at dealing. They pick up clothing in town, the very junk that Americans drop off at the Salvation Army box. One time when I was visiting, this was years ago, the tribal elder, a man they called Josie, met me at the dock wearing a Johns Hopkins t-shirt. I had left my class at Hopkins that morning and flown to Brazil and taken a boat down a half a dozen splitting rivers, only to be greeted by a Johns Hopkins t-shirt. She shook her head at the memory of it. Dear God, he was proud of that shirt. He wore it every day. In fact, he was buried in it. So, you would teach all week and see patients and then fly down here on the weekends? Not every weekend, nothing like that. Though if there had been enough time or enough money, I might have. There was so much work to do down here. I would leave late Thursday night after my last class. I only had office hours on Friday, and I didn't keep office hours. I never believed in them. Questions are for the benefit of every student, not just the one raising his hand. If you don't have the starch to stand up in class and admit what you don't understand, then I don't have the time to explain it to you. If you don't have a policy against nonsense, you can wind up with a dozen timid little rabbits lined up in the hall outside your office, all waiting to whisper the same imbecilic question in your ear. Morena clearly remembered being one of those same Friday rabbits herself, waiting for hours in the chair beside the office door until another student coming down the hall had the decency to explain that she was waiting for nothing. The department chair didn't mind that you didn't keep hours? Dr. Swenson lowered her chin. Did you attend parochial school as a child, Dr. Singh? Public, Morena said. And so you came back on Sunday and taught Monday's class? It was a red-eye coming back. I'd land Monday morning and have the taxi take me straight to campus. She stretched her arms overhead, the straying springs of her white hair reaching out in every direction. I never looked my best on Mondays. I never noticed, Morena said. That's one thing I have to give to your Mr. Fox. He made it possible for me to stay down here and do my work. I can't say I am undisturbed, as he makes every effort to disturb me himself, but I am free of the madness that comes from trying to conduct meaningful research when your subjects are in another country. I've been down here full-time for 10 years now. The first 3 years I pieced together grants, but the constant search for funding was more time-consuming than flying back and forth to teach. There wasn't a major pharmaceutical company in the world that wouldn't have been willing to foot the bill for this, but in the end, Vogel won. I give credit where credit's due. Easter slowed the boat and then put it in reverse, which, with their forward momentum, achieved a sort of churning stillness. He steered it into what appeared to be a slight indentation in the solid wall of trees, and then took the rope that was already in his hand and flung it over a branch that hung out over the water at a better angle than all the other branches. Well, that worked out nicely, Morena said when the rope was safely caught. She would rather talk about branches and rope than her Mr. Fox. It always works out well. That's Easter's tree. That's the one he waits for. He knows exactly where to go. Morena made a slow circle. Thousands of trees, hundreds of thousands of trees, as far as she could see on both sides of the river without a single clearing. Branches ad infinitum, leaves in perpetuity. He remembers one branch? I don't see how it would be possible to remember one branch. From time to time, a flock of birds would explode shrieking from the tangled greenery, but the jungle looked so impenetrable that Morena couldn't imagine how birds were able to fly into it. How could one bird ever make its way back to the nest? How could Easter remember the best place to tie the boat? It has been my observation that Easter remembers everything, Dr. Swenson said. When I said I believed that his intelligence may be above average, I didn't mean it sentimentally. Every act the boy performed was done with a graceful efficiency of movement. He shut down the engine, tied a knot, turned around to nod at Dr. Swenson. "Very good," she said, holding 2 thumbs up. Easter smiled. The minute they were properly moored, he became a child again, the one that Morena had first seen outside the opera house, the one Jackie had held in his arms. The boat was now the responsibility of the tree,
and for these moments he could be on his own. He pointed to the water and looked again to Dr. Swenson. She nodded, and as quickly as she could move her head, he pulled off his t-shirt, showing them the smooth brown skin of his chest, the matchstick of his torso. He scrambled on top of 2 boxes of canned apricots, and flying up and over the ropes that stood in place for a proper railing, he launched his body rocket-wise, up and over, up and out and into the brown water with a resounding splash. His knees pulled up to his chest, his chin tucked, his arms lifted up to the light. And then he was gone. Morena was at the edge of the boat in 2 steps while Dr. Swenson made herself busy looking for something in a brown paper bag. The water was velvety, undisturbed by the weight of so small a boy. It didn't even trouble itself to give up a reflection the way most water would. There was nothing on the surface and nothing beneath it. "Where is he?" Morena cried. "Oh, that's part of the trick. He thinks he's scaring me to death. That's the big fun of it all." Dr. Swenson rooted through a bag of loose items. "Do you eat peanut butter? Americans are all determined to be allergic to peanuts these days." "I can't see him." The water was as impenetrable as the earth itself. The boy had been swallowed whole, a minnow, a thought. Dr. Swenson raised her head and, looking in Morena's direction, she sighed. "There is a great temptation to tease you, Dr. Singh. Your earnestness makes you very vulnerable to that, I'm sure. The child has the lungs of a Japanese pearl diver. He'll resurface 2/3 of the way across in a direct line with the boat." She waited 1 count. "Now." And up came the head of the boy, who flipped his wet hair aside and raised his hand and waved. The light on the planes of his face made him golden. Even at this distance, she could see his enormous inhalation before he dove again, this time kicking his legs straight up so that the light caught the pink soles of his feet before they disappeared. Morena sank down on the case of apricots, the place from which those feet had so recently catapulted, and she cried. "Peanut butter and marmalade," Dr. Swenson said, dealing out 6 slices of bread along the top of a box as if it were a poker game. She twisted closed the plastic bag with a piece of wire and picked up a battered knife with a long, narrow blade. She stuck the blade into a jar of marmalade. "Rodrigo got the Wilkins & Son. Now there is a man who knows how to keep his customers' business. One underestimates the pleasures of marmalade until one has been separated from it. Be sure to enjoy the bread. When this loaf goes, that's it. No more, it just doesn't keep. I bring back yeast and they bake some, but it has almost nothing in common with the store-bought bread. This, I must say, is delicious." She had thought he was dead, and as stupid as that was, she could not control her imagination. Of course the boy could dive, could swim. He would come back in the boat and take them where they needed to go. How had she become so dependent on a deaf child in less than 24 hours? What in the world was she crying for? "Pull yourself together, Dr. Singh," Dr. Swenson said, keeping her attention fixed on the even distribution of peanut butter over bread. "He'll be back on the boat in a minute, and it will upset him greatly to see you carrying on. He's a deaf child. He does everything to make you forget that, so it is your responsibility as the adult to remember. You can't explain to him why you're crying. I have not invented a sign with which to convey foolishness, so you cannot tell him you are just being foolish. You'll frighten him, so stop it." Easter was on the surface now, doing an extravagant backstroke, and the sound of his splashing was soothing to both of the women in the boat. Using the same knife, Dr. Swenson cut the sandwiches into triangles and left them there on the box. "Come and get your lunch now," she said to Morena. It was an imperative rather than an invitation. Morena pressed her eyes against the sleeve of her shirt. "It just scared me, that's all," she said. Neither her voice nor her explanation sounded convincing. "We aren't even there yet," Dr. Swenson said, and took a triangle of sandwich for herself. "You're going to have to toughen up, or as God is my witness, I will put you on the shore right here.
There are more frightening things in the jungle than a boy going swimming in a still stretch of river.
After Easter was back on the boat, as sleek and damp as a seal, and the sandwiches had been eaten, he handled the peanut butter jar with such gentle affection afterwards that Dr. Swenson consented to make him another. It was announced that there would be a nap. "Sesta," Dr. Swenson said, and clapped her hands. The Portuguese made it sound essential. It is said the sesta is one of the only gifts the Europeans brought to South America, but I imagine the Brazilians could have figured out how to sleep in the afternoon without having to endure centuries of murder and enslavement. She tapped Easter and pointed to a low trunk in front of the steering wheel. Then she closed her eyes and rested her head against her folded hands in a child's pantomime of sleep. Having his directions, the boy pulled 2 hammocks from the box and then set to clipping them onto poles beneath the shade of the boat's tarp. "Before I came to the jungle, I didn't believe in napping," Dr. Swenson said, choosing the hammock nearest the steering wheel for herself. "I thought of it as a sign of weakness, but this country could make a napper out of anyone. It is important to pay attention to what the body is telling us." She settled herself into the long piece of fabric, and when she leaned back and lifted up her feet, the hammock swallowed her whole. Morena looked at her teacher, a low-hanging lump cocooned in striped cotton swaying from side to side, the energy of her lying down to rest creating motion. "Go to sleep now, Dr. Singh," the muffled voice said. "It will do your nerves a world of good." It was as if Dr. Swenson had vanished from the boat, as surely as Easter had vanished from it when he went over the side. Morena watched the hammock until its motion had settled. It was a magic trick. Wrap her in a blanket and she's gone. The quiet that was left without her was layered, subtle. At first Morena heard it only as silence, the absence of human voices. But once her ear had settled into it, the other sounds began to rise. The deeply forested chirping, the caw that came from the tops of trees, the chattering of lower primates, the incessant sawing of insect life. It was not unlike the overture of the opera, in which the well-trained listener could draw forth the piccolos, the soft French horn, a single, meaningful viola. She leaned out from the shade's protection and looked into the sun. Her watch said 2 o'clock. Easter sat on the deck, in front of one of the many boxes that made up their furniture, a ballpoint pen in his right hand. Morena touched the empty hammock and then pointed to him. She folded her hands together and rested her head on them. Easter shook his head, pointed to her, the hammock. He closed his eyes and dropped his chin. When she only stood there watching him, he pointed again, this time using the pen for emphasis. She was supposed to go in the hammock. It wasn't a bad idea. She was tired. Still, she had the feeling that vigilance was in order. Didn't someone need to stay awake and watch the jungle? Didn't someone need to make sure the child did not fall overboard? Easter got up and spread out the fabric with both hands, holding it open for her like an envelope and nodding instructively, as if perhaps the operation of a hammock was confusing to her. So he would watch the jungle. He would make sure she did not fall into the water. Obediently, she sat down, she lay down, and when she was settled in, Easter put his hand on her forehead and held it there as if she were a sick child. He smiled at her, and smiling back she closed her eyes. She was on a river in a boat in Brazil. She was in the Amazon taking a nap with Dr. Swenson. She had had a good imagination as a child, though it had been systematically chipped apart by years of studying inorganic chemistry and charting lipids. These days, Morena put her faith in data. The world she trusted was one that she could measure. But even with a truly magnificent imagination, she could not have put herself in the jungle. She felt something slip across her rib cage. An insect? A bead of sweat? She kept still, looking out through the top of the hammock at the bright split of daylight in front of her. The midday heat tacked her into place. She thought about medical school, the fluorescent halls of that first hospital, the stacks of textbooks that made her back ache as she lugged them home from the library. Had she known that Dr. Swenson caught the last flight to Manaus after Thursday's lecture on endometrial tissue, Would she have wished that she could come along? Could she have seen herself in the Amazon, at the side of her teacher on an expedition that forged ahead in science's name? Dr. Swenson certainly had no trouble envisioning herself in the Amazon with Dr. Rapp when she was a student. Wasn't it possible that she could have managed the same? Morena attempted to shift the knot of her hair to one side so that she was not lying on it so directly, and in doing so, set herself back into a gentle rocking. The answer was no. Morena had been a very good student, but she only raised her hand when she was certain of the answer. She excelled not through bright bursts of inspiration, but by the hard labor of a field horse pulling a plow. On the few occasions Dr. Swenson noticed her, she had approved, but she had never been able to remember Morena's name. When the rocking stopped, Morena tilted her hips back and forth to start it up again. There were layers upon layers of scents inside the hammock. The smell of her own sweat, which brought up trace amounts of soap and shampoo. The smell of the hammock itself, which was both mildewed and sun-baked with a slight hint of rope. The smell of the boat, gasoline and oil, and the smell of the world outside the boat, the river water, and the great factory of leaves pumping oxygen into the atmosphere, the tireless photosynthesis of plants turning sunlight into energy. Not that photosynthesis had an odor. Morena inhaled deeply, and the scent of the air relaxed her. Brought together, all those disparate elements turned into something wholly pleasant. She wouldn't have thought that would be the case. Morena closed her eyes. She could feel the boat wagging gently in the current of the river as it pulled on its line. She could feel the light and layered motion of the water coming up through the boat and up the poles that held the hammock, and from there into the hammock and into her bones. And that was the movement that sent her to sleep. Her father was there, but he was in a terrible rush. She was going back to the university with him. He was late for the class he was teaching, and the streets of Calcutta were packed in a human knot. More and more people pushing to find their place on the pavement, so many students rushing to get to class themselves. She held his hand as a way to keep from losing him in the crowd, and she thought of how they must look, the two of them holding hands. When a woman walking quickly in the opposite direction with a sack of rice on her head wedged herself between them as if there was no other way she could possibly go, Morena latched onto the back of her father's belt before he had the chance to slip away. She was trying to outsmart the dream. She knew it well enough by now. Her father was so fast. She was looking at the little bit of gray in the back of his hair, which was still very thick and mostly black, when suddenly a man with a cart full of bicycle tires rushed at them. How could he get so much speed in this crush? The dream was intent on its own historical set of rules. It is written that the two of them must be divided. And so he rammed his cart between them as if he meant to go through her arm. The blow hit her with such velocity that she went flying up into the air. It was like a dream. And for the instant she was above the crowd, she saw everything, all the people and the animals, the terrible shacks that lined the road to the grand houses, the beggars and their bowls, the gates of the university, her father's slim shoulders as he dashed ahead unencumbered by her weight. She saw everything, the impossibility of everything, before she crashed down on the pavement, the entire weight of her body coming onto her elbow. "Is it a snake?" Dr. Swenson shouted at her. "Have you been bitten, Dr. Singh?" Morena was on the deck of the boat. It was a very slight distance to fall. Suspended in her hammock, she had been no more than 3 feet off the ground. But be that as it may, the ground had come up hard and knocked the wind out of her. When she opened her eyes, she saw feet in tennis shoes, and beside them, small brown feet. She took another minute to breathe. "Dr. Singh, answer me. Is there a snake?" "No," Morena said, her left cheek pressed hard to the filthy wood. "Then why were you screaming?" The boat was moving now, and Dr. Swenson gave Easter a poke in the shoulder and pointed him back to the wheel. They had resumed their journey at some point, and for a minute there had been no one driving. Oh, she could think of so many reasons to be screaming, not the least of which was the fire in every bone on the left side of her body. Morena eased over onto her back. She moved her left fingers gently and then explored the range of movement in her left wrist. She moved her feet from side to complete the inventory. Nothing broken. The fabric she had been sleeping in was now hanging just above her face. "I was having a dream." Dr. Swenson reached up and unclipped Morena's hammock from the pole and then walked around her to the other side to take the hammock down. It had the effect of someone throwing open the draperies. The sunlight flooded her vision. Without intending to, Morena was looking up the bottom of Dr. Swenson's shirt and saw the soft, white ledge of her belly where it met the line of her drawstring pants. "I thought you had been bitten by a snake." "Yes, I understand that." Morena was shivering slightly in the heat. She closed her right hand, tried to feel her father's belt. "There are lance heads in these parts, and they aren't geniuses for hanging on to their branches. It is as stupid a snake as it is deadly. Everyone here knows someone who met their end stepping on a lance head. They are perfectly camouflaged, and they do nothing to get out of the way or make their presence known except for sinking their teeth into your ankle. Easter once kept me from putting my foot in the middle of one all coiled up in our camp. It must have been 2 meters long, and it didn't look any different from a pile of leaves and dirt. Even when he showed it to me, I didn't see it at first." She stopped and gave herself a quick shake. "Was I about to step on one?" "They do occasionally fall into boats," Dr. Swenson said tersely. "They like to get under things or into things. A hammock is a reasonable place for a snake to hide. It was startling, your screaming. I had to turn you out to see if there was a snake in there with you." "You turned the hammock over?" Morena had assumed she had thrown herself out in the course of her dream. "Of course I did. Did you expect me to find the snake without waking you?" Morena shook her head. Had there been a 2